Hey everyone, how you doing? This is I'm Doomed back in town again, and we are here with a bunch of friends here. We're gonna just celebrate my birthday a little bit and talk about some pop culture stuff and whatever else comes to mind. And with me today is, of course, my trusted BFF from the internet, Magog. How you doing?
Hey,
Hey, and script director. How you
Hey,
doing?
hey. Glad to be here. Thank you. Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And Paulie from Midnight's Edge, how you doing?
I'm doomed. Happy birthday,
Hey,
man.
thank you, thank you. And last but certainly not least, the quartering. How you doing?
Hey, happy birthday, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem, man. So,
What's up?
what's up?
What's up? There's two Jeremys on the stream.
Yeah, you're both Jeremys, aren't you? Hey,
Yeah.
Valiant Renegade.
Sorry, a little fashionably late, but good to see you, and happy birthday, Undoomed.
Thank you, thank you. So yeah, anything that you can tell me to spice my birthday up about cool stuff that's been coming out or is coming out in terms of movies or series or anything.
As far as like seen recently, or what?
Yeah, like what's the new stuff that's coming out? We talked a little bit about the National Treasure thing here before we went live. So you want to tell us about that, Paulie?
I have something.
Okay.
I spent 2 hours the other day at the back of my local grocery store. There's a dumpster, and it was like really fascinating to stare at. And it's better than anything coming out of Hollywood. It was like all these life forms. It was like watching evolution. A primordial drama was happening in that dumpster, and it was so fascinating.
I thought
Producer Steven Spielberg.
Yeah.
I thought the Black Phone was good.
I've been hearing good things about that.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm dying to see that. I'm glad you said that. You reminded me. I've got to get to see it before it bails out of
Yeah.
theaters.
Yeah,
I
that's
missed
probably the
and
last
see-
week. Yeah.
Yeah,
my
seen
lady,
it.
my lady went out with her friends and they loved it. So yeah, got
I
to-
Oh.
missed Everything Everywhere All at Once in the theaters,
Oh.
and I just got it on 4K.
I know
Tuesday.
you did. I know you did.
I loved it. It was
Okay,
amazing.
so at
Yeah.
the end of the next week, they're re-releasing the theaters with an extra 10 minutes.
Really?
What?
Yes.
All right,
It's-
I'm gonna have to
it's
check that out. Hopefully, I
my
can make it.
second favorite movie of the year on Dune.
All right, that's awesome. But so they just released one version, and then they're like, "Fuck you! You're gonna have to go back and see it again." If
We
you
didn't
want the
make
full-"
enough money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yeah. Nobody watches special features anymore, or deleted scenes on the physical media, so they got to re-release it in theaters.
That's basically what they did with this one.
I am utterly confused by Amazon. On one hand, they release this crap, and then on the other hand, they'll release like Reacher, Terminal List, and those are good.
Yeah.
Like those are genuinely good. So
Right.
I don't know. It's like a love-hate relationship. Like I want to break up with Amazon, but she's kind of hot sometimes.
You're gonna pay for Prime anyway. So
Yeah, for
you
the
just-
for the
that's
delivery
just it.
service.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's always
2 days.
justifiable, right, Corey? Yeah.
yeah, that's how that's why I'm like,
Yeah.
if there was any I look at it like any programming I watch on Amazon Prime is like a bonus. Women they be shopping, am I right? So then it's just we're gonna be a Prime household. We were way before it was ever a content thing, and it's just Reacher was good. I think that was a pleasant surprise. Terminalist good. Tomorrow War was people with Pratt. People love him so much that they overrate his movies and his like.
Yeah.
See,
Sometimes.
he's like Teflon. Jurassic World, absolute like I would say like unless you're a Jurassic Park fan like hardcore, it was pretty terrible. But like Pratt doesn't get any crap for that. Like people are just like, it's Chris Pratt, and then makes $1 billion.
Well-
like it's weird.
I'm one of
But
those guys.
that movie was pretty bad.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have put
Dominion.
anyone in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm one of those guys. So I went in the theater and I saw it. Wasn't enough dinosaur action. But I love who's the redhead?
Bryce Dallas Howard.
Yeah.
Bryce
Yeah.
Dallas,
Oh,
yeah.
oh,
I
Yeah,
just,
Ron
you know,
Howard's daughter. Ron Howard's
I mean, I
daughter.
can just to me she's mesmerizing, and
I agree.
and Chris, yeah, it was all right. It's forgettable, but you know,
That shouldn't go with a Jurassic Park type of film though. Like that. I mean, that reminds me of like Jurassic Park 3, where it's like, yeah, it's kind of good, but kind of forgettable. It's like you don't really
Right.
want to go in that route when you're dealing with dinosaurs.
I was gonna say
Jurassic Park 3: The Search for More Money.
Yeah, one of like the most sobering thoughts I had about, or I'd heard, it might have been Drinker that said this, or it was somebody else. So they were like, the correct order of best to worst Jurassic Park movies are literally the order that they're made. And I was like, dang, that's kind of true.
Yeah.
Like, the first Jurassic Park movie blew my mind, and it still holds up. And like everything else after it was just cash grab.
No, yeah,
I mean,
that's true. That's true.
It's a better adaptation of Michael Crichton's book, which is basically just the same story he came up with for Westworld, like 30 years prior.
Yeah.
But it
Yeah.
is such a strong story about like, don't kind of mess with things when you're on the cusp of the new technology when it's coming up there. Like just figure out the technology first before you start jumping to the finish line to push out a new product, which is very apropos given the last 5 years.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. Critical Drinker sends his regards. He had to go to bed obviously because it's the middle of the night in the UK, and I guess I should mention that Tom Connor is going to show up later. He couldn't be here right now, so and Star Wars Girl, and I've sent out some other invitations, so we'll see who shows up. So. Yeah.
Other things worth watching. I thought Archive 81 was pretty good. A little didn't stick the landing, but it was a good series.
What's that on?
I think it's on Netflix.
What's that about?
It's essentially a guy. He's like a pro at restoring tapes, like archiving like footage, like getting damaged.
Old magnetic tapes like VHS.
Oh,
beta.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, gotcha.
And
What's
there's
this called
like
again?
Archive 81. I'm not saying it's like the best ever, but like when you're talking about Peanuts and the Turd of Netflix, like that's definitely one that you could pluck.
That's
Yeah.
that's a visual.
I almost feel like different with this argument because both Amazon and Netflix have such interesting content from from Latin America and from India. So like I'm great.
You're good. Yeah.
I'm good. I'm like there's shit of course, but on the whole,
But us fucking white people.
There is shit
man,
on the whole.
I didn't say that. I didn't say.
We got shit to watch. Wheel of Time. That's what we got. That's it.
Amazon has had some hidden gems that I don't get the accolades I think they deserve. I mean, we hear about the things like the Rings of Power and the big shows like this. I mean, years ago, like Jeremy and like probably a lot of other folks here, I've been a Prime member for shipping for freaking a decade, whatever it's been, right? And most people, and that's why the Amazon figures on the financial reports tend to be kind of nebulous in that sense because they can lump in, well, we've got 200 million subscribers for Amazon Prime Video. It's like, no, you don't.
Yeah.
We know better. But, for years, like I watched Billy Bob Thornton and Goliath. Was a great show.
Yeah.
It was a great show on Netflix.
Yes.
Did you guys ever watch The Tick on Amazon? Like the new
The cartoon
on my list.
They
I
like
mean,
fucking canceled
Live
it.
action.
No, it was
Oh,
live
live
action. It did 2
They
seasons.
did, yeah.
It had Jackie Earl Haley in it as the Terror. He was fucking hilarious, right? Like it was actually genuinely good, and they fucking axed it because nobody knew about it.
That's kind of it. And the other one, like my other favorite that started me on Prime was besides Goliath was Giovanna Ribisi in Sneaky Pete, which was a really
Sneaky
fun
Pete,
show.
He
That was a
produced
really
that.
fun show. So they
created
had
that
some
show.
real gems on there. They
Well,
just
then
they
he-
just
yeah.
don't get the publicity that some of the other ones do because
don't
they
know how
try
to
to headline
advertise.
things. Well, they don't. They're
Well, they
relying
only
too much
advertise
on their
Amazon.
membership.
That's the thing. They only advertise
That's
on
it,
Amazon.
Script.
So if you're not
Right.
paying attention outside of Amazon, you're not going to see it. But it's also a double-edged sword because some of the lesser-known shows seem to be left alone by certain ideology, and some of the more higher-profile IPs are the ones where you're getting your Wheel of Time, your Lord of the Rings, Rings of whatever the heck that's going to be, and so forth. Even The Boys was kind of balancing back and forth to that because season 2 really did not know what they were trying to do.
Well,
You could
Seth
skip
Rogen
season
loves
2.
him
Yeah.
some, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, just
Yeah, he
to
does.
do this super chat here, Brian Blakey sent $20 here. Says, so many of my favorite people invited your party. HDB, dude. What the hell is HDB?
Happy
Happy
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Oh, I can't do acronyms.
HB.
I just-
Oh my god, that wasn't. That's not
This
exactly
sounds
an
like
obscure, lesser known.
Or it's
I was just
HBO Dominican Republic.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking HBO. Like, what's going on? All right. Thank you very much, Brian.
I've stayed away from the boys because, because of Seth Rogen, like entirely because of Seth Rogen.
If he had complete control over all his projects and they didn't have anybody watching him, he'd just do like 2-hour shows of like men getting pegged.
Maybe. I mean, he does handle comic book properties as well as people think, because I didn't think he did right by the Preacher adaptation. He definitely botched Green Hornet. Like, oh my god,
Yeah.
you don't even
God,
bother. And the boys, it's kind of like it's touch and go, because the first season was all right, second season was really bad, third season was a bit more focused and interesting, but it's really just the boys in name only. It's nothing like the graphic novel.
Right.
Some character names are overlapped, but it's going its own direction. And to me,
But
it's
you have to
like,
understand, Seth
Yeah.
Rogen's like a producer or something. He's not.
I don't
like
know how
Eric
much
Kripke's-
control he has,
Eric
yeah.
Kripke's the like main guy.
Eric
and he's
Kripke's like guiding
obviously
the boat,
doing-
and then
right.
Seth
Right.
Rogen is kind of maintaining and keeping it funded with his.
He's
Right.
just so toxic for me. Like anything he touches, I'm just out. And by the way, like when you see him do oh my god, what was the Christmas special? Him and the other insufferable one did.
Didn't see
Oh,
it.
with Sarah Silverman, yeah, that was.
Oh,
I have a theory that it received 0 critic reviews on Amazon, which to me was really telling, because the critics knew. That tells you that the critic knew that, like, man, if I say this is good, like, so
I'm
just
done
nobody
in this
reviewed it.
Industry. I'm fucking
Yeah,
done
they
in
just-
this industry.
Credibility's all gone if I say this is good.
But I can't
Yeah.
say it's bad because it's Seth Rogen and a woman, and they're like,
It would be
part of the-
anti-Semitic or whatever.
it'll be
Even as, like,
anti-feminist and blah blah blah. So they were just like nothing.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. Like nobody. No,
Yeah,
I
like
think
0?
I don't think Rotten Tomatoes hit I think the minimum is like 3 or something like that. I don't think they ever had 3 people review it.
Do you guys
still
remember
haven't seen
Seth
an
Rogen
episode.
was the bully in Donnie Darko?
Yep,
He was like the school bully.
The guy
You
at the
guys
corner.
fucking remember that?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
haven't-
Going in the
I
way
haven't
back
liked him
machine on
since
that
then.
one.
oh my
Man,
god.
he was dating the hermaphrodite in Freaks and Geeks.
Oh God,
That
Script
is
Doctor, you're just as good
Well, I like 40-year-old
as
virgin.
I am
also.
about that. Remembering weird shit.
Yeah,
Like that.
still zero critical reviews, and it's a 4% audience score.
Oh God, it's got to be terrible.
Saint Winston sends $10. Says, "Happy birthday, my man. Mine was over the weekend. Have a drink on me. Thank you very much, Saint Winston.
Happy birthday, Saint.
And we should talk soon, Saint Winston. He's a cool guy. Anyway,
I'm putting my Rex in our private chat, guys, if you don't mind.
I saw
Sorry?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, throw
Oh,
some
yeah.
to me too. Throw some to me
Right.
too. That way.
All I got is Pornhub.
oh, cool, awesome.
Here's a
Those
recommendation.
Axel
I'll
Braun
even
Marvel
see
movies.
White
That's
stuff,
the next
okay?
Netflix.
I will watch white
Yeah.
stuff.
How about in terms of white stuff? This is super, probably by mainstream media standards, super white. I just came across. It's been out for 4 years. I think it might be done. But I was a huge Justified guy. Loved that show.
Right.
And then
Okay.
randomly, I started getting served ads for Banshee,
Oh,
and
right.
it's actually awesome. Like,
Oh yeah, I've seen that too. That was
That show
that
I
was
think
pretty
has been
good.
old, more than 4 years. I think that's almost 10 years old.
it could be. It's
Yeah.
so rare when I see something good. I'm like, I remember it. I'm like, man, this
Yeah.
show is actually pretty
that's
badass.
probably why it's good, because it's 10 years old.
Well, there's
well-
literally Nazis. Like, why isn't the left like worshiping the show? It's like you have
They were the
your
bad
literal
guys?
bad guys are Nazis, literal Nazis.
Right.
That's
Or I'm
always been
sorry,
a
white
good measure.
supremacists. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That's always been a good measure of a show is to determine how, what is the rewatchability. That's always been my thing. When I finish a show, can I go back and I'm like, I enjoyed this so much. I wanna rewatch it again. I did that with things like Peaky Blinders. I did that with, Longmire was a great show.
Longmire's so good too.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Oh yeah. That's
I
awesome.
mean,
Super
all those kind of
underrated.
things.
I
Yeah,
love it.
excellent,
But,
excellent shows.
The Expanse, I actually liked.
People recommend that to me all the time too. I haven't.
Oh
seen
yeah, I
it.
love it. I love the
It
Expanse.
started off strong, yeah, but
I got out of it by the time like was it the 5th season scripted and went to Amazon? Like that's when it kind of
something like the 4th or 5th season, something like that. Like it just recently, quote unquote, concluded.
it
Did not
unwinded at the
conclude
end.
well. No.
Yeah.
Sure.
It didn't end the best. Like the 6th season is just them kind of closing all the
Some of the basics of
loopholes.
it.
Yeah,
Like it didn't feel as.
But it was
as
pretty good. But I agree.
4 seasons are like banger, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
there
saw
was
the
like
first season.
a point in the, I think it was the 2nd season where I'm like, oh, so that guy wasn't going to be the main character because they killed off the main character. And I was like, oh, okay.
No,
And then I sort of lost interest for a year, but then I got back into it.
Spoiler alert.
No, he's talking about Aaron Eckhart. He has
the
such
detective.
a prominent role in the 1st season, but he's not actually the main character. James Holden is.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Nicola
I
Verosky.
just
Right.
because he's a bigger star, I thought he was the main guy, but I was like,
Aaron
okay.
Eckhart's been around for
Okay.
doing all kinds of movies.
I actually
forever.
did see Archive 81. That was
Wait,
fantastic.
that wasn't Thomas Jane?
That was a trip.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Thomas Jane. I'm thinking
Thomas
of
Jane.
the guy who played Two-Face
go
was
ahead.
Aaron Eckhart. They
Yeah.
look so alike. Oh my god! In my brain,
Because
Aaron
of
Eckhart,
similarities,
Thomas Jane look alike.
Constance Baker sends $10. It says, "Happy birthday, on Dune. Hope you have a good one." Thank you very much, Constance.
Hi, Constance.
Oh, by the way, they're not renewing. Of course, in true Netflix form, Paulie, they're not renewing it.
No.
It was
Really?
totally and it's totally set
That is
up.
like
Total setup for
Wokeville.
season 2, and they just they're like, meh.
So
And I say Wokeville like it's not woke. It's just with the young black lead.
It's
and,
the
you
right
know,
cast for Netflix. The right
It's
cast, a woman and a
so-
black male lead. Yeah,
Yeah, he was in a he's that same. He was in a the new Jurassic.
hmm
Yeah, that's really good, really good.
you can
Like,
watch
peop-
season
people-
1 and not worry about season 2, but it definitely sets up season 2.
I
A
don't-
lot of
like, when
great
they-
twists in that.
When they bring up like strong women in movies and the counter argument, everybody always brings up like Sarah Connor, Ellen Ripley,
Right.
but there were way more. And like, I'm like, where's Gina Davis? Like Cutthroat Island, Long Kiss Goodnight. Like Gina Davis did fucking awesome shit.
Well, even the
There's-
studio was trying to forget Cutthroat Island after the loss they took on that sucker.
Well, what about the movie Sleeping with the Enemy? What was it Julia Roberts was in that
Yeah.
one? Yeah, that's
Sleeping
a
with
strong
the Enemy,
female character.
I got one for you though, and a Latina.
Ooh.
Elpidia Carrillo survived the Predator with Arnold. And
Yes,
she kicked
right.
ass in
That's
that
right.
fucking movie.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Yeah,
they
she-
never existed before.
And
She was
I think
hot.
that's the genre because that's
She's
my
gorgeous, yeah.
genre. My genre. Look at Willow, Sorsha, the fucking Bav Morta. Even though she was the villain, she was a fucking awesome villain. You know?
Oh, there have
Like,
been
there-
plenty of great female strong characters, be they good or bad,
Well, you can
antagonists
go
or
back to
protagonists in a
the
film.
original Casino Royale with back in the '60s with Woody Allen. The daughter of James Bond is awesome. She has this whole sequence behind the Berlin Wall that she just kicks ass
Yeah.
and runs away with, and it's like, oh, look at. And then there's another one too that she gets trapped by Woody Allen, and there's a funny joke scene there, but she breaks out
Yeah.
and then fights her way out. And it's like, wow, this is pretty awesome for a 1960s film. And I think what the biggest issue that I've come encountered to with the people I deal with in Hollywood and even on the independent side, especially on talent, is that when I speak to a young actress and she's like, I want to be a strong character, she thinks that's all muscle and action. And it's like, well, no, strength comes from the choices you make in dire situations. Like,
Right.
do you make a choice that's serving for yourself, serving for others, or serving for, the globally, like some sort of affectation or whatever. And
Well, sometimes it's a fighter role, though. Look at Grace Jones in Conan the Destroyer.
yeah,
She's just like an Amazonian woman who beat up people with a fucking stick.
Right.
Like so,
And she's in
sometimes
Bond.
it works. Sometimes it works.
David
does,
Miller. David Miller says you want to talk. You want to talk of ways. You should watch Sony PSN exclusive live adaptation of Powers. Amazing cast, great adaptation. Acts season short because bad reviews.
Oh, well, a lot of times these networks, they buy IPs and they don't know what to do with them once they have them, and then they're like, "Oh, well, we have
Disney?
this thing." Yeah, Disney. Well, that's but I mean, like,
That's too easy, Valiant.
yeah.
Like everybody rolled their
Well, he
eyes on
threw me.
screen.
He threw me a slow
I
ball
know.
right
I
over the
don't-
plate.
You take it. That's a,
Undoomed even rolled his eyes,
Yeah.
and he doesn't have eyes.
I just remember seeing like it's like, oh man, I got to sign up for freaking Peacock to watch this. Oh man, I got to sign up for like Halo, perfect example too. Like,
Oh God.
oh yeah, Halo, everyone will watch that. $10 million an episode, had no idea what they were doing, and then like that was
Watch one.
Peacock too, right?
I
No.
can't believe it was only 10.
Yeah,
No,
watched one
Halo was
goddamn episode.
Amazon, wasn't it, or Apple?
no, it was
No,
neither.
that was Paramount Plus.
Paramount
I
Plus.
thought it was
Paramount Plus,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I'm just like, what the hell? Now I have to sign up for another thing. And then I'm like, oh, I'm over here now. Oh, it sucks. And then like they just count on you not canceling. That's
Yeah.
their model.
yeah, just like
There's-
a cable company.
Like there should be
Yes.
some sort of
Yeah.
Spotify for all this shit. You could just buy one.
Yeah, it was called it was called cable.
Yeah.
I was
Which I still pay for. Why?
No, it's
Why?
basically just cable on demand right now at a higher price point. I mean, like I'm in Canada, so we have Crave, so it picks some of the most popular shows across all the streaming services and puts them in there with whatever rights they can negotiate. So it's it's a lot better because you don't have your money goes more to the system that's aggregating them all as opposed to directly to the streaming service that's coming from. But this is something that I picked up with once Netflix really took off, is that eventually it's going to be network television on demand, because the advantage for the studio system is that they don't have to fight over a specific time slot in every day. They just get what it's basically at your demand, which means they don't have to worry about trying to hit a 10.8 rating system on Thursday night at 8. As long as they get 10.8 any other time for another show a day, it skewers the competition to the point where it's like our service and the quality of our shows trump everything else. But the problem is they don't have none of the streaming services really do have a consistent production team or a group of writers across their shows to really warrant a competition that's valid of what they're competing against, which is our time.
Yeah, isn't it funny how they've gone back away from on demand releases now?
Yeah.
Because
Right.
I think they're looking at it and they're like, well, people are just, well, I have Netflix for what? Most people have a streaming service for 2 to 3 shows. So if you're smart with your money, you could just subscribe for November and December and watch all your Stranger Things and all your Black Mirror and all your whatever and then dip.
Yep.
And I think people were doing that, and then they were like, crap. Like,
Yeah.
we have to do something. So now Disney Plus, I think, proved Disney Plus is the one that really brought it back. And then Netflix is like, oh, let's just do that with Stranger Things. And I think they're really, it's getting more competitive than it's ever been, and it's getting watered down.
The thing is that the binge model was used for so long as an advertisement of like an overnight thing. When people started to realize, well, wait a minute, I don't need to actually see the thing the day it's released. I can just wait for it to completely release after 6 to 12 weeks, and I can binge it whenever I want, or I could watch it week to week. And then the other part of it is that it's like Netflix is going to do actual live television. Like there's going to be a specific time and day that you're going to watch something that's going to be streaming live, then you can watch it later. And it's just basically going back to the stuff I've talked with Valiant about, I've talked with Undoomed and many other people, is that the streaming services will eventually go to basically a network model where they'll have to have a very lower tiered price point, and it will be funded primarily through advertising markets, which means that the only way you're going to get your eyes on the commercials is if the show is so good that people want to watch it. And that will actually benefit everyone as a whole. It'll benefit the studio system, it'll benefit the streaming service, it'll benefit us, because the shows that suck won't be watched, they'll be canceled because they're not getting the ad revenue needed to support the service. So that means that they actually have to start spending the money on the talent, not just on the writing side, but on the acting side, on the directing side, on the production side, to create television and create films that actually bring people to watch the service, so that they can charge top dollar for that 20-second TV spot in between the act breaks.
Right. Let me just get this super chat here. Son of Pirate says, happy birthday, Undoomed. How's the cake? The cake is awesome. And Let's
It's
go
also a
with-
lie,
here,
I think.
Carissa Messina says, "Happy birthday, my friend. Hope it's a great one. Want to stop
Oh.
by and say hello. Thank you very much. $50 there. That's
50.
amazing.
Thank you.
Fitty
Thank you
spot.
very much." And now we also have Mandy Summers
Mandy!
here.
Guys,
There you are.
here's happy birthday.
Oh.
Hey, thank you very much.
Mandy,
How you doing?
I'm so hoping that my books arrive Saturday or by Saturday so we can stream Sunday and talk about Vampire Hunter here.
I know for a fact I mailed yours out.
I know, you told me.
Like
You
100%.
you texted me a couple days ago. You told me to do this. I'm keeping the eye out for it. So
I can't wait.
I
till
can't
you
wait.
get it.
I know. I stumped for Pirate Queen 2 earlier because Clint put something out, and I'm like, hey y'all, I'm actually in Pirate Queen 2, so y'all need
Are
to
you a
buy it.
slaver, Valiant?
Yes, yes. Apparently, Clint made me like. He got me in a loincloth or something. He didn't tell me. No, I'm kidding. Nobody wants to see that.
Good
I've seen it. It's good. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I want to see the pictures you sent him though that he used for reference.
I didn't send him any.
No, don't you love?
Join
Don't
my
lie.
OnlyFans at Valiant Renegade. Never mind.
Show
No,
your
I just real
butthole
quick,
to
I
the
wanted to
world.
say before we move, because Script said something, and he and I had talked about that with advertising and streaming, and Jeremy over there at Quartering brought up a good point. That is exactly where it is all moving to. I mean, I was saying a year ago, and nobody believed me. It's like Netflix is going to move to an ad-based model. They have to. One of the reasons why the churn exists for companies like Netflix is because their premium pricing has gotten to a point now. I mean, like for me, I've got a wife, I've got 3 kids, I've got the big Netflix package, I got the 4K with 4 TV. It's $15, $16, $17
I'm paying
a month.
$120 a month probably for my streaming now. Like,
Yeah,
all
and
in,
I've got
you know?
now here's the thing. Paramount Plus, Peacock and all that, I got the ad-based tiers. I'm paying the $5 a month for that because I want to check out some of the stuff they have. They have some good shows. I don't mind watching the occasional ad. The reason that Netflix is having to bring that in is because they can grab a portion of the audience out there, A, that they don't have, and retain a large portion of the audience that would otherwise churn, that is willing to, hey, I'll hang around for $8 a month or $5 a month.
Yeah.
Because what a lot of people don't understand about the average revenue per users on this, yeah, okay, Discovery Plus, David Zaslav, who's now with Warner Brothers, running that empire, $5 a month for the basic Discovery Plus service. But they get ads with that, and they're making $11, $12 a month. They're making $1 to $2 more per month average per user than the premium service that's $9.99. So they want people to drive into those ad based. That's going to help with some of that, and that's going to drive that model forward. And I agree with Script 150%. You're going to see changes, and one of the biggest players in the market, I've been saying for a while, hasn't even made their move yet, but I'm hearing it's coming because the person right now, the company right now who is in the lead, allegedly in the bidding for NFL Sunday Ticket that is leaving DirecTV, and all this stuff is going to centralize around live sports, is Apple.
Right.
Apple's making their move finally, and they're coming in with live sports because they know, just like Disney knows, we talk about Disney Plus, but what Disney Plus does is laughable compared to what they do on ESPN. It's a pittance, okay? That's what makes Disney money.
That's a couple B's to get Sunday Ticket. That's not a small investment.
No. Apple's got $30 billion in a checking account, literally, if
Yeah.
you look at their balance sheet. So they can stroke a check for $2 billion a year for the next 5 years and be like, meh.
What's funny is I used to
That's like one Saturday's sale of iPhones, okay?
Yeah.
I used to work for Dish in there for like the largest dish retailer in the United States, and we sign up thousands and thousands of people per month, primarily doing like online ads. Mm-hmm. And for years, when Netflix came out and all this stuff, they were like, "Oh, it's gonna kill traditional service." I wonder how many people are. The other thing that's people aren't considering is, do you think there'll be some sort of consolidation? Because at some point you got Hulu and you got Netflix. I'm old, but you got Hulu and you got Netflix because you're like, oh man, it's $15 a month. I'm paying $130 a month for cable, and it's such a ripoff. Now we're all paying $100 a month, and we're paying for stuff we're not consuming again. So are people gonna just keep paying for it, or are they gonna go back to cable? I don't know.
There are 2 companies that are in a market cap position to where if they wanted to, they could, and I've been expecting this, and this is going to happen probably the next 5 years. You're going to see a unified service where it's like sign up for one thing, and you get Paramount, Peacock, Netflix, Disney, and it's going to be either Apple or Google. Those are the only two out there. Amazon could do it.
There's one more, and it's not that. It's AT&T. They're a service provider.
They are, but AT&T just kind of, they've divested themselves from DirecTV. They've divested themselves from Warner. I don't know if they would go back down that road.
Warner, they're still the principal owners. They just basically handed over operational running to Zaslav and Co. But the thing is that a service provider has a massive amount of potential revenue just basically being on a service provider, where they can say like, yeah, you sign up with AT&T, you get whatever HBO Max and Discovery Plus will be in the future for free as a part of that service, and then with a little bit of a couple of add-ons, you get basically a discount across the board of every streaming service available because you're using their internet service, and the internet service is where you get streaming services. So AT&T has a smart advantage against that. The question is, are they going to actually take advantage of that? Because they're still a good 5-6 years behind most of the rest of the Western world when it comes to internet structure and infrastructure from coast to coast.
That's funny. They would trick us all into paying a la carte, and now we're going to end up going right back to the packages.
Yes, exactly.
The only thing about that script that gives me pause, and I see where you're going, and you make a good point, is that for the other companies, they would have to agree to jump on, and a lot of them are still going to see AT&T as a competitor because of Warner and HBO Max. It's more likely you're going to see Apple or Google that people like Netflix and Disney don't really see as even though they have some proprietary streaming, they're second, third tier. But because people like Apple with their Apple TV box, which I've got plenty of, they actually have a delivery service. Or Roku could do it because they have a delivery service. Now, Amazon is in there because they also have the Fire TV stick. They have a physical delivery service. A lot of these are like Warner Brothers and these Netflix, they don't have their own physical delivery service.
What about a TV manufacturer?
You know who I think it's going to be?
Yeah.
Omni Consumer Products.
Oh, God. We all forgot about OCP.
They have it all, man.
The old man is still out there. Dick Jones has a plan.
St. Winston says the theory is Halo was meant to be a Mass Effect show. And David Miller says not bad reviews, no views since it was on PSN.
Oh, that was the PlayStation Network.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the View, PlayStation View or whatever it was. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, that was.
Sony was wise to can that. They knew better.
They cut bait.
They did that plus Crackle around the same time, and they kind of got rid of both of them after a couple of years.
Yeah.
Sony made more money off Spider-Man No Way Home
about
licensing it out.
About strong female. They didn't exist before 2010.
What?
Right. You hear that, Mandy? You were born in 2010.
Yeah,
Mandy
apparently.
I would, and I wanted to ask, because it's cool that Mandy got here. What's the last really good female lead you saw in something?
Me? Oh God.
Well, any of us. I'm just saying, like, you know.
It's a good question, Polly.
Yeah.
It's been so long. It has been so long.
And I'm asking the whole panel. I didn't mean to single you out, man.
Wait, you just saying like a well-written female character in something?
Huh?
You cut out on my end.
Lord of the Rings?
I mean, I have someone in mind that I recently saw, but I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Mandy loves Tila in the new He-Man.
I'm trying to think.
Fuck you. Whatever. That was garbage.
And I said hello to Mandy. She didn't say hello back, but hi, Mandy.
Oh,
hi,
my
baby.
love. How are you?
It's been a long time.
It's been forever.
The show 1883 had an amazing female lead, and I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but she goes through so much.
That's the Yellowstone prequel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Correct. It's the same family.
Right.
Yeah.
And I thought they were going to go one direction, which would have been like super wokey, and they didn't. And I was like, damn, they killed it with the storytelling. Script, did you see it?
No, I haven't checked it out yet. I'm a little behind on the Taylor Sheridan productions.
That's my
there was a show on Amazon.
Really great female lead that went through a lot of shit.
Right.
And so it was fantastic storytelling, the narration.
The guy who writes Yellowstone, he does so well that he's one of those rare people that like Hollywood just lets him do what he wants.
Well,
You
someone
know?
said Paramount Plus. That's why I was like, oh yeah, 1883.
Yeah, Yellowstone was such a huge success, even though it kind of flew on the radar the first season, but then it like exploded. And now he's got like even more shows in the work. He's doing like some New York City mafia drama set in the 70s. Yeah, he's doing all kinds of stuff.
And that's going to be the beginning of the end, because that's always what happens.
Right.
They do one or two good things, and then they take 10 projects and they all suck.
It's supposed to have Sly in it, though. Sylvester Stallone's going to be in this mafia drama.
I really
like-
like really good things, but you're
Does,
right.
doesn't your comic book have a strong female character, Mandy?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, of course, I write strong, good female characters, but like
Nice.
just in mainstream, I can't even begin to tell you the last time I saw anything good within mainstream in Hollywood, mainstream in the comic books. I mean, they're really just dropping a giant deuce on females in general, because either they make them Mary Sue's or they make them so unlikable because they're just so woman power and I don't need them. And it's just so ridiculous to me. So
My favorite
No.
part is
Yeah.
when they say it out loud too.
and they
It's
do.
already
Like,
and they
it's
do.
put it in the script.
That's cringe.
I'm like,
Yes.
"Oh."
And
It's
it's
so
so
cringe.
cringe. I feel my skin crawl.
What's
when they
insulting,
Don't you know the
man.
old adage, tell, don't show?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
No, but Paulie was right. If you
Oh,
haven't seen
Valiant.
1883, he's totally right. That's how you write a strong female character that can do the, like, I'm independent. I'm sure she had a man she loved in the show, but she was her own person, and there was nothing that was insulting or quote unquote woke about it. It was extremely well written, and I enjoyed the hell out of that show.
What about
yeah.
the Northman? Robert Eggers had some really good characters in the Northman.
I don't know, but it reminds me though, we can't forget Cara Dune.
Yeah.
Cara Dune. What about the female lead from The Haunting of Hill House? She was really good.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
Olivia
I can't think of her
or,
name.
I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
everything
didn't
by
watch
that
it.
guy. That's another perfect case of a dude that's going downhill.
Horror's kind of different, though. I give you
Yeah,
that.
that's
Quartering.
true. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of good females.
Lot
Did
of- lot
y'all see the new horror movie where they were so worried about offending people that nobody dies? It's a slasher film, and nobody
Nobody
and
dies.
nobody gets
Wow.
nobody dies. because they
Everybody
don't
gets
wanna offend
scraped
anybody.
elbows.
Oh
Is
my
that like a
God!
comedy? It's like a
Sharpening
dark
knives.
comedy?
Oh, I
It's
got a
supposed-
paper
no,
cut.
I don't think it's supposed to. It is literally supposed to be like this new slasher movie, right?
There's
but
a new one.
they don't want to offend anybody.
It's not
so-
bodies,
But-
bodies, bodies.
But
is
it's
it?
not satire.
No, I don't think it's
Well,
No,
supposed
the
to be.
only
Them is the
perfect
satire.
satire was Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Nothing
Yeah,
would beat that.
right.
Yes, oh my god, it's they them. Thank you,
They,
Nero
them.
in the chat. They them is the
Oh,
name.
that's
of
Kevin
it.
okay,
Bacon.
I heard about that.
It's literally called
it's
that.
literally called
It's
they them.
called
Yes.
that, yes.
Oh my God!
It's about a
Yeah,
a conversion camp, I think, but they're not.
Yeah,
they're
it's-
like, we're just gonna
it's
let
not
you
what
hang
you
out here,
think,
be
right.
yourself,
Yeah.
And
It's,
then I think people start getting picked off one by one.
Oh, it's Kevin Bacon too. Why,
That's
Kevin?
yeah.
I don't think it is. It's. I think it's an ironically advertised film because I don't think it's going to be what people expect it to be. Some
I
of the
miss what
rumors.
was his show, The Cult Show. I wish that didn't get.
Yeah, I didn't think it was
loved
they
that.
them like pronouns they them
Yeah.
like Twitter pronouns. I just thought it was
I
something.
think it's what Script's saying. I think they're trying to sell it like that, but I think it's going to be something else.
well, I
Yeah.
thought it was
Yeah.
about like
Well, I hope so.
like a Free the Gay Away type thing.
Well,
It's literally
it
about
is,
a
yeah.
Christian-oriented
Kevin
gay
Bacon
conversion
is
therapy.
the head of
yeah.
a camp where
No.
the people who don't identify, who use the pronouns and biotype of people are being there to not have the pronouns and biotype. Like they're just trying to be converted away to that, and they resist. And then the camp counselor.
It could be funny.
I mean, there's something beneath
Yeah,
it that makes me
unironically
think that there
funny.
might be something
Yeah.
more to this. That's kind of
If
like
there's some sort of
poking at
irony in
culture.
there,
Yeah, like some
Is
self-deprecation.
the slasher
it could
Nick
work.
Cage?
yeah.
Or
Kevin
something?
Bacon.
No. Kevin Bacon's the
There's
good
a-
guy, I thought,
let me-
right?
That title.
dear.
There's a good one where the chick is she's a writer, but she can't hear, like she's deaf. And this guy like it's good, man. Like she's in a country house by herself.
Oh, she
and
can't
this-
hear him coming.
No, it's like
Hush?
there's like a
I
what's
saw
that?
that.
I feel like
Hush.
I've seen that. Is it
Hush.
Hush? Yeah.
Hush.
I
Yeah.
saw that
Okay.
movie.
Yeah, that was good.
That was good.
Yeah, she was deaf and mute. Yeah.
So her and her husband do horror films, the actor and the director.
I liked See No Evil, Hear No Evil better.
Wait, from back in the 90s?
Yeah, fucking Richard Pryor. And
Yeah.
Gene Wilder.
Yeah, Gene Wilder and yeah.
And Richard Pryor, yeah.
You mean I'm not white? Yeah.
Oh no! He's fucking blind.
Hey, you're gonna have some Creole representation coming up, Valiant. Didn't you hear about that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have some Creole representation.
Yes, and the new Interview with the Vampire TV
Oh
show.
yeah, finally.
Oh God!
I just saw that trailer. I was like, what the fuck?
They made Louis a black pimp. He runs a whorehouse. In New
I
Orleans.
can't watch it. I'm from New Orleans, y'all out there watching. So yeah, no, I was having
you're
that
not far from me.
conversation. Yeah, I was having that conversation with another friend of mine, Mary Mayhem, on Saturday. She was talking about Anne Rice, and I know that subject came up. I had not watched the trailer. I mean, I used to. Anne, of course, before she passed away, she still had her house in New Orleans, and her son was just about a year or two older than me. Went to a different high school, but we kind of ran in the same circles. We used to have parties at her house sometimes, and they were nuts. Nice. So yeah, it was. She
Well, before
lived
died,
like
she
she
gave her
looked.
blessing.
Yeah, I hate the. I just hate the remakes in general. I don't know if I can sit.
I
through
hope
that.
they do more of them like this because it's my hypothesis is that basically all the remakes have done very poorly. The large big budget remakes, except for this like Maverick is a sequel, not a remake, but like a lot of these remakes don't do well. So the more they do and the more they lose, it just shortens the timeline. Where hopefully they just stop.
Right,
And
movie
they just-
accelerationism.
Yeah, like just fail fast. Okay,
Yeah.
nobody
New
wants
things
this.
to love.
Well, with
Yeah.
all these bad remakes, because I mean, the axiom in Hollywood before the turn of the century was essentially, if you're going to remake something that had a good concept, but it was terribly executed.
Yeah,
Right.
Didn't do
Yeah.
well. But now it's
Like
like,
a
well,
B
we
schlock
can't remake
movie.
the stuff that had good concepts that
Do
was well
better.
executed. So let's just make
Do
them
better.
terrible so that the next generation can remake them to better again. It's just like
Yeah,
it's
they're
like
putting in
it's
their
a long
investment now.
game.
Yeah.
Besides
It's
remakes,
a real long game.
besides remakes, the thing that annoys me the most coming out of Hollywood is the let the past die.
Yeah,
That's
Ooh.
worse. That feels
I-
more evil.
Yeah,
That
I've
feels
seen
about
that
like,
in the
being
Rings of
blatant.
Power trailer. She was the
They literally
voiceover
said it.
narrator was
Yeah.
like,
They
like,
did!
literally
They
like
did!
Everything now.
We thought
Like-
The Last Jedi was a great
It was
idea.
in-
Let's do
yeah,
it again.
It was in Star Wars. It was in the trailer for the Rings of Power. And every time I hear it, I go, huh. Like a little bit of my soul dies. Like,
yeah. Well, with the Last Jedi, I mean, the bad guy is the one that says, "Let the past die." Like that, you want the bad guy to say things that the audience is not going to like because they're bad. You want to be
Yeah, but
against
they
them.
were-
I don't know
Sure.
who on
they
in
were
the
trying to
Rings of
play it up
Power.
like he was going to have a redemption arc.
but it felt like it was
Yeah,
the writer saying it.
It
Of
feels
course,
like it's
yeah.
the writer saying it.
Self-insert.
KK saying
Right.
it.
because
Yeah.
it's there's no drama that comes as a result of that point of view, right? It's just like the one character's like, I just want to know who I am. The guy's like, let the past die. Like there's no drama there to be mined as you would traditionally in a story. With
Yeah.
the Rings of Power stuff, I don't know the context of the character who said that. I'm like, wait, are they the good guy, the bad guy? Because if they're the bad guy, I'm like, yeah, I want the bad guy to actually destroy the
Bad?
past because that's an evil thing. So now you have to fight against it to preserve the past, to save it, to build on top of the past, the foundation that made you all get this far in the world. But it's
Not
just weird
yeah.
that when you're just thrown out abstractly, you're like, well, is it the good guy saying it, the bad guy saying it? If it's a good guy, I'm going to be doubtful because what the heck are they trying to? What's their real motivation? Because in traditional stories, it's the bad person that wants to upset the status quo because they've either been wronged or they see a better future where they're the ones in power, as
Right.
opposed to like individuality.
I was
And-
watching the Rings of Power, the newest one, and
Yeah.
like I was sitting there going, okay, they have $1 billion, so I mean the graphics at least look pretty good. I mean some of the costumes.
Yeah, of course it's going to
shiny,
look
but
good.
like they got 1,000 CGI artists slaving away, right? Like it's
All on
gonna
meth.
look good. But then that
Yeah,
part
of
came
course.
up, that part in the trailer came up where it's like, let the past die or die with it or whatever. And I literally like spit M&Ms at my TV. Like, I was like, motherfucker!
My first reaction was it looked, and when I saw the trailer, I was really taken aback because cinematography, photography is always been a passion, and I thought to myself, it looked like they hired the cinematographers from the LOTR trilogy from 20 years ago, but they forgot to hire the writers.
Yeah, well, Guillermo del Toro
that goes
is
without
really
saying.
busy.
Yeah.
Right? Like Guillermo del Toro helped Peter Jackson write that shit.
Guillermo
He's really
del
busy.
Toro, man, he sucks me in. His trailers always suck me into his movies, and I
Every
always
fucking
get let down.
He's one of my
Oh,
You didn't like
He's-
Nightmare
oh
Alley?
boy.
Shark Denture says China did
I
kill
loved
it if
it.
have
I
to
loved
with the
it, bro.
coof.
Oh,
Wait, Nightmare
I'm
Alley
sorry,
was
say that again,
the.
sorry. Say that
Sorry,
again?
go ahead. Yeah. I was just saying Nightmare Alley. That was the one old timey, where like he's recording her that thing. Yeah, it was okay. It was a little too
Bradley
long.
Cooper, just his latest one. It came out last.
Yeah, that was pretty
Christmas.
good. That was pretty
Didn't he
good.
do the scary stories to tell in the dark? Or did he just write it? I don't know if he directed it.
He's
but,
produced a
like,
lot of stuff.
He's in a lot.
You guys
of stuff.
remember those books when you were a kid and they had
Of
like
course.
the
I
most
still
horrifying
have them on a
imagery?
shelf back there.
yeah.
Fucking awesome. I love that. I check those out all the time. My teacher's like, check out a different book. I'm like, no.
Well, there's always Goosebumps as an alternative.
Right?
Goosebumps
You know,
was good.
Undoomed. If
Mhm.
we can go back to that kill the past thing. I think we're all being kind of like we're just dancing around a little bit. It's even in the Wakanda trailer.
Yep, Wakanda
that
Forever
theme,
had it too.
and
Oh,
it's
right.
you kill the patriarchy. That's just it. That's just it.
Yeah.
Past must die.
Kill something that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's bullshit, and it's completely like out of reality. You know, like what reality are you in?
Mhm.
I guess it's just like fashion, like in the 90s, every movie trailer had to have in a world, right?
Yeah. In a world filled with terror.
Oh, that was good times.
Every movie trailer sounded like the opening to Kevin Sorbo's Hercules.
Yeah.
Or Tom from Midnight's Edge.
Meta PC says, happy birthday for $10. Thank you very much. I'll have a drink on you, sir. And let's see here. There was
Get
one
her
more.
done.
Brian Blakey says, work on the road and due to hotel blocking channels and regional sports blackouts, I need multiple streaming services. Yes,
Yep.
I mean we.
I watch
we all
football
do.
for the home runs.
Or a VPN.
A VPN
Even
is
I knew
good.
that was wrong.
Sports ball.
It's a joke. I
big
actually love
baseball
football.
kid.
I'm from the South.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Valiant before we move on. Are you still in New Orleans, or did you move? That's where you're from.
I'm still
or-
around.
Okay.
Still around the
Well,
area.
I don't want you to give it away, but I'm in Arkansas, so I'm like really
Okay.
fucking close.
Yeah.
Where are you,
Right above you.
Mandy?
Huh?
Where are you, Mandy?
I'm in Georgia.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
I
I
should
can
have
tell
known
by
from
the
the accent.
Southern Georgia, the Georgia Belle accent.
It
My
is.
dude's a
Mr.
clap.
Beauregard, flowers for me.
Oh my God. Magog, I love that you came on camera because you're
I always am, but I'm usually in my wizard makeup. Like,
Okay.
I have the eyes and the makeup and the.
well, I'm
I play
enjoying this
evil.
Magog.
Oh.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Has anyone told you you look kind of like
It's a
a really
handsome man.
young Chuck Dixon?
I don't know who that is, but is he handsome like me?
You look like
He
a
must
handsome
be.
older brother of Seth Rogen.
I got a small dick, so this got to make up for it.
Oh my God.
Oh my god.
Hi-oh.
Joking. It's joking.
Pee-pee.
It's more like this can.
Pee-pee.
Short, but it's, yeah.
Got a little pee-pee.
Anyway, I forgot I'm on like a live stream. I'm like, you shouldn't ask people where they live. I'm not trying to dox you. I was just
I'm still in the area. I tell people still on YouTube that I'm, from New. I mean, I am from New Orleans. Like I said, still around. But yeah, I mean, it's very sensitive to Southern culture that we see in the movies. I've made jokes about that over the years. Like we'd see things like, was it the Pelican Brief when they made it into a movie and all this, like those John Grisham novels and things like that.
What was
We'd
Right.
go see these and we'd see some of these accents and we go, that's Savannah, Georgia. That's not even
Right.
close to New Orleans.
Right.
that one movie that was based on like a teen. It was like when Twilight was really popular and they started making like offshoots. It was like something Bones. It was like a bunch of witches in the South. It was like witchcraft instead of vampires. Had the worst accents I have ever heard.
I can't
in a
even.
movie. Like
Nothing made me
Southern
stop
accents.
watching a movie faster than.
Oh my god! You
A
know,
bad
We're
Southern
from New
accent.
Orleans. Welcome down here, y'all. We're from
What's
New
it called?
Orleans. I'm like, no.
well, there's still a lot of people around Arkansas that call it Nolans.
Nobody down here says Nolans.
Nobody
Well,
down there.
that's-
How about the Big
That-
Easy? I like the Big Easy.
Big Easy's right, Pauline. Still a classic name,
It's a
but I mean,
classic, yeah.
nobody down here says Nolans. That's like,
Well-
if you come down here and you say Nolans, it's like, show me your driver's license because you ain't fucking from here. All right.
Yeah, but you got to understand, Arkansas is like a blend of the South and the Midwest because Missouri's right above us, the Ozarks and all that stuff. And you get accents like mine, which aren't as heavy, but then you also get accents that are like Dale, right, from King of the Hill, where you did like, man, I'll tell you what, I went down to Nolans and I...
Oh, look, we have a strong
Oh,
diversity
get
of
the
dialect
fucking-
down here in Southeast Louisiana. Even different parts of New Orleans have very different kind of accent and dialect. But none of them sound like what you see in the movies, and I can't stress that
Right.
enough.
Right.
I mean, I grew up in the middle of New Orleans. I sound like this.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
it's-
that's the city too. The city colors your accent. If you're from the country, you're like, "Hey,
Well,
get off
okay.
my fucking property, you motherfucker!"
Well, no, that's more redneck. Like if you come from the quote unquote country area in Louisiana, you're like my mother's side, who's from the Cajun, the true Cajun area, which we call down here. And this has nothing to do with skin color. This is a total Louisiana Cajun.
No,
Racist.
Cajuns thing. Yeah.
It's called Coonass. Okay, we're Cajuns. Okay, so I always tell I'm half Coonass because my mother was from Thibodaux, Louisiana, and they're all Cajuns. They all grew up down there. So that's a very different. I mean, and that's only 45 minutes, an hour or so removed from New Orleans itself. Very different sound because it's very Cajun French.
Well, if you're from Louisiana, what'd you think of at least like the accents and stuff in True Blood?
That's what I was gonna ask.
I am proud to say I have never watched that shit.
Oh God!
It's the greatest. I'm not gonna lie, it's not the greatest. But when it came out, I was in Iraq, and so there wasn't much else to watch. So I fucking watched it, and I was like, I get to see Anna Paquin's fucking titties. So I'm fucking.
This is what I'm fighting for, folks.
Sounds like a win.
To me, the most accurate was it Louisiana is the Water Boy, Bobby Boucher. And all
Oh my god, you
That was
really
it.
bring up
Yeah.
Bobby Boucher.
Okay, let me tell you what. Bobby Boucher and the Waterboy had more accurate dialect and language and accent for that area where they're supposed to, like that fake area they call Jackson's Bayou, Louisiana. That is more accurate than most Hollywood movies.
You can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it all day. What was
You can
Robbie
do it
Schneider
all
trying to
night
do?
long, yeah.
The old farmer guy, you couldn't understand.
Oh
him.
yeah. Okay, let me tell you what. He was one of the most perfect. That is one of the most perfect coon-ass Cajun French accents you will ever hear because I have family members that could talk like that.
Valiant
Oh
is
my
getting really
God.
invested in this water boy.
Yeah.
Can you send us subtitles for what he's actually saying in the Waterboy then?
Yeah.
You can
Oh, I
do
didn't need
it.
subtitles. I understood what he was saying.
No, for us. Could you send us?
Yeah.
Can you make a PEX file like something? Just like put it on the internet?
SRT or something.
SRT something? Fucking
Yeah,
But you know,
I can try.
No matter where Adam Sandler's at, it's always the Adam Sandler, but the little bit, slight little, he kind of changes this a little bit, but it's always Adam Sandler.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah, it is. And his movies are just garbage. He just does it to go on vacation. He's like, I'm going to film in Hawaii.
Yeah,
That's all it
exactly.
is. That's all it is
Netflix
now.
paid him what,
Women.
$1 billion for his contract?
Yeah, I
love
think
him.
so, right?
Yeah.
That's
Chandler?
crazy, and
Yeah.
he makes shit.
Isn't it funny? Did you ever see like it's I think it's true, but the meme format's the best, and then I'll dip and share the panel with all of you other fine folks here. But there was after he didn't get I don't know if it was an Oscar, an Emmy nod for Precious Gems. He was literally quoted saying, "I'm going to make the shittiest movie in history," and then he made that Halloween movie.
Right.
Wow.
Which was just on Netflix, and it was like an abomination. It's like,
But now imagine, knowing that, right? And you get cast in that film, like, damn it, I don't want to be in that.
yeah, I don't want to get in Adam Sandler's revenge movie where
Yeah.
he's pissed that he didn't get an award.
Ruined my career. Right.
Yeah.
No,
Jesus.
they all held out for the
before
basketball
you go-
coach film that
Yeah.
just did.
Before you go, Jeremy, I just want to say I appreciate your help back when the the
Well,
dog.
the
I
dog
rescued
thing.
the
Yeah,
dog.
of course. Dude.
Appreciate it,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
I know I sent you a message, but I don't know if you got it. But
I saw it.
appreciate
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I just don't
Yeah.
respond to the little people.
He's
I
doing
read your
great.
messages
Mm.
sometimes.
He's out there.
Big man.
A dog
Always-
came out of the woods and covered in ticks, and I took him in.
I know it's a
Yeah.
thing. I live out in the country, and it's
Yeah.
a thing here too. People
People
drive out
abandon
20
dogs,
miles
yeah.
out of the city, and they leave their dogs, and they're all
He's
pieces
great.
of garbage.
His name's
That's so
Jinx.
sad.
His name's
Yeah.
Jinx, and he's a great dog. He's a mutt, and that's the best kind of dog.
They're the best kind. Thanks for having me
Yeah.
on, Doom. Thanks to meet or see all of you again. Happy birthday, bud. We'll see you.
Thank you,
care,
man.
man.
Thanks for
care, bro.
coming.
Later.
Yeah, there's a
Nice.
lot here. So if you guys want me to dip, because I'm like more of a jokester, you guys are like getting heavy into it.
No.
I can
That's
free
fine.
up a spot.
Yeah,
but,
well, there's like 4 spots left.
Yeah.
So
I think you can have 10 people on this thing now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like I'm the weird one on YouTube that had like went off and did my own thing. Like I dress like a character and I do all this fucking zany shit, So
But
like
it's
I don't
awesome.
feel like I fit in the movie review group.
No.
So
Aw.
Dude, the Magog point of view of like human culture of this world is actually quite clever.
yeah, I like it, but I want to start moving more towards entertainment and comedy. I've always wanted to film my own sitcom. I wanted to build a village on my land, a medieval village, and film a sitcom. But I just don't have like the following to raise the money to build a medieval village. So I'm working towards that goal ever so slowly.
That
It's my
sounds
dream.
awesome.
Yeah, it's my
Dream
If
dream.
you
big,
need
man.
a bar winch, let me know.
I'll
When you
fucking
get
hire
ready
you,
to
Mandy, in
film.
a minute. I think I follow you already. I already follow you, Mandy, on Twitter. So I'll
Aw.
fucking message you, be like, I need a mead wench. Get
There
your
you
ass
go.
down to
There-
Arkansas.
You know what,
Yeah,
Magog? I
just
gotta
hit me
find you on
up.
Twitter.
So yeah, I love what I do, but I need to start focusing more on the entertainment aspect because I think that's what people are craving. Going into our conversation about Hollywood, people want escapism. They don't want to get preached at.
Right.
Unless
like-
it's Sunday.
Well, yeah, of course, but it's like the new Willow. Like I loved Willow. It's my favorite
course.
fantasy movie, like of all time. Like I
Mhm.
grew up watching things like Willow, Kroll, Dark Crystal, Conan,
Mhm.
like the old school high fantasy stuff.
Mhm.
And I see the new trailer, and I'm happy to see Warwick Davis back. They got Joanne Whalley as Sorsha. She appears in the trailer. I'm like, fuck yeah. I hope they at least get like some cameo from Val, right? I know his throat's messed up from the cancer, but
Mhm.
Mad Mardigan was his greatest character in my opinion. Like I love Mad Mardigan and Iceman.
When is that coming out?
Gotta put in Doc Holliday in there,
Coming
though.
out
Doc
this,
Holliday,
this
oh,
fall,
What
no?
about
Oh,
Real
yeah.
Genius, man?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Brilliant in
I
that.
haven't even begun to defile myself.
I got 2 guns, 1 for each of you.
Yeah. I'll be your Huckleberry. Or he says, I'm your Huckleberry. Yeah. Oh, Doc. Yeah, of course, Doc. Dennis Quaid did Doc too in the Kevin Costner Wyatt Earp film. And I thought he did good as well, but it was more realistic.
Right.
Tombstone was more like old school Hollywood, like
The
spaghetti
throwback.
Western. Like it was
Mhm.
very flamboyant.
It was
you know?
fun.
It was
Yeah.
bombastic. Yeah. It's like, and then Wyatt Earp was like a 3-hour long slog through his like real life, which I still like, but it's a totally different telling of that
Mhm.
story.
There was
But-
there's some parts
Yeah,
I liked in Wyatt. It was a little vein of Kevin, but that's his movies.
Yeah, but he
Right.
loves his Westerns. He fucking loves them.
See, I'd
Kevin
rather
Love-
watch Open Range.
Yeah. Open Range was much
That was
better. And,
that
yeah.
was killer.
But back on the trailer, I watched the trailer for Willow. I have no idea when it's coming out, later this year, December 2022, something like that.
I'll look it
And
up.
it's on Disney, but they're hardly pushing it. And because Willow also is kind of fell into cult film status, even though it was directed by Ron Howard
Mhm.
and produced by like Lucasfilms and all that, it's always had more of a cult following. And
Yeah.
it feels like Amazon's not pushing.
I don't think it was a big hit.
Yeah,
when it came
Disney's
out.
not like
It's a cult,
pushing.
yeah.
Yeah, they're not advertising. So I hope it doesn't fail. But at the same time, it's Disney, so it might be crap.
It's November 30th.
Yeah, that's.
It's a
But
good-
I don't think it's got a huge following, like you say. It was probably a failure when it came out.
No,
it did
well,
better on home video. I remember that.
yeah,
Yeah.
it kind of failed in theaters because people were like, eh?
What is this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then home video came out and it was like Blockbuster had huge posters, like one of the most exciting adventure films ever made, and the special effects and blah blah. And people started renting it, and then they started buying it, and then they started falling in love with it, and so it sped back up. You know.
Yeah, I remember the original trailers for Willow. You can make heads or tails what that movie was about.
Right.
It's like,
Yeah.
so, it's like
Probably-
what is there this naked old lady in the tent? What's going on here? Why is there more?
Yeah.
It was just really weird. Transforms
But
into a tiger.
That fucking scene with Mad Mardigan up against a whole army, and the fucking dragon comes up behind him, and he's doing his swords, and the whole army goes, oh, and he's like, yeah, I'm a badass, and then he goes, oh. I laugh every time. I fucking lose it. I have to pause the movie. I lose it.
I used to try to practice doing the disappearing pig trick.
Oh, right, yeah.
My disappearing pig trick.
Except pigs are fucking fast, man.
They are. They're faster than you would think that they are.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
hard to catch once you set them down.
Yeah, especially if they don't want to get held. They're like, screw you, man. Wow.
I lost that bet when Mandy started her critter fund last year. I'm like, it's going to be a pot-bellied pig. I swore.
No, look.
And then it was a puppy. I'm like,
you were
God
so
damn it.
right, though. No, look, I was going to get a pig. The plan was to get a pig. And then I got begged by family, please wait until we move, Mandy. Don't buy a pig right now. Please wait until we get moved. I don't want to drive to Florida with a pig in the back of the truck again. Please don't make me do this. And I'm like, all right.
So y'all still doing the move then?
At the state border.
Yes.
What are you doing with that pig? Well, it's just fresh bacon, really.
Go eat it. Oh,
The problem with getting a pet pig, because most people want the little pygmy pigs, like that don't get very big.
Yeah, the little miniatures.
Yeah, but sometimes genetics, you just don't know. So you buy it and it's like this big. And it's like, it's so cute. And then people are like, it's 400 pounds and it lives in my house. How did this happen?
All
Jesus
of mine
fucking
got
happened.
really fat. Like I tried to keep them little, but you feel like you're starving them when you keep them little like that because they're pigs, so they're always hungry, and they're always like, snorting with their cute little nose, and I could not. So all of my pigs have always been really big. Like I buy them clothes, and then within a month they don't fit.
Yeah, but
in
I'm
them
talking
anymore.
about size. Sometimes you don't get a pygmy pig. You think you do, and then
You get a big,
you
get a
full-size
hog.
fucking pig. You get
Yeah,
a
it
hog, and
turns
you're
to
like,
a hog. It's not a pig anymore
Yeah.
once they get older. I've experienced that.
I live in Arkansas. Our football team is called the Razorbacks for a reason. Them fucking things will kill you. No joke. They will fucking murder you. Do not approach a wild pig.
No, you have to train
all
them
of them except your football team.
Yeah, yeah. We never win. Fucking, we're never gonna get a pro team, so it's all we got, though, man. Elliot, stop it.
I'm sorry.
Goddamn
It's a little
Saints.
SEC love down here. I'm in LSU country, y'all. So it's
Oh, you're
we
in LSU, of course.
We got to give you some shit.
I got pulled
are you
over in
into any
Louisiana because I
sports?
had an Arkansas Hogs bumper sticker on my old truck, and I guarantee the cop pulled me. I was going one over. That cop pulled me over. He pulled me over on the other side of Bossier City. He was like, "You're from Arkansas, huh?"
So you got that sticker
I
on
was
the
like,
back of
"You
your
son of a
truck. Here's your
bitch."
ticket.
He drove away, had an LSU sticker in his back windshield. I'm like, "Oh, no!" Had to go to
Oh my
Bossier.
god.
I feel so disconnected from this conversation. But go on, guys. Go on.
Sorry.
Little Southern talk there.
Let's talk about
No,
tacos.
but you're going to tell me about National
I'm sorry, that
Treasure.
was mean.
Oh no, you don't need to. Hey, come on. You can talk about pigs and all that stuff.
I don't know anything about pigs either, so it's fine.
Yeah, sports. I get it. Sports is only for certain people.
No, but are you in? Do you have any sports teams on Doomed? Are you
No,
into sports
I don't
at
give
all?
a shit. I do not give a shit.
Gotcha. Yeah.
No, doesn't.
You just
actually-
never know.
Do not care.
Like me and Mexican Iron Man are like avid baseball fans, and we've gone to games together. So
Okay.
that's kind of a fun thing to share with someone. It's like
Hey.
going to a concert together or favorite
Yeah,
band.
big one.
Dodgers or what?
Dodgers, National League, Oakland A's, American League.
Okay.
Who has the Angels?
Yes.
Technically, they're in another county called Orange County, and the city is Anaheim. But legally, their name is Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
of Anaheim. Yeah.
Oh.
I've been to Anaheim for VidCon when I went in 2018. It's the only time I ever went to VidCon. It's the only time I ever went to California. It's the first time I've been out to the West Coast. And I fucking hated it, every minute of it.
Why?
Welcome to sunny
It was-
California.
No,
Why?
I mean, I'm not talking about California. I'm talking about I hated VidCon.
I thought you were talking about like
okay.
just
Fucking
That
bullshit.
makes sense.
the state.
That
It was
makes
all
sense.
a bunch of scam. It was like, oh, in order to get into this theater to watch this person on a panel, you have to have the silver pass, and that's
Oh,
$1,200.
hell.
That's awful.
You know, it's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
fuck you. I went in my Magog gear. I had the contact lenses and makeup, everything. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just go take pictures with people who don't even know who I am. Like,
Right.
my channel had like 20,000 subscribers. I'm walking around like this evil dark wizard. People are like, "Can I get a picture with you? Selfie?" And I'm like, you know, like, I didn't even know who I was. I ain't paying all that fucking money to go see Anita Sarkeesian speak. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
That's a rip-off right there.
That makes sense.
It was like, so yeah, but Anaheim was nice. I like for a big city. I'm a country guy. I live way out. Like my town is 3,000 people. Like it's, you know,
Yeah.
but I have land around me. I have like acres
Nice.
and acres and acres and stuff. I like my solitude. That being said, there were some memorable moments, and I did love seeing the Pacific because I used to live in England when I was stationed in England when I was in the Air Force, and I've seen the Atlantic from both sides. I've been to the East Coast and I've been to the, you know, like fucking the coast in England, Portsmouth, White Cliffs of Dover, you know, all that stuff.
Right.
But I never seen the Pacific, and it was fucking beautiful.
Is that
Beautiful
well, I've
sandy
been to
beach.
Hawaii, so I guess I've seen it, but not from California. I saw it from Hawaii.
Yeah.
Right.
It was pretty.
I mean, the
It's
beach
pretty, but it's
itself was
cold.
kind of, yeah, the beach itself was kind of packed. I didn't like that
Mhm.
part because I don't like a lot of people. But
Yeah,
I
but
went
it
in my
was a,
Magog here and people
but it's a California beach, right? So the girls were like looking fly, wearing like,
Yeah.
you
And I'm
know,
a-
thongs
Strings.
and stuff, you know.
And-
So
And I'm an albino 6'3" Viking that doesn't like the sun. I had like SPF 100. Ah! Ugh. I was getting moon burnt, Mandy.
did you have an umbrella? Were you one of those guys walking around
Adam's
with the
Family and
umbrella?
Dr. Moreau.
Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you, Valiant or Polly, because you're the movie experts, is there going to be any new interesting sci-fi this year? Because that's really what I want to know.
Ooh.
Sci-fi's your game.
Yeah, he's sci-fi on
Or Script Doctor, you know this stuff as well.
I'm trying to think if I know there's some cool sci-fi stuff coming up in the next couple of years that hasn't been announced yet, but
Right.
I can't think of anything offhand.
The next Alex Kurtzman Star Trek. I'm kidding. Gotcha.
Yeah, good luck. Star Trek 4. Yeah, that'll happen someday.
Yeah, but they're probably going to have to reboot it again.
What about the new Picard? Have y'all started seeing the promotional images of like Worf and?
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
saw.
I haven't watched any of that show, and
It's
that's
garbage,
not
yeah.
changing.
That's
I
a
watched
good
2
choice.
episodes.
I
watched 2
loved TNG, and I refuse to have that fucked up. Pardon my
That's a
French.
good choice. I mean, I've watched it solely to be able to keep up with the jokes from Red Letter Media. That's it. And at the end of the second season, Mike just lost it. He was like, "This is not only bad, this is fucking up the ability for me to watch TNG now."
Yeah,
That's what everybody
Oh,
kept telling me. So I'm
wow.
like, there's no
Yeah.
way I'm watching Picard. And I have Paramount Plus. I have watched the only show, like series I have watched on Paramount Plus since I've had it, almost a year, has been The Offer, which is awesome. That
The
is
Offer is
amazing.
great.
The
Yeah.
Offer is freaking incredible. But all the Star Trek stuff, the only other thing I've watched Star Trek on Paramount Plus was when they did the director's cut, the remastered director's cut of the original movie.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Right.
That was excellent.
That was
I've
well
got
done,
the
yeah.
4K on pre-order. That was well
out
done.
of all the
Oh,
things
yeah.
coming out of Hollywood that did the whole past must die thing, Star Trek actually killed the past. Because
Yeah.
there are people who are like,
Actually did
it's ruined. It's literally like I can't watch even the originals now. It's so ruined.
I don't.
Well, I
think-
can still watch like with Kirk. That's fine.
So I put a link in the
really
chat.
enjoyed the new version of the
What do
motion
you got,
picture.
Paulie? What do you got here?
Yeah, the
put a
new
link in the
version, the
chat,
director's cut of the motion
there-
picture was
but-
great.
Yeah.
As far as like this for the first part of the year,
Mhm.
I would say a must see is Everything Everywhere All at Once. That is a must see.
Agreed.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
It's
I
very-
haven't seen that. Is it that good?
yeah.
It is.
Okay,
It's
cool,
a better
cool,
multiverse
thank
movie
you.
than anything Marvel's put out.
Well, there's the new Avatar Undoomed. We all know how much you love James Cameron.
Well, you know, he's one of those guys that's kind of gone downhill, hasn't he?
No, seriously, Undoomed's the biggest fan of Aliens I have ever.
Yeah. Aliens is my favorite movie of all time, I think.
Love Aliens.
Aw.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is a masterpiece. Yeah.
Yeah,
James Cameron
I mean,
all the way.
I saw that and I just saw it. I have to go see it right after again.
So you know the character Vasquez?
Yeah.
They're coming out with the book that comes out. I got the pre-order that comes out this fall.
She
Okay.
was cool.
There's already talk
Vasquez was
about-
so cool. She was
There's
so
already
awesome.
talk about making it into a movie. It's a prequel and then it follows her kids as well. So whatever, you know.
Hey
but-
Vasquez, does
Okay.
anybody ever mistake you for a man? No. Did anybody mistake you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you?
Have you? Yeah, you got to
That
do it with that
fucking
East
gun
LA
always
accent.
gets
Come on,
me, though.
talk about accents. Do it right.
I'm
That
sorry.
fucking gun. Every
Hey,
time I
meet
watch
us, Snow
Aliens,
White. That's her first line. She says, "Hey, meet us, Snow White." She's referring to Sigourney Weaver.
Yes.
I love that fucking line.
That is one of James,
yeah.
please. I know you finished remastering 4K of The Abyss in November of last year, bro.
Yeah.
I need you to sign the release for Aliens, please, for the love of God, because that's the problem. That's why we
4K.
don't have Aliens in 4K, is because Cameron has been so busy. He has control over those releases. He has to sign off on all those remasters, and he's had his head up his ass with Avatar for the last 10 years, and all of his stuff has gone by the wayside. That's why we have the same crappy Terminator 2 remaster that we've had, the same one re-released every couple of
Aw.
years.
Yeah, True Lies has
So-
got a pretty bad remastered.
Yeah.
True Lies, same thing, because they
True
have to
Lies.
use like the old DVD versions of that, because those are the last ones that Cameron signed off on,
yeah.
and
Right.
they're waiting on him to move.
Fucking take 2 hours out of your day and watch it and say okay.
That's right. That's all
No,
it
but
is.
you know,
Yeah.
okay, Undoomed, you know Cameron, script, you know what kind of guy Cameron is. He's kind of a
Yeah.
control freak, okay? He's got to sit there. So like when he remastered The Abyss, he's basically sat there for every fucking frame. He has to be able to sit there and do the same thing for T2 and Aliens so we can get that out. Now I'm hoping now that he's getting this Avatar stuff behind him, because I don't know if he'll make it past the third movie, because I just don't think they're going to do that great. And he's going to, he's going to spend way too much money. This movie's going to come in with like a $300+ million budget, easy.
Yeah.
It's
Easy.
not just that, Valiant. It's not just that. Okay, it's not just him signing it off and he doesn't do it because he's busy. He has to get in a submarine and go get the original film prints out of the Mariana Trench.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
he's got
where
a
he
nice
hit
South
them.
Park, baby. He's raising the bar in South Park. Yeah.
So, Aliens is your favorite.
Yeah.
Did you ever see After Dark?
After Dark.
It's
Remind me. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, that was wasn't that the vampire movie? No, that was
Yeah.
no. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
After
is,
Dark.
isn't that the one his wife did?
yeah, and it's the
yeah,
same.
yeah.
It's the same pool of talent.
Yeah, same
Bill
cast.
Bill
Paxton.
Paxton in it. Yeah, it's
Paxton.
got Lance
Yeah.
Henriksen. Yeah.
Lance Henriksen. Yeah.
It's a really good like vampire.
That's one of my
film.
favorite vampire movies next to Lost Boys. I fucking
Yeah,
love
yeah,
Lost
yeah.
Boys.
This voice was great.
Fucking
And,
fucking love Lost Boys.
Oh my
The
god,
sequels.
I love Lost Boys.
So
I knew
love that
you
so
would.
much. Well, I mean, the sexy guy with the saxophone that's all
the greasy
like,
sax
oiled up.
man.
That's who you
That's
like.
it.
Believe, you know.
That's interesting.
No, when the camera's flying.
That
over
was a
the
very
water.
young Kenny G.
Go.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Near Dark. Near Dark,
Yeah,
right?
Dark.
Near Dark.
Yeah, I knew I had the
That's
title
why I
wrong.
got
Sorry.
That's Near Dark. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Near Dark.
Lost Boys, when the cameras
And,
run over the wall, the boardwalk, and Cry Little Sister comes on, I fucking get up out of my seat. I'm like, little sister. I fucking love that movie so goddamn much.
So Jeanette Goldstein, who was one of the vampires in that,
Mhm.
She played Vasquez.
Yep.
She played the Irish mom in Titanic.
Yeah.
And she
She was
played
Sean
T-
Connery's
T2.
mother.
foster
She
mom.
was in
And,
she was in
Foster mom,
T2.
too,
She was killed on
Well, she was a
Sean
regular
Connery's
for
awesome.
Cameron.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
tell you. Yeah.
The funny thing is, you know, when I saw that, I was like, yeah, that's a Latina. And then it's like, oh, it turns out she's just some white lady.
She did a great job.
There was pretty good
did a good
makeup,
job,
though.
She was, it was a little brown face, but she was legit.
Yeah.
That's how talented she was. She could pull off whatever role Cameron stuck her in, no matter the film. And I think she was one of those kind of unsung heroes, you know,
I was a
of
teenager
the
when I
screen.
saw that. And
I have
thought
something
she
about
was like
aliens.
when I was a teenager, I saw that. I'd never seen, hey boys, I'd never seen, like a Chicano like that on film. I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, God, that looks like, like one of my cousins. And then years later, I found out it's Janine Goldstein. I was like,
Goldstein.
That's all right, baby.
You fucking Goldstein.
Yeah.
But
That
She's a
was-
prolific
that's
character
weird.
actor. She's been working steady for 30.
Yeah, but that was back in the day when you can actually act.
Yes.
It was at the
yes.
peak point because, like, Warren Beatty, I think, pretended to be Spanish or Latin culture in earlier parts of his career, and it did not work well.
Yeah.
Well,
No.
we are so diverse and inclusive now that Ben Affleck is now Ben Lopez, and he can claim being.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, he got married
Ba-dum-bum.
again.
Oh, God.
Take her name.
No, but
or
I
at
mean-
least hyphenate Ben Affleck Lopez.
Well, J-Lo is traditional, so she is saying,
Yeah.
I'm Miss Affleck, Mrs.
Yeah,
Affleck.
yeah.
Right.
Well, that's
Good
what a lot of the politics don't understand. They're all like, the Latin Americans are with us. Like, they're Catholic, right? Like, they don't like socialism, especially Cubans.
Right.
Wow, that's a whole nother conversation. But
Yeah,
for
but
the
anyway,
most part, you're
question
right.
About aliens, any filmmakers here? Am I fucking crazy? Whereas when the guy pulls out that big gun that's on the arm, that
Mhm.
fucking arm is a damn camera steady cam.
Oh, yeah, it's a steady cam.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Like
It
every
is.
time I see aliens, I'm like, that's a fucking
No, it is. They
camera
actually
steady
they just ordered like an extra Steadicam arm or two, so they
It
could
was a
use that.
Steadicam vest and arm, and they just mounted a prop gun on
They
it.
just mounted a big
Yeah,
ass gun.
well, it's
onto
actually
it.
not a prop gun. It's one of those World War II guns that
Yeah,
they
it's a
just
big-ass
attach some
EMP.
stuff to.
Oh, I thought they hollowed it out, and so it was lighter.
No, well, I mean, it could fire. It was a
Yeah,
real
no,
gun.
it was- yeah. It was,
I think it's like I can't
it's
remember
assault,
which one
right?
it is, but
it's the machine guns you had to put a bipod and sit on the ground because it was too.
yeah,
They were either
yeah.
it was like a 50 caliber, and what they did was they took, like y'all were talking about, it was an actual a camera body
It wasn't a
gimbal.
50 cal.
No, but it was. I'm trying to remember. No, it was pretty close to.
No,
I mean, it,
I was in Iraq. I did convoys. 50 cals are so massive. Truck mounted.
Yeah,
they
it
have to
can't be
mount on a
50 cal.
truck. Yeah, that machine gun was more like a saw. It was like a
was it?
early like World War II machine.
It was
gun.
either a
remember now.
British gun or a
Yeah.
German gun, but I can't
I mean,
remember now.
I haven't shot automatic 50 cals. I mean, I've shot a bolt action 50 cal, but
yeah, that's a BMG, a big sniper rifle.
yeah, exactly. So,
Oh,
but
did you like it? Did it break your collarbone? Did you get it nice and tight?
It was nice and tight, but I had a bit of a bruise. But I tell you what, it was worth it. So.
I got to fire the truck mounted at the range because I
Oh,
wasn't in
okay.
I wasn't in the
I know
gun
it
trucks.
the truck mounted. I
Yeah.
wasn't thinking of that, but
Yeah,
no,
I-
but that was like a body gimbal,
Yeah.
just for. I mean, back then you had a film. I mean, you would have had a film can and everything else, but I mean, these days you would have had like now it's a little Ari Alexa Mini LF like they shot
Right.
1917 with,
Mm-hmm.
which was gorgeous.
Hmm.
And you know, but those body gimbals have become a lot lighter. But yeah, I remember you said this. I remember the first time I saw that because my dad was kind of a big Hollywood tech nut, which is what got me into it.
Right.
And I remember seeing that and thinking the same thing because
It's a fucking camera arm.
it's a
Oh,
camera
yeah.
arm. Yeah, you'd see them like on even back then they had cameras on the sideline during like sporting events like NFL games and things like that, and they still had even back then they had body gimbals for some of those TV cameras that they would
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, I mean,
so-
I work in the industry, and years later, we had those on set all the time. It's like, fuck, I remember this shit. This is it. This is from Aliens.
The camera I'm using as a webcam is a Blackmagic pocket cinema camera.
Oh, okay. I know that.
Is
Yeah,
it?
I know
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm on a Canon EOS R6.
Oh, you're on the EOS? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I had a Canon Rebel for years.
I'm
All
actually
my
on
old-
an RE Alexa here. Yeah.
You're on a Photoshop image generator.
I'm on Macromedia 5.
But one of my fans bought it for me. It's like a $2,000.
Undoomed stole that Ari Alexa from Roger Deakins right after 1917 finished.
Yeah.
So,
But
It's
I
true.
love this fucking thing. But the problem is my little room here is so tiny. I had to build like a whole other shop to film other stuff in. Like I have a Magog magic shop out on my property. But this fucking thing, how I turned it into a webcam, if anybody doesn't know, and I know this is probably boring, so I'm going to get through it quick. They sell these things now that are like, they plug into USB and they're like a capture card that you can plug a HDMI in.
yeah.
So if your camera has HDMI out, you can plug it into that and it just plug and plays right into your computer. You don't have to have Sparkle Cam or any kind of program. It fucking reads it like as a webcam. So you can use a really nice camera as a webcam. So
That's what I'm
just
doing with
thought
the
I'd throw that
R6.
out there for any
Right.
any potential streamers or YouTubers out there. Get that little, it was like $16. It's like a little capture card. It's awesome. Anyway,
Nice.
continue the discussion. I brought it to an end. Everybody's like, fuck, this guy's talking tech. He's talking
Are you a wizard? Why are you talking tech and not magic?
I'm also a technomancer in the future.
Oh, Technomage. Remember
Yeah,
those
but
guys?
Oh, yeah. Babylon 5, right?
Babylon 5, right.
They had
Well,
like
wait.
what, 2 appearances in that whole series.
All right.
That was a good series.
That was.
There's talking about remaking it on the CW that I'm like almost threw up.
Oh,
I don't know. I mean, the
Even with J. Michael
CW is
Krasinski
basically
still involved,
liquidating at
it's
this
still
point.
weird.
So,
They're terrible. They canceled Batwoman. They canceled. I think they've canceled.
Yeah, but
all
could
their-
you imagine Babylon 5 in that format? Like, Jesus Christ. Everyone's like 19 years old. And they got
It's Smallville in space.
leather suits. And
the CW is
terrible cop.
in an unwinding process, so I don't know what they're really going to do with it at
Yeah.
this point.
Well,
It just
they've-
got
they've-
bought.
I think their biggest draw was Supernatural for like years, right? Like,
Well,
know,
it all
Air-
depends
Air
on what
Christie-
licenses they conveyed with the sale. So, like all the Warner Brothers stuff, that was the
Look,
DC
Flash,
Yeah,
like Arrow,
that's-
the Arrowverse, yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
all going away because obviously HBO Max, Warner is going to retain all that. CW is now going to be under new ownership. They were basically, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Script you might remember, I think they were bought by an affiliate conglomerate.
I think so. Actually, they weren't necessarily bought. They were gifted it.
They were gifted, yeah. Like they
God.
got the stations, they got the network minus the debt and the liability.
Yeah.
Which was honestly, and people are like, oh, how did that happen? I'm like, it is actually kind of a good deal for both sides.
It is because Warner Discovery can kind of do some tax stuff to get rid of that debt.
Yes,
Because they don't
they
have
can-
the physical property anymore. And so
They
don't
can
have
do
to pay
write
taxes on
downs,
it.
especially after this reverse Morris trust that they used to spin them off from AT&T. There's some tax things they can write down there with that, so it really wasn't a bad move at all.
This was a handoff primarily just to get that $3 billion in synergies that they need to get before the end of next year.
Yeah.
right.
And this
Speaking
was a good
of,
step closer too. So
Speaking of
Right.
crappy superhero stuff, did anybody watch the new Miss Marvel?
hell
No.
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 Hell
I
no.
did.
I watched
Yeah, I
family-
watched the whole thing.
Out of pure curiosity, because I'm pretty much done with superheroes right now.
Mhm.
But out of pure curiosity, I watched the first 2 episodes, and I could not believe what I was seeing. I just, oh my god, like I couldn't believe it. Like the bad guys so far are evil racist cops.
Of course they are.
There's no bad guys. There's not really any bad
Yeah.
guys in it until the 4th episode, I think. Really.
Yeah, and
Which
then
it's a very weirdly structured show. The only thing that made me want to watch it is the parents, because I really like the
Right.
dad. And I
yeah,
love
the
mom and
dad was great. Yeah, of course. But
Um,
there's that scene with the cops are interviewing that like bubbly Instagram girl,
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they were straight up like, they're trying to ask her, like, who was the new superhero in the costume? Like, do you know her name? Was she brown? Was she a Latina? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to say Latin X. And I'm like, somebody wrote that and it made it to film.
Mhm.
Like, so,
How do you
somebody,
feel about that, Paulie?
Which part?
do you like Latinx? Do you
That
like
they
the
said
term
that they said
Latinx?
that they were supposed to call it Latinx in that series.
In that context, she was just being kind of like a.
She was being a cunt. Yeah.
She was being
Okay.
she was being a smart ass to who
To
she was
a
interviewing.
teenager, right.
She was kind of she was just kind of being an ass.
Okay.
So yeah. I don't know if it was
The
that was
character
just it.
definitely did not believe that Latinx was an appropriate thing to call the Latin people. Like, you can tell in that context she didn't.
Right.
Yeah. Like it was, and then it was like that. It was like,
But that's dialogue these days. And I've heard the same thing. I haven't seen it yet myself, but I've heard the same thing. It's kind of the same in like Thor: Love and Thunder. It's just bad dialogue constantly. Like
So
Okay.
that I
bad.
didn't see. I didn't
I haven't
see,
seen
but
that yet. Yeah.
Is that out?
yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's in theaters, right?
kind of died
Oh.
already, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's struggling.
Is
Yeah.
it really?
Which one?
Ooh,
Thor: Love
Thor:
and
Love
Thunder.
and yeah,
Oh,
Thor:
don't
Love
get
and Thunder.
Valiant started. But
Yeah,
if I can say real
I've-
quick, I actually did enjoy Miss Marvel immensely, and it
Did
got
you
better.
really?
Yeah, it got better and better and better. And
I
me and
only
Cameron
watched 2
Pasha-
episodes, so maybe I didn't hang in long enough.
No,
That's
hey,
what Cameron said. He
I just
enjoyed
sort of
the
assumed
family
that-
aspects.
I just assumed that this is for kids and it's not for me, so I just didn't bother.
Oh man, you're kind of I mean, listen. It's got a lot of stuff you wouldn't expect. Like she's very much relying on like the very strong family message.
I did
It's
like
also
that
about
part of
legacy
it.
to a degree as well, and responsibility of family. And
Right.
like, that's the thing. Like, the
Mhm.
only thing that saves this show is the fact that there's family and history, and there's love between the parents and the child.
Mhm.
One of the biggest flaws is that usually with a hero, and they're also an underdog, is they try to help people and maybe they screw up, or like the intentions in the right place. They actually volunteer, try and help, pay stuff forward, and screw up and are still kind of trounced on by authority figures or bullies or what have you.
Mhm.
In this one here, the character of Kamala, the main character, you never see her help an old lady across the street. She's there to her friends to listen, but they're really there to service her and help her and give her stuff. Like, her would-be boyfriend makes a costume for her and builds like all these cool LED stuff. But what does she ever do for him? Nothing.
Okay,
Like, she's
well,
just there. And it's
two
kind of like the
things-
sad
yeah.
part about it.
Two things is what, and that's probably the best thing for me about the show is this actor, Imani.
Oh no, she's a great actor though. Yeah,
She's
that's the problem.
so charming, and it
Yeah.
really goes a long way when it's like some stuff isn't that great. It's like you just like this actor. It's like the
Right.
complete opposite of Captain Marvel, right?
Right.
And then
That's interesting because I just assumed that was going to be more the same there.
That's
No.
what yeah.
this is just one person's opinion, and then I actually disagree with you, Script. Her cat in the tree moment was when she helped save the kid, and you remember.
Oh no,
That
that
came-
part is fine. I'm talking
No,
before
I don't.
that.
Let me just
Yeah.
okay, because I don't think
Go ahead.
anyone here is going to see it. She helps save a kid who's fallen off, like some like the Moss building or whatever. He was doing
The
selfies,
tower, yeah.
right? And she ends up jacking it up.
Yeah.
She like breaks his arm, right?
Or leg or
even though
something.
she saves his life, but she didn't do it right, and because she's still learning her powers, which I think was great.
I did
But
like
then
No,
at the
she has a
end-
great learning curve
Yeah.
to wanting to be a superhero. The only
Right,
conflict
but
is
you know,
like
I'm just going off of what you're saying because at the end they bring the kid back, and she's like, hey, you're the one that saved me, but I broke my arm.
yeah. They made
That
a
was
joke
adorable.
about it.
It's adorable. I mean, me and Cameron Pasha did a real long. We broke down the whole season. So yeah, I mean,
Of the 2 episodes
it's-
I watched, my
I-
favorite part was when her dad comes in with the green, like he's Hulk.
their
Yeah.
parents are fantastic.
But I mean,
I love it. I
so,
love
so,
it.
you're saying it's not for kids? Because I mean, it's fine to have a kids show, and I just figured, they want to have a kids show. That's fine. I'm,
It's
kids can
teenage
watch
centric.
it on
It's,
home.
I think
It's
it's
actually more
teenager
like a
and then
broad family
Oh, sorry,
thing.
Script. Go ahead.
No, it's more like a broad family thing. Like, I know I can see parents really liking this just because of the dynamic relationship for it. Definitely, children not in that like teenager coming into teenager age range for sure.
Mhm.
I don't know about the 18 to 24 part, but like the around those age groups, I think people can actually appreciate that, because I think a parent can definitely watch this and be like, I understand what that kid's going through. I definitely understand what the parents are going through, and they can relate to it that way. From the teenager side of things, you can totally understand what the kid wants, because she feels like she has no direction in life. The only thing she wants to be is a superhero, but like, and the only flaw that I think they could have fixed is the fact that if she wants to be a superhero so much, shouldn't she be a bit more proactive with helping people before she gets the magic powers? Because when she gets the magic powers, she's like, I'm doing this. I'm going to use these for good. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. But, it's kind of a switch on turn on a dial type
Right,
of
right,
behavior,
yeah.
because she's not like
It's-
that beforehand.
That's
It's
weird,
fun to
because I
have
mean,
a-
obviously, it's easy to help people if you're a superhero. So
Yeah.
it's weird. It would be weird that you didn't have that
No, it's in her,
drive
though.
before.
It's in her, and it keeps coming out, because that's not, two things script. She wasn't an asshole like the
No,
first
she's not.
couple
That's the
episodes.
thing. She's not an ass.
She's not. And then she went with her powers. All she does is she keeps saving innocent people. If you
Mhm.
remember.
Yes.
And I was like, that's really cool. Listen, this is not like a high bar here
Right.
of Marvel the last year. It's the best thing that Marvel's done this whole year. I know that bar is really low.
Yeah.
It's so low. It's
so
so
low,
incredibly
but,
low.
you talk about family, something y'all can enjoy. It's a very charming TV show.
Okay.
I like all the family aspects of it and stuff, but I felt it was boring because there's no like overarching like goal. And maybe that's the point of the show, that she's
Its
more of a
plotting is a
small,
little off.
she's like a small like neighborhood hero right now, and there's no big bad guy yet. And I get that. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Maybe I'll continue to watch now that Polly has. You threw something at me. I'll check.
There is a scene in the last episode. There's a scene between the father and the daughter that's absolutely like one of the best things Marvel has put out in a couple of years.
Ugh,
like just the
that
exchange
scene,
between those
man.
two. It
That
tugs the
scene is
heartstrings.
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the episode 6. I mean, and then there's a lot of deep stuff. I think it works best when it's a little more on the superhero side and family.
Mhm.
They get a little deep with the history of India and Pakistan. So,
Okay.
but even
Is she
that-
wasn't she Latina?
No, she's Muslim.
she's
Oh.
Pakistani Muslim.
Oh, okay.
She's Pakistani Muslim.
Yeah,
and
so-
shows a lot of that culture too, like their neighborhoods and the clothes and the
New
cultural stuff
Jersey.
is really like that part of New Jersey. That's I was fine with all of that. Like I felt like a lot of the characters were charming, but then I'm more of like, when it comes to superheroes, I like action and suspense and drama. Like I loved Swamp Thing and they fucking canceled it. It's like fucking
Right.
okay. So it's like I'm watching this and I'm
Yeah.
like, where's the fucking
No, but
killer
I mean,
robot?
I'm fine with slow shit. I mean, I'm sick and tired of CGI bouncing around. So
Yeah, it depends on how they do it. Like, I actually enjoyed Hawkeye more than like Loki and WandaVision, because of there was character moments, but there was also these really fun like chase scenes, and he's shooting arrows and she shoots one, and it has an Ant-Man particle in it, and it makes the arrow gigantic and falls on the bridge. It's like there's stuff like that I'm like, ooh, this is fun. And that's why I like Hawkeye
what
more.
Marvel was supposed to be like 8 years ago.
Right.
right.
Yeah.
So it's just it's a personal preference.
What about the mutants? What how do you feel about that?
Oh, they changed X-Men to mutants because X-Men was offensive.
Yeah,
or
how
something?
do you guys feel?
Yeah, have a 60+ year brand recognition, completely throw it out the window. That's smart.
I can tell you,
that seems like
see if they succeeded after that.
That just
I'm
seems
not
like
watching it.
marketing. Yeah, that just seems like
I'm not
marketing
watching it.
suicide.
it can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. It can go right to hell.
Well,
if that's
I
where they're
thought
going to
it was-
go, fuck it.
But I thought it was called Mutants because isn't there a spin-off from X-Men called New Mutants or something? Like
There was.
They tried that and it
That was a
failed.
good
It's
comic.
Yeah.
book. That was a good comic.
But on
Yeah.
the TV though, then they try to take it to a TV service, and it failed its butt off. It was terrible.
So-
it didn't.
yeah.
So
At the end of Miss Marvel, there's an X-Men connection, right? Where they say you might be a mutant, and they
You
for
hear
a
the
quick second they play the X-Men theme, and it was just
I saw the
badass.
clip on Twitter. It was like
Mhm.
na-na-na-na-na-na.
And then
you
it's
could
like,
hear it in the
what-
background.
I hope
then you
Juan
get this
Wesley does
announcement of
cut
the
for that.
mutants. I mean, this is
I mean, that was that script writer or whatever, producer, whatever the hell she is, right? She said that back in 2018.
Oh,
that
Victoria Alonso said that,
yeah, exactly. X-Men is not inclusive. We got to change the name. So apparently they did.
Yeah, it's been rumored for a while. That's where it was going to go. No more X-Men. It's going to be the mutants. I know, like you mentioned Tom Connors earlier. Same thing. He's been talking about that for a while. All the warning signs have been there. This is where they're going to go. They're going to try to prop up Phase 5 and Phase 6. And to a lot of people's surprise the other day when Kevin Feige announced that Phase 4 was coming to a close, the reaction by most of America was, fuck, we didn't even know it started.
Right.
That's true.
That is so true.
But I mean, if they go down this road and they start bastardizing this, and because if you take out the name X-Men to call it mutants, because we now have a track record of, as you said, Victoria Alonso, this is where, so all of Phase 5 and 6, when they bring these characters in, can be designated wholly from start to finish as woke. Congratulations. Right. You have just landed that in your own lap. Good luck with it. Because
that's what they've been.
They couldn't make any money with Phase 4 in the theater in the aggregate.
No, they don't care. They don't care about making money anymore. They care about sticking it to people with different ideologies than they have.
Right.
That's all it really is.
We may start seeing a change on that. I don't think the game's over quite yet.
Fingers crossed, dude.
I don't know,
I'll be optimist.
You just said we might see a change in that. It just went. They just announced some mutants, man. What the fuck?
Yeah.
But what are they
that
gonna?
Could have been your change right there, dude.
Well,
may have been
That's ridiculous.
You
now
can
that
still,
I think about it.
You can still. I mean, you can
I'm
still
outta here,
bring in
not
the
like-
X-Men title later on. And again, I think
so,
the
man.
reaction is going to be pretty terrible.
I mean, that was pretty. That's pretty good, Paulie. There, X them.
Yeah, X them, X they. It's gonna be a dumpster fire. I think we all are going into this knowing that anything that they come out with now is like it's over. It's done. They're not going to come out with anything good again. I don't.
If
think.
they call it X them, I'm exiting.
Well, guys, I do need to go and get to work. But Undoomed, happy birthday, love bug. Seriously, I hope you had the best day and got like lots of cake and good presents. Magog, it was so nice to meet you.
You as well.
Like
Mandy.
Finally, like it was so nice to meet you, Script Doctor. So good to see you again, Polly. I have missed you, Mia Moore. We have got to get together soon. And Valiant, me and you are getting together really soon, as soon as you get your book.
Yeah.
So
yeah, thank you very much.
Send it to me.
Thank you very much for showing up.
Of
Appreciate it.
course. All right, I love you guys. I love all of you guys and girls in the chat. See y'all later. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, Mandy.
All right. Yeah, it's
a one comic that I actually collected as a kid. It's one comic was the X-Men.
Oh, X-Men. Yeah.
No, the X-Men. Yeah.
The classic.
Like I started around 130 and I went all the way to 200 and I kept that for a while.
Underground shit. Like I had a few X-Men comics because my brother had them, and I like Spider-Man too. But by the time I really got into comics, I was a young.
Oh, we got this. That Star Wars girl.
Hello, happy birthday!
Thank you. How you doing?
I'm
Hey,
doing
Anna.
good. Rushing, getting last minute stuff done before I go to Houston for Anime Matsuri, but excited to be here. What are you guys talking about?
The mutant X-Men thing.
Oh,
You got any thoughts on that?
yeah, I love X-Men. X-Men is like my favorite IP from Marvel. Obviously, like Rogue is one of my favorite characters. So, like X-Men fan.
We know.
Right.
But now that they're calling it the mutants,
yeah,
at
that's
least to
the
this
thing.
point.
Right. They changed the name.
Yeah, they changed it because X-Men is.
X-Men is
very
sexist, of
derogatory.
course. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sexist.
Yeah. Well, but
Am
I
I
was
allowed
just
to talk
telling
on this
Polly that
channel?
Sorry.
Am I allowed to curse on this channel?
Of course.
fuck
Okay.
no.
If you're offended by the word X-Men, you're a fucking pussy. I'm gross.
Boom.
There it is.
Boom.
And there we go. There's the anti.
Mic drop.
Anna right there.
Yeah.
High five, Anna. High five, Anna. High five.
But I was just also telling Paulie, because he collected X-Men, I was more into underground. Like I liked Constantine, I liked Spawn, I liked Alien and Predator comics and shit like that. Like,
I loved Alien Predator,
you know,
of course.
like Dark Horse, Image Comics, things like that. So I knew them, but I wasn't as into them. I didn't collect like X-Men, Spider-Man and stuff as much as I collected. Like I still have my number one of Hellblazer. I have number one in the plastic, and I have his first appearance in Swamp Thing, number 37.
But you see how insidious Disney is? Undoomed is on their Disney Plus, the platform, like when you go to their splash page.
Right.
Watch all the X-Men from the 90s, they have it all up
Brian
right
Singers,
Yeah.
the animated show.
Oh, the animated show.
The real deal.
Right. Yeah. The good one. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they're like, those motherfuckers, man. They're doing that on purpose.
Yeah.
There are things I want Disney to make, though. Like growing up when I was a teenager, I fucking loved Gargoyles.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was a great show. Keith
Why
David.
ain't they doing
Keith David.
Yeah. Fucking
My
Keith David
God.
doing the voice he did the voice of Spawn too. He did the voice of Al Simmons in the animated HBO show. And it's like, I fucking love Goliath. I loved Lexington, and I fucking loved them all. And there's what was she, like half Latino, half black?
The cop.
Yeah, the cop.
Oh, yeah.
Her name was Elisa Maza. Yeah,
Okay.
and
I couldn't remember her name.
Yeah, she was like, that's a badass female character. Like, do that. Do that. Do Gargoyles.
They had great
that's Greg
stuff, but
Weisman
that's
back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
I'm just dying to know what that Star Wars girls thought of Obi-Wan.
Oh God.
Oh dear God. Oh, I'm gonna go get a drink.
That's a dangerous question.
Well, we got to go there.
Out of all the things that they could have done, they did that. What a waste of time, energy, and money.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's the first two episodes. I really hated those two. It's like, why do you start off with the absolute worst?
I know.
Well, it was even worse because they reminded us of how good Star Wars used to be with that flashback that was like previously on Star Wars. It's just.
I'm not a huge prequel fan, but yeah, sure, that's like way up there in the Oscar sphere compared to what we have now.
Well, on Doomed and Star Wars Girl, there was this one. I watched the first episode of Kenobi, and there was this really great moment. Like the credits were really organized when it started rolling again, and they were fantastically done. Like whoever did the credits on that, bravo credits guy.
Well, like even the scene where they finally show Anakin again and he's training with Obi-Wan, and it's like, you guys couldn't have like removed some of his wrinkles so he's not 40,
Yeah, it's like, that was so weird.
Buildings in the background. I'm like, what is going on?
To have all this deep fakes you can do on your fucking phone, and you can't, you couldn't do like a little deep faking on Anakin there.
I'll make it even worse. Look at what that show was juxtaposed to. The same weekend that show that Obi-Wan released, we got Stranger Things. What did we have in Stranger Things? They de-aged Millie Bobby Brown from being 18 to like 10 or 9 years old again. They put her face on a 10-year-old actor, and the de-aging looked spectacular. You're telling me they did that for 7 episodes or whatever it was, in and out? They couldn't do that for 2 fucking minutes on a Disney show produced by a studio that owns fucking ILM? Are you kidding me? How is this? This was the ridiculous part of this show. That's what made it so offensive, is that they didn't even bother to spend the money to do that after they hired Shamook, for fuck's sake, off of YouTube because of what he did to Han Solo, what he did to Luke Skywalker and all the old classic movies where he de-aged them better than ILM. ILM hired him to do this stuff.
Yeah.
And we got that.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Disney, if you're gonna do Star Wars, at least get some Instagram filters.
Yeah, I mean,
Seriously, though, man.
It was unbelievable. It was
I
absolutely
agree
unbelievable.
with absolutely everything you said there. You couldn't have said it better.
Did you guys see the it was like a TikTok that was going around? Like, I'm not even kidding, with the Snapchat filter on the scene with Anakin where it makes him look like a baby, and that looked more accurate than
That looks better.
Anna, I did see that. Oh my god. Yeah.
I could not stop laughing, and then I got depressed because I'm like, this is just
Star Wars
couldn't
has
even do
become
that.
a joke. It's become a joke meme. It's funnier when people make. It's better when people make fun of it. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like,
I mean,
that's a terrible
I
thing.
enjoy the reviews more than the movies.
Yeah, like that, and Axel Brom's version is not bad.
What?
Nobody knows who that is.
No.
Okay, that was a deep internet joke apparently amongst this crowd. Axel Brom's the guy who does all those like really
porn.
well done porn, but they have like cosplay outfits that look better than the fucking mainstream movies.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why it's a meme, because people are like, the porn guy's doing Marvel better. Like their costumes look, it's a damn porn, and their costumes look better than the fucking Marvel movies. You know, that's the joke, right?
Okay.
Because he actually like lets them do the classic costumes. They're not trying to like new age it and then like up the saturation to where everything looks like rainbow vomit.
Yeah.
You know, like that's what I hated about like Thor Ragnarok, even though that was a fairly good movie. I enjoyed it, but like the Thor Love and Thunder too, it's like a oversaturated mess. It's like,
Yeah, it's like they saw Ghostbusters and like
let's
Ghostbusters
do more 2016. Yeah, like it's like okay, like that doesn't mean I want all my movies to be like dark and gritty like Snyderverse, right?
Sure.
But
not like everyone looks like they're drunk.
Right. Like I are you trying to be like a 90s Japanese anime that gives me a seizure? Like, is that what you're trying to do?
Well,
Like-
let me ask you this, Magog, because this was when Thor Love and Thunder was announced and it was coming out, my fear was that Taika was going to come back in and he was going to take all of the accolades and all of the praise that he got from Ragnarok.
Right.
And then he was going to take that and go, oh, everybody loved this. And I made the joke because Top Gun Maverick had just come out. Now, this is a movie I've now seen in theaters 4 fucking times. And I said,
good?
okay,
I
yeah,
haven't
that
seen
good.
it.
Oh, God, yes, that
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
That good. I went to go see it the first night by myself. Then I took one of my daughters. I took my son to a 3rd showing, took my wife to a 4th showing. We kind of rotated out based on schedules. I've got 3 kids and I'm married.
Jesus.
So I was like, oh, yeah, Daddy's going to go. Father's Day, I went to go see it by myself. Everybody was like in different directions. I'm like, okay, 8 o'clock at night. Yeah, I'm going to see it by myself. My point was, I'm going to say, Thor Love and Thunder, what Taika Waititi is going to do, he's going to take this and he's going to go Dark Star. He's going to take the movie, and this was a plane that Maverick flew in Top Gun Maverick. He had to fly it up to Mach 10. Taika Waititi was going to take what he did in Ragnarok and push the pedal to the metal on the humor and the bullshit and go Mach 10 with it, because he thought that's what made Ragnarok so great. And he did it in Love and Thunder. And it turned into a sideshow. It was ridiculous. It was just... I tried watching it. I didn't go to the theater, I'll admit that, but I watched it. Somebody sent me a link, and I'll leave it there. Anyway, normally I would never do that, but because I had no intention of seeing it and somebody voluntarily sent me this, I'm like, all right, whatever. And I tried to watch it. It was painful, man. It was painful. But that's where Taika... Thor Love and Thunder. Yeah.
Right.
We're back on that again.
Taika in front of a camera, like I actually liked Taika Waititi in Free Guy. I thought he was funny as hell. Sure.
Right.
I enjoyed Free Guy.
Free Guy was pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah,
he's known for that. Like, didn't he do? Was it the vampire parody? Like What We Do in the Shadows.
What We Do in the Shadows.
That's-
Jojo Rabbit. He was just an actor in
Jojo-
Free Guy. He didn't
yeah.
write Free Guy, but yeah.
Exactly script, and that's just it. When he's not in command of the film and he's in front of a camera instead of behind it, he's enjoyable. He's a character actor. He's really funny. When he's behind a camera, he takes those kind of roles and he takes that character acting and then he applies it to the whole fucking movie. And it was just a mind blender. I couldn't take it.
Yeah.
Ryan Feeney sends $20, says, "Happy birthday, sir. I appreciate all the videos. Keep up the good work." Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, man.
I will have a drink on you, and thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I enjoyed What We Do in the Shadows. The new
Yeah,
season's
yeah.
coming out, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Here soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like stuff like that because it's like a proper satire, right? Like it's not like a schlocky, like it's schlocky, but it's done on purpose and it's done well, right? I like stuff like that because I'm a huge fan of like old school satire. I grew up with like Mel Brooks movies and Blackadder and Red Dwarf and Monty Python and stuff like that. And that's what I love. That's what I draw a lot of my comedy from. And so I like stuff like that. But when you're doing Thor, it's like a Marvel, like it doesn't really belong. I think Ragnarok was good because it was different though. Like we had Thor Dark World and the first Thor, which was Kenneth Branagh, right? Directed the first one. And it was like, they weren't that good, really. So Ragnarok was like, it was fresh because Thor had a bit of a personality change. He wasn't all, like, it was kind of fun to see him cut loose a little bit.
Yeah, the contrast is like in the first two, well, the first Thor especially, he's very excited about being a warrior and a king and being a hero in that regard. But over the course of his arc, by the time he gets to Ragnarok, he's like, I want to be the hero. I don't want to stop wars. I want to end them, or I want to prevent them. Like that was his kind of motivating aspect to it. I don't know how that character progressed or changed or regressed in Thor Love and Thunder, but the contrast was like he is just gung ho. He's got this kind of addictive personality to being this new type of hero where he knows how to like be a bit more responsible. And then the contrast in comedy comes from all the characters around him, like Jeff Goldblum. Loki's trying to do his scheming. You got the Rock guy. They're the ones that are like, eccentric and weird, and Thor's a bit more of the straight man in that regards, but with a couple little bit comic beats, but not at the expense of what his character was. And from what I'm hearing with regards to Thor Love and Thunder, lots of jokes are happening at his expense, and it's like, well, you're kind of missing the magic of what Thor was in Ragnarok in this one if you're making him like a buffoon and a butt of all jokes. And even some of the stills that I've seen, to go back to your Magog about saturation, I was like, the special effects feel very divorced from what's actually happening with the actors on screen, because I don't think the colors properly match with the set design and the costumes and whatnot. There's something just kind of, it's basically, it reminds me of kind of Who Framed Roger Rabbit when Eddie Valiant goes into Toontown.
Yeah,
like,
right. Exactly.
Nothing around him is really there, because there's just something extra missing in comparison to like when you go to the first Thor film or Captain America or Iron Man, when they're putting the armor on for the first time, you're almost tricked in believing that that's really going on in his body, and it's not just basically a CGI suit being layered on, frame by frame. We're missing that level of detail and care on the special effects side of things, and then at the same time, it looks like we're also missing the detail and level and care on the writing and character side of things.
So if I remember with that first movie, it was Kenneth Branagh, right, who directed it?
I believe so, yeah.
And it was Thor in his world. They were so 100% being who they were, being fucking gods and heroes and badasses and just kicking everyone's ass, him and his crew. And then when it came to Earth, the humans were like kind of taken aback. The women loving him, of course.
Yeah.
And there was some really great moments of comedy. Now it seems Thor has become human, and this is just the same Marvel fucking comedy that just doesn't work with that character, man. What's with this self-deprecating our superheroes here, man? it's like it's gotten worse. I'm not going to see that movie, but I can only
Isn't
imagine.
this
from that
like
trailer.
like their typical deconstruction? I mean, I haven't
Yeah.
seen the movie, but I'm just guessing
Yeah.
here. They always want to deconstruct everything, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, a little
It's
bit.
a low-hanging fruit tactic to story.
Yeah,
Well, it's like they think they're a lot smarter than they actually are.
right.
You know, so they're like, I'm going to do this deep deconstruction, but you won't know how deep it is because you're going to be,
Yeah,
you know,
because you're too
distracted by the
stupid.
humor.
Yeah,
But what are you
Yeah.
deconstructing? What are you deconstructing? Deconstructing
classic archetypes. That's what they're
Yeah.
no,
The heroic adventure archetype, that would be Thor.
They're
Yeah.
fucking superheroes, man. Let them superhero.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
there
not
are modern.
Shakespeare here.
Yeah, there
And
are
that was the
modern
fun
worlds.
part of it. That was I'm sorry, my guy. That was a fun
No,
part
go
of it was there, Brana was brilliant with that Shakespearean kind of funny
Well,
funny
he is.
jokes.
Yeah, he is like a Shakespeare actor.
Oh, he is
Kenneth is, yeah.
he's
Yeah.
a Royal Theatre Company, whatever it's called, trained.
Exactly.
I mean, Henry V. I mean, he's brilliant.
He can do that stuff.
Yeah, he brought that into that first movie, and it was perfect.
Right.
And it just slowly, for me, it just gotten worse. But like with all of them, this is kind of nothing new. That's why I don't know. For some reason, this movie just turned me off. I didn't see it. I went to go see Doctor Strange 2 in the theater, and I was really upset.
I
was pissed, man.
I haven't seen it yet.
I've seen it, and it was like, oh, here we go with a more bouncing CGI. I mean, it was like, it was pretty much what I expected.
Really?
And
I love Sam Raimi, but I just got
well, they had some Sam Raimi shots for sure, like the weird zoom ins with wide angle lenses and shit like that.
The classic Raimi jump scare type of thing. It felt more like a work for hire than an actual like Sam Raimi pick.
Yeah, it was. They put that in there for like just to show that Sam Raimi was there. It felt like
trying to do street cred for Marvel.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. It was like exactly what I thought it would be. So it was just a bunch of huge amount of bunching CGI. I'm so sick and tired of CGI.
I never thought I'd see the day that I'm tired of CGI, but I am.
No, I didn't either, but here we are.
Yeah, early CGI growing up in the 90s and growing up in the late 80s and in the 90s.
It was amazing.
We got things like Jurassic Park.
That's why I got into
Matrix and shit. Yeah,
that's why I got into it. I was fucking obsessed with it. But now it's like overdone. It's like nobody's going to be impressed with your effects. We all know it's going to look great. You got $1 billion on it, or maybe not $1 billion, but like 300 million. It's of course it's going to look good.
Some of it is.
There's
the
something.
Fucking new Lord of the Rings is $1 billion.
Could you imagine if like all the movies that we grew up with, like, could you imagine if Terminator had $300 million when they were making that movie? And just look at that movie versus what we're getting now. It's like the budget is not an excuse, like to make the shit that you're making.
Yeah, I mean, there's a thing in music.
Anna, what you're talking about is creativity.
Yeah.
Right. There's a
thing
in music where you say limitations create creativity, right?
Yes.
And they had a lot of limitations back then, and it really forced them to get creative.
Heck, the whole reason the transporter exists in Star Trek is because they didn't want to do a special effects shot of landing the Enterprise on the planet every time. I mean, that's the best. That's a brilliant.
And when they do, it's always a crash landing.
I mean, that's the value. That's the benefit of basically having certain levels of obstacles. It's like, okay, we can't really achieve this, so what can we achieve, and how can we make what we can achieve the best thing we can, knowing that we can't do the thing we dream about. So you got to reconcile that, and that's where you foster the creative and fun ideas that we have. But when you have a blank check with special effects, you can do anything. It's like you don't even have to think about it anymore.
It's called a spaceship, not a land ship. Okay, that's why they crash all the fucking time. It has to stay in space.
Well, no, there's like only, I think 2 or 3 episodes where they actually have to like land the shuttle. The one with like the caveman guys, and then the other one where you meet Zephyr Cochrane for the first time with like the space entity that's like in love with him.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm
But
trying to
then we
remember
get to
if it's one
Voyager,
more
and
blinking.
then we get to Voyager, and they have to
Oh,
crash
Journey to
every
Eden, they
fucking
have a double
shuttle.
But you know, Anna said something about Terminator. I think there was just something so wonderful about the '90s that like it was that perfect balance of imagination, creativity, and then CGI was starting to come in towards the late,
T2,
end of the '90s.
yeah.
I think it ended with the Matrix and the Lord of the Rings,
1999 Matrix.
right? Like with that perfect balance.
Right. But I mean, all throughout the 90s, from like 91 or whatever, like they had CGI, but they had to really think about where they were going to use it.
Mm.
Yeah.
You had Jurassic Park and The Abyss and all these movies that use CGI, but they're like, yeah, well, we have to. This is expensive as heroin, so we have to use it really wisely.
The first fully CGI'd animal on film was that fucking Nintendo 64 looking owl that flies at the screen at the beginning of Labyrinth.
Yep.
Like,
you mean David Bowie in his owl form?
Right? Yeah.
David Bowie was the first CGI character.
Yeah, it's the most horrifying thing ever, but it shows you how far we've come.
I think that's the question. I'd be curious to hear everybody's opinion on this, especially like, Script and Undoomed, who worked in the industry, is that, it seems like the prevalence of CGI has now become a crutch to creativity. And it's creativity has kind of gone by the wayside, where you had to have the technical folks that worked on these movies back in the day to kind of find a way, both creatively, visually, and then creatively in a writing sense, to make things happen that they wanted to have happen that they could not physically do on screen. Now we're getting these films from the MCU that are consistently having, from a financial perspective, because I mean that's what I talk about most of my channel, is the overspending, especially with the MCU. When you have every movie coming out with an average of a $200 million budget right now at this day and age, it's just it's so overbloated. And you look at what the MCU and what Disney is doing with $200 million, and then you look, whether you love it or hate it, whether the writing was good or not, you look at other titles out there coming out of Universal, like Dominion recently, that wasn't that great, but they did that for $165 million. And then you have other things out there like the Batman or titles from Paramount and Universal and Warner Brothers that are coming in with half or 2/3 of the budget of these Disney MCU films, and by every metric, they perform in many cases, especially with Phase 4, relatively on par. Look at Top Gun Maverick. There was almost entirely practical effects, like in-camera practical effects.
Right.
I mean, they developed a system by where, and I don't know if you watch this, there are some amazing YouTube videos out there with a 4 to 6 camera system using a lot of Sony, like small frame Sony cameras and some Arri Alexa Mini LFs that they mounted in the cockpits. They had 4 to 6 cameras in the cockpit that were all filming simultaneously so they could capture the shots, because Paramount, in that case, was spending $11,500 per hour to rent those F-18s, by the way.
When you have Tom Cruise and all of Scientology behind you, you can't really say no.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how powerful Scientology is, and Anna, you make a point, but I don't know how powerful Scientology really is anymore.
Well, they got the freaking IRS to stand down, which is almost impossible.
Yeah,
so
that was
wow.
they're pretty big and powerful.
There's a lot of them
Can
out
I
there.
can I make a point? Can I make a point to what you said there, Valiant?
Hey, Tom.
That I think is really important. Hey, Tom.
Hey.
Thank you very much for your donation.
Have a happy birthday drink on me.
Yeah, I'll have a drink on you. Thank you very much. So I was saying, Valiant, I want to make a point there. And that is that now everything is just about we'll fix it in post. I think what
Exactly.
the thing that happened back then was they really had to plan everything out from the beginning, and that really helped with a lot of things. It helped the story because you couldn't just change things. Yeah, you had to think these things out before.
I've been listening to a little bit of the conversation. I think you guys a lot of it is they just got lazy. They are seriously lazy. Like, there's this great document. There's this great documentary. I can't remember who said it, but it's about practical effects, and he's talking about how on a modern set he was on, they were like freaking out because the shot they had an air conditioner duct in it, and it was a period piece, so that couldn't be there. So they were talking about, it's going to cost us $3,000 to $5,000. Have it removed. Well, we'll remove it with CGI. Blah 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 blah. As they're arguing, this classic special effects guy walks over, moves the lights 30 degrees, moves the camera 30 degrees. He goes, "There, I just saved you guys $5,000."
Yep,
and walks away.
Probably more than that.
I'm reminded of this episode of Joe Rogan. I don't know if you guys watch Joe Rogan. I watched some of his interviews, but he interviewed Steven Tyler from Aerosmith a long time ago. This was like last year or something. And he brought up the fact that this older music sounds better. Is it because it's digital? And you know what Steven Tyler said? He's like, no. He's like, digital sounds great. The problem is, back then, we only had so much tape. We had to practice constantly and get good because you could only do like 1 or 2 takes, right? Like you run out of tape. And now it's like you mess up on your pitch and they'll just like move a few sliders and fix it.
It's funny you say that, Magog, because like I just had this conversation earlier today, but about film.
Yeah.
Because somebody brought up the Scorsese thing, and it's like, no, he's not wrong. Everything's digital. It's so easy. It's disposable. Back when you had to do it on film, you had to get it right on that first or second take, right? Like usually, I mean, that was the thing. Like not all the time, but in most cases, that was the same kind of deal. Like, so they would practice and plan it out a lot more than they do now. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
If I could answer on this, in regards to creativity, where there's always gems, right? And Valiant used Top Gun. I'm going to use Everything Everywhere All at Once, right? Because that to me, it didn't have a budget, and it had very, very limited, CGI, and yet it was highly, had different sets, locations. It had some CGI. It was just highly imaginative. They even had a martial arts scene where Short Round, the actor who played Short Round in that, and
Ke-Huy Quan.
Thank you.
Ke-Huy Quan, yeah.
He's used to, because he's worked in all those films from the past as a martial arts choreographer of doing so many takes. There's this scene where he's working with his fanny pack, and he's doing like all this just amazing kind of Jackie Chan-ish type of stuff. He only had 2 takes to get it done, to perfect it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's so people are creative, and in that case, the Russo brothers helped. What are they? The Davids? I forgot the directors. Helped them get funded, and that wasn't a lot of money. So there is some gems out there.
Financial constraint can breed creativity, and this
how
is
else
what
do you make a
like,
diamond under pressure, right? What we're seeing here with CGI is just they're cutting glass into diamonds as opposed to turning coal into diamonds, and that's kind of what creativity is. And on the screenwriting side of things, I read tons of scripts where writers bring in these huge, elaborate set pieces, but the set piece itself has no depth or connection to the rest of the story or the characters. It's there because either a producer said we need to have a big set piece for the trailer moment or for your cheer moment for the audience, but it's just a set piece as a set piece. It's a very superficial aspect of the story. There's nothing there. I mean, one of the things that I always like to reference to, and I'm sure Anna will appreciate as well, is I love the set piece between Luke and Vader and on Bespin in Cloud City on the Bespin, Planet Bespin, because it's got all this layers and meaning to it. You have a young, fresh green, behind the ears Jedi facing down the man he thinks killed his father. And every single action that Luke takes in that fight is actually him basically repeating the failures of the lessons that Yoda taught him up until that point in the movie. Like he draws his lightsaber first. Like Vader doesn't have it out yet. He draws his lightsaber first. He attacks first. He's anxious. He's a little anxious. He's very, very like dependent on his weapon. And then you have that big turn where you realize, like, up until this point, he loses his hand. He's out on a limb, and then Vader reveals the truth, and it's a shattering moment for Luke, and it all has meaning to it because everything that was built up for that fight. Now, when you're watching it, you have to think back again over the fight, like realizing, oh my God, Vader had no desire to kill Luke at all. This was all just his plan, just to try to win Luke over, whether it be dark side, whatever. He just wanted to make that type of connection. That's all what it was. That's why Vader was teasing him the whole way. It was like Vader's like, I'm just going to tease you and then I'm going to kill you like I did your father. It's like, no, I'm going to show you why I'm powerful and why you should join me. And then to, hit the nail on the head is like, because you're my son. And that set piece has all these layers and meanings to it that in today's film that we get on the tentpole side of things, the set piece is just a set piece. It's Iron Man like shooting and killing 40 aliens in 3 seconds. You're like, oh wow, but it's like they're nameless soldiers. There's no connection to it. There's no stakes. We know Iron Man is not going to be in trouble. There's nothing there to show the underdog moment, the rising to the occasion, the overcoming the obstacles, because it's all about the fact that they're the best and they'll never lose, and you're in a safe environment as an audience because we're not going to twist your emotions so that you feel uncomfortable with the possibility that your hero is going to die. And the only time they ever kind of like really broke that was in Endgame at the end, when Iron Man just, snaps his fingers and takes it out. That's why it's the only type of moment in Marvel within the last 5 years that had any significant meaning with the fans is Iron Man's death. And that was more of like a happy accident as opposed to something that was really intentionally planned, because they had to go and reshoot Iron Man or Robert Downey Jr. saying, I am Iron Man, because he didn't say anything the first time around. He just snapped his fingers and that was it. And they're like, it's not working. And why isn't it? Well, we got to bring it full circle. So they go back to the first film that started it.
Yeah, but then you realize Thor, Captain America, Captain Marvel, all of these people with superpowers could have snapped and survived.
Yep, exactly.
And it takes away from the impact of that moment, because it's like, all you guys are stupid.
Dr. Strange grabs the time stone, goes back in time for Robert Downey Jr. like he did the apple in his movie, or Hulk has one good arm still. Have him snap with the other hand.
Seriously, man.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to get going here soon, but I wanted to bring up one last little thing. Valiant mentioned the Batman. Did you guys see somebody like superimposed Adam West into the Batman trailer and made like an Adam West version?
Yeah, it's fucking glorious.
Laughed so hard I pissed myself. Like 2 drops of pee came out. 2. I was like,
Tom has the best
just
shirts.
get rid of a bomb. I couldn't stop laughing so hard, man. That was so great. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. If you haven't seen it, Chad, find it.
It's awesome.
It's hilarious. But I do have to get going. Jinx has got to go outside, and I've got to actually grab something to eat, man. I haven't eaten in like 10 hours. So I've been working on artwork all day. So,
right. Well, thank you very much for showing up, my friend.
Yes. Happy birthday, Undoomed Polly. Great to meet you. Love the fucking look. Not everybody can pull that hat off, man. You fucking awesome. Script Doctor. Always good, bro.
Thanks.
Tom, good to see you again. Anna. Hey, Anna.
Hey.
And Valiant, good to meet you, man.
You too, buddy.
Take care, brother.
You guys have a great rest of the stream. Have a good night, chat. We'll see you guys next time.
Take care.
Later, Magog.
All right, Undune, I'm going to take off myself. I have 2 doggies that are just fucking the shit out of me right down there. I got to go play with them there.
I really appreciate you coming out, man.
Yeah, I was, thanks for the invite, and we got to get you on the channel and talk about some fun stuff.
Yeah, we'll do, man. Take
care, everybody. Anna, it was a pleasure to see you. It's been a while.
It has.
Okay. Tom, talk to you later.
Try and drop in tomorrow.
Bye, cutie.
Bye.
That's for Tom. That's for Tom, not Anna.
I wasn't touching that one. Are you kidding?
No, wait. I'm doing comedy with Tom here. All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye.
Later, Polly.
All right. So let me ask you this, because I asked this before. When Tom and Anna's here, Is there any science fiction movies that you're looking forward to that you could sort of give me a heads up on? Because I'm fucking thirsty for good sci-fi
Oh, God.
or TV series. Is there anything in the pipe that I don't know about?
Not that I know about. I don't know. I don't really watch new stuff. I'm just like going back and getting all the stuff that I missed or rewatching stuff that I liked.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's pretty much all of us, but I guess I'm a hopeless optimist. I keep hoping they'll bring out something.
I know some people have really enjoyed For All Mankind.
Yeah, that's what I've heard of.
I've seen
I
that.
watched the first 2 seasons.
I've seen it.
I mean,
it's fine. It's not great. It's fine.
The problem where we have right now is I don't know if you remember, like, you know, like last year when everybody's like, why don't they release this and why don't they release that? I kept saying, well, that's because they're going to hit a point where they're not going to have anything to release, and that's where we're at right now. Because there's no movies coming out between now and the end of the summer. Like, this is it. They're re-releasing Spider-Man. Hell, we're getting Jaws Labor Day weekend, believe it or not.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, there's this dearth of stuff for a little bit. Then there's going to pick up some steam here in the fall. I'm sure there's going to be some really cool series coming. I know Conan is in the pipeline, but I have no idea on a time frame of that. So that's something we can kind of look forward to. Other than that, Beavis and Butthead is coming. It's not sci-fi, but hey, you know.
The movie was kind of science fiction-y.
The movie was kind of science fiction.
Oh wait, isn't like everyone super duper excited for Halo season 2?
Oh, totally.
I'm excited for the 4K remaster release of Event Horizon in a couple of weeks. So,
that's coming?
Yeah.
August 9th.
Oh, well, that was a pretty cool movie. That'd be nice to see in a remastered version. Liberate, what was it?
Liberate tuteme, ex inferis.
Ex inferis, yes.
All that Latin in high school paid off. There we go.
Oh, yeah. I didn't take that. But that was a pretty good movie. It wasn't, like, when I first saw it, it wasn't great, but it had, like, staying power.
Yeah. It developed a good cult following. And, I mean, I think that's why they're doing the remaster now. They did a great Blu-ray remaster a few years ago, which I have. I love. I cannot wait to see this new 4K. So...
That's pretty cool. I haven't seen that since, 20 years.
I saw it in the theater the night it opened, and I was in love with it instantly.
Last time I saw it in theaters was a double feature with Event Horizon followed by Cube. And that was a wild night.
Cube, yeah, that is a mind fuck. That's for sure.
That's a pretty good movie for, like, we don't have much budget, but we're fucking gonna make a good movie anyhow.
Got to be creative.
Yeah,
and they were with that.
Yeah,
the first one at least. The Cube 2 and Cube 3.
Yeah, that's like a money grab, but they're always going to do that, obviously. But yeah, the first one, like, okay, we don't have much. We have this one set, and how do we make that work? Like they really made that cleverly with. Making every room look the same. So it's like thousands of rooms, but they all look the same.
Yeah.
That was smart.
Oh, yeah. And the fact that they made themselves like in a puzzle box mystery, and just you long for stories that can basically stimulate you very simplistically, but still have some depth to it with the characters and the conflicts and the drama. Like, I don't get to read or watch stuff like that too much. Like, I've been doing a little bit of like what Anna's doing. I've been going back to shows that I watched as a kid or maybe have missed, and I've been watching every once in a while like Quincy M.E. from like 1975. Wow. And it's an awesome show. And the other part too is that it totally hits some of the
Jack Klugman.
Yeah, with Jack Klugman, totally hits some of the social commentary, but it's this funny aspect that they've had, especially in like the 5th season, where there's a problem that Quincy gets involved with because of a corpse, And then they're like, well, there's this government office that's designed to help it. And then they go to the government office. The government office is like, well, we're incompetent. We can't really do it because, we don't get money. And it's like, oh, so it's showing that there's a problem that the government can't fix, but the people who are in the community can if they just rally together. And it's not a pontificated message. It's not like in your face. It's all through drama, character, motivation. And you're like, oh, wow, this would be something that modern day SJWs would normally you think would like, but they'd hate it because it's just not direct enough. They wouldn't pick up on all the subtleties of it.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you look at the Orville or something, like compared to New Trek and compared to Old Trek, it's like it's not really about whether it's woke or not. It's about whether they are forcing an opinion down your throat and preaching at you. You know what I mean? That's what bothers me. It's fine. It's fine to to bring up social commentary and like, but like Old Trek and stuff like that, they always let both sides present their best arguments, and then it left it sort of up to you which one you agreed with. They didn't agree. They didn't straw man. They didn't straw man the other side that they. The side that they didn't want you to agree with. Sure, they had like the writers had like what they wanted you to think, but they didn't force it down your throat.
No, what they would do is they would make sure that every argument, whether it's like a two-sided argument or a multi-sided argument, had a very strong one for you. Yeah. Because the concept was like, it's not whether or not, at the end of the day, the moral argument is superior. It's like, understand where they're coming from. And if you understand where they're coming from, you realize they're not your enemy. They're just like an antagonist with a different point of view. But if they have a strong argument, then okay, there may be something valid to the point of view. If they have a weak argument, then they're not doing it for a cause. They're doing it for selfish or personal reasons. With Star Trek, the drama came out of that. But at the same time, it was a morality play, which is like, we know what the moral ethical thing is. And that's where the direction of the story is going to go. But we're going to make sure that all the other arguments that are opposed to that direction are strong to basically facilitate the drama, so you can understand why the situation came to this fruition.
It's like a good courtroom drama where, like, after each lawyer gets up there, you sort of agree with their side until the next lawyer comes up there, because they present such good arguments, right? That's the way it should be.
And it's great being in the middle of that tug of war, because then you're like, oh, now I got to start rethinking like my perspective on this type of topic, even though it's probably something you never deal with in your normal life. And then like that's the best part of the engagement. It's like, well, what would happen if I was in this situation? Would I be on the side of like, arming this primitive culture so that they can defend themselves against another culture, against a bad guy that's arming them with superior weapons? Or would I be like the ones that have to stay out of it, let them figure it out on their own? Like, where am I on this part? It's like, I don't want people dead, but I also don't want them to be give them atom bombs when they still just figured out how to use a bow and arrow.
Yeah. I mean, that's really interesting. It makes you think, and it's sure, like I said, they did have an agenda, but they always presented good arguments for both sides, so you could understand both sides, and you could sort of you were forced to make up your own mind.
Well, yeah, because you're thinking about the story after the fact, right? And then that's one of the best markers of entertainment, is it makes you think. It doesn't necessarily make you think of the problems you're facing in your personal life, but it just makes you think of that situation. Be like, oh man, if I were in there, like you as a creator or as a writer or whatever, you want to get your audience to sort of put themselves in the character's shoes, not necessarily identify with them on the superficial aspects, but like if you present the argument, okay, this is our main character, you're seeing the world through their eyes. If you were in their position, what would you do? Would it be the same as this one? Would it be slightly different? Would you see the end game of where they're going? Like, how would you act? And you would start thinking and imagining, like, well, if I was in this situation, if I was James Bond, yes, I'd totally sleep with that spy, the evil spy that's going to kill me because it'd be worth it, but I know she's going to kill me, so I'll just kill her first. Or would you be like, I'll sleep with her, but I'll try and seduce her so that she defects from the Russian side and comes join MI6 or what have you? Like, there's all that imagination, all that fun comes with the engagement of the story and the presentation and the way the writers, the directors, the actors are communicating with each other within the story, and also with the audience through the camera lens. You want that engagement. The worst thing they could do is write something where it's like, okay, I just want my audience to turn off their brain for 2 hours, and then they can enjoy themselves, but then you have that horrible kind of withdrawal effect where as soon as they exit the theater after 2 hours of the brain turned off, they turn it back on and they're like, oh, I'm still back in this terrible reality. It's like, no, you don't want that. You want to let them, wean them back into reality, but give them all those good thoughts and feelings and questions and ideas so that, they don't feel so depressed when they're no longer swept away in a fantasy world.
Yeah. I mean, it's escapism. That's what it should be. So don't make it too close to home.
But it's not like completely disengaged from your life though. Like that's the part. Like there's something you can take from it and be like, I really like that character. I can relate to like being in a situation where it's like maybe I should do an extra 5 push-ups a day every morning or something just to make myself feel a little better. Just something simple and small that's not world shattering. It's not preaching like a Harvey Milk or something like that. It's just maybe just get up an extra 20 minutes early and go for a jog before you shower or something. I don't know.
Right. Valiant, you look really unhappy.
Me? No, I'm fine.
Oh, I was like, is he getting ready to drop the hammer there?
No. I'm sorry. It's been a long last couple of days. So no. I'm still here. I'm listening. I'm enjoying what Script is talking about because it makes a lot of sense. I think he's right. That's one of the biggest problems of movies these days is they not all of them, obviously, but too many of them tend to fail to engage the audiences in such a way that there is, like we talked about earlier, that rewatchability factor, that desire to get back to see it again, or that desire to take something away once they walk out of the theater. Like you don't want audiences to. We make jokes sometimes or comments about, okay, this is a good, turn off your brain popcorn movie and just have fun. Sometimes that works. Sometimes with the right kind of movie.
But that's all we've been getting lately.
Exactly. And that's the problem is that these movies that are supposed to be, engendering thought and serious
that was sort of like a novelty in the 90s with like Independence Day, and everyone was like, it's just a popcorn movie, turn off your brain, right?
Yeah.
That wasn't like every fucking movie.
No. And then the other part too, on the opposite side of the spectrum, they're very heady, low concept, deep drama things. Those were on the same frequency as the popcorn film. They were few and far between, but the vast kind of majority across like the late 70s, 80s, and up until the early to mid 90s was like, it's a fun film, little thought provoking, tugs on your heartstrings or hits you on some sort of emotional level, allows you to think, allows you to talk about it with your friends and to share, perspectives and interpretations, something that really drives conversation and engagement. And now it's kind of the opposite. It's just like, okay, we just need to occupy them for 2 hours or 2.5 hours, or in some cases 3 hours, which, don't get me started on the time length of films. I mean, I got a whole Twitter issue of that.
Here's the cannon fodder. Consume this content and await next content. See you.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, I don't want to go to a fucking theater for 3 hours. I got to fucking piss.
Let's do the same thing.
Anna, I know you've been. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no,
I saw you on mute. I thought you wanted to jump in. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was laughing at that one. No, I feel like when it comes to like popcorn movies where you can just turn your brain off and go into autopilot, is movies like Independence Day, right? Where it's not a lot of thought behind it. It's like, okay, this is happening now. This is happening now. This is happening, and it's kind of like a ride, And like you leave at the end, and it's like, oh, that was fun, right? Like that's my idea of a popcorn flick. Whereas now Marvel, it's like. I mean, I watched a lot of them. I can't tell you what the hell happened. I can tell you.
You're not wrong.
What movies that I like is like the one where Captain America like breaks the log in half. I like that scene. I can't tell you what the hell else happened in that movie. I don't even remember what Marvel movie that was, but I like that scene.
I think that was Age of Ultron.
Yeah. Which one was that?
I don't know.
I think that was Age of Ultron. Yeah.
All right, it was Age of Ultron.
Well, listen, if you like that one, I know lots of women love the one where Captain America's holding onto the helicopter and the T-shirt.
Oh, that one's great. Okay, 2 best Marvel moments.
That was. I think that was Winter Soldier.
Either.
Yeah.
Right, but we didn't just get a shit ton of those movies back then. Independence Day was a hit because it was like, wow, this is amazing, just a thrill ride. Now, when you look at it, it's like, Jesus Christ, what is this shit?
Well, it's cannon fodder. That's going to be the problem with Avatar 2.
Right.
And you know, everybody's looking at the success of the first Avatar in 2009, but people seem to forget that the reason that movie was as big as it was, 2.6 or whatever the hell billion. I mean, it was some insane number.
Hey, I love that movie. I went and saw that movie like 20 fucking times. I like Aliens. I like Pocahontas in outer space. Don't you hate on Avatar?
No, Anna. I'm not crapping on Avatar at all. The first movie, that my point is this, is that first movie, I think it had the big box office success it did is because back in the heyday, James Cameron brought the house, right? He brought something to the screen that nobody had ever seen before. I mean, visually, it was a visual orgasm. That's what it was. I mean, the CGI and everything, the integration into the film was great. He better bring something incredible to 2, because what we saw in the first Avatar in 2009 is now visually what is throwaway standard cannon fodder in every MCU and everything else film now. So Avatar 2 had better be like a story narrative powerhouse it better be amazing. Because otherwise, at this point, like my prediction from the financial side was, I don't think Avatar 2 is going to outgross Top Gun Maverick, at least in the U.S.
Right.
It might beat it on an international scale, because I mean, let's face it, Top Gun Maverick, even for being a very North American centric film, still played very well overseas. From that standpoint, Avatar 2 might beat it there. But I
can tell you it's not going to.
Yeah, it's not.
And I can almost say it with all like certainty, because his big gimmick for this was originally the high frame rate 3D. Well, that didn't work for Hobbit.
Like, who cares about that technical shit?
Exactly. Well, that's the thing, is that original Avatar had that built behind it, right? People went to see it for the spectacle. Right. And that goes right back to the whole thing that Anna was just saying, which goes back to what I was saying before about Scorsese, and goes into my whole theory of the McDonaldization of movies. And that's why it's like, just churn one out just like the last. Like, Scorsese's not wrong. This stuff is just, it's a carnival ride. That's exactly what Anna just said. That's exactly what they are.
I didn't say Avatar was a carnival ride.
No. The modern CGI pictures.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You said that was like a popcorn movie.
Well, I don't think that Avatar is a popcorn flick.
No, but it will be. The second one will be.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, that's hard for me to understand, because the axiom in Hollywood is never bet against James Cameron, because he might surprise you with something you weren't expecting. Like, that's just
I want Avatar 2 to be good. I'll put it that way. I hope.
Yeah, but he's not getting pissy in the press because the movie's good. I guarantee it.
It may be. My only point with what I was saying, just for everybody out there watching,
I think he knows it's not tracking as well as he hoped it would.
I think the issue for its box office, this is not to say whether the movie's going to be good or bad. I just don't see it having that same box office power as the first one, because the first one had that visual sensation that had never been done before. Right. Now, in today's age, visually, it's old hat. So unless he's got something else that is totally unexpected, the movie could still be a fantastic film. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I don't see the box office reaching here's the adjusted heights of Avatar from 2009.
Here's the thing. Like, no one's going to give a shit about his CGI. No one's going to care. We've seen it all before, but that doesn't mean he doesn't surprise us with an amazing story.
Exactly.
I mean, if he does that, then all the power to him. But nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care about his technical shit or his CGI. We've seen it a gazillion times. We've seen all the Marvel movies. Fuck that. Make a good story. Then I'm all for it. I love Cameron.
Mm-hmm.
If they make a True Lies in Space, I'll probably be pretty satisfied with that.
Well, if they could just make it like Aliens, because Aliens is my favorite movie.
Aliens is also good. I'm just thinking of the husband wife dynamic that they had that they kind of
it was a cool movie. Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, he's obviously made some amazing movies, so he's got it
I'm
in
gonna go
him.
see it. I'm gonna go see it in the theater because I think, look, for a movie like Avatar, regardless of whether the story turns out to be good, great, mediocre, bad, it's one of those movies that is probably worth the roll of the dice to go see in a theater on a PLF screen. And because it's going to be visually stunning no matter what. Now,
Right.
again, is it going to have the same type of box office impact as 13 years ago? Kind of doubt it. It might, but let's see what happens. I hope it's good. I mean, I always hope every movie's good. I mean, because I don't want to invest 2+ hours of my time for something that's shit. Right? Nobody does.
I don't know. I
Of
saw the
course.
3D IMAX trailer of that, and the Minions trailer got a better reaction from the audience than that did. It was like dead silence.
What?
Well, who
Yeah.
doesn't love the Minions? They've been in the
No,
conversation.
I mean, this is
almost every
IMAX
day
3D. We didn't get any oohs, ahs, nothing. And I mean, I get it. It's
Well, I think they
got
just
a
had a
fan
teaser
base, but
so
I don't
far,
think it's
right?
got the fan base it used to have. It didn't have the longevity. They didn't have 3 other movies. I mean, I get it. Don't bet against James Cameron, but then again, we're almost 15 years out from the first film.
13. Yeah, well, that was going to be my next
Oh my
comment.
God, that was 13 years ago.
That's
Yeah,
my
2009, Anna.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Well, and Anna, that's kind of the point, and that's the concern, is that this sequel, like Cameron has gestated this now for over a decade, and that's the concern from a financial perspective, which is all I really tend to look at when I do videos. I mean, for as best as that I can, is that the 13-year gestational period from the first film's release to now is one of those things that, yeah, it's concerning. It's like, yeah, it was a huge movie back then, but it's been so long
Kind
since
of like
this
The
thing has.
Incredibles, right? Where it's like they took 14 years to make Incredibles 2, and then before you watch it, it's like all the voice actors saying like, these movies take a long time to make, and it's like, okay, but we have like Cars 5. Where the hell was The Incredibles 2?
The Crumbs too. Yeah.
Well, no, Anna, you're not wrong. But again, this is a little bit different because when it comes to like children's animated content, that's a very different dynamic in terms of performance, in terms of, going from one movie to another, to another, to another, in terms of
I
how
know.
it
I used to work at
performs.
Pixar.
So, oh, well, there you go. So,
Well, the other part too is that the climate that we live in is vastly different than it was 13 years ago. 13 years ago, everybody I knew who went to see Avatar would get really, really high or drunk first before they went and saw it. I don't know how frequent that is today. Even a lot of the younger, like when I talk to my godkids who are like right in that prime age that I was probably in when Avatar first came out.
where your god kids get high and drunk now,
They
Script?
don't. That's the thing. They don't. They're just like straight edge. So I'm like and it's not just them. It's all their friends, and I'm the one that they talk to about all the weird stuff that they see. Like at least nothing that their parents haven't already heard. But it's like, if they screw up, if they call me and be like, "Hey, listen, I screwed up. I did this to the car. Can you help me out?" Like, that's the type of stuff I deal with. I'm glad I don't have to deal with anything creepier. But if that generation is not doing smoking weed or any of the other type of recreational pharmaceuticals as much as the generation 13 years ago was, what's the incitement for this type of film for that audience? Because that was the big thing. It's like all the friends would be like, "Hey man, you want to get high and see Avatar?" And it's like, yes. So it was just the thing. It was something you did. It was stimulated you. It gave you that thrill of buzz. Is that climate still around at this point in time right now?
I have not heard that though.
If it is, I don't know if it's going to be for Avatar 2. It could be. I'm not saying, it couldn't. I mean, there's people that could go see it 20 times. I'm not going to say
absolutely.
that.
I totally believe
but
that.
I mean,
I would say right now, like after COVID and like the fact that we were just trying to think of movies coming out and we couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Avatar 2 is going to be like a family movie. So, just adults that have kids at any age can go take them to go see this movie. And people just want to get out of the house. Like, I know my family, the kids, I mean, they weren't even alive when the last Avatar movie came out. So, and they love it. They love watching that movie. They like going to Disney World and going on the ride. So I think all the kids that missed out on that wave are actually excited about this. And that's just from my own personal experience having kids in my life.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll
I
see.
think
They're
you're right
re-releasing the first one. If it does well, I mean, I could be very wrong on that, but
Yeah.
Well, it
I
just
have
depends
very
on if the
little
story
faith in
sucks or
this,
not.
yeah.
Because I mean, did he work on what the shitty Terminator movie with
he was just
He was
producing
in-
it.
In name only. It's,
Yeah.
it's like
Supposedly he did a little bit, but not to the extent that I would, say actually.
Anna,
worked.
it's kind of like Steven Spielberg's name being attached as executive producer for Indy 5. He has not a fucking thing to do with that movie. He walked years ago.
He actually still has the rights, but he just lets them do their thing.
He walked away to he collects
But
a
I
check
mean,
because
Cameron actually said on camera that he's like happy to help other people make money off of Terminator. So he's like, yeah, dude, you want to make some money? Here you go.
But has that really happened with the last 3 entries? That's the question.
No, they haven't made money, but he's like, yeah, you want to give it a go? Fine. Hey, I'm
You
sure
know what
he's
it
getting
is?
paid
He
for
wants
it.
them to make such bad movies so that way when he comes back, his will look like a fucking masterpiece.
Yep.
Yeah, if he ever does that. I mean, I don't know where you could go with Terminator. It's like, it's kind of silly that they keep making the movies.
Well, the only idea I can think of, I can think of 2 possible ones. One is being like the start of the paradox, basically like the first time Reese goes back and there is no John Connor in his timeline type of thing, and then he creates John Connor and starts the whole cyclical.
Isn't that Terminator 1?
That was the first one, yeah.
Well, no, John Connor sends him back in the first one, but you go to the point where he's maybe just an experiment that the machines use to send him back to see if it works, and there is no John Connor. And because he's back there, he fathers John Connor, and then John Connor sends Kyle Reese, who's now part of, instead of being a slave to the machines, he's now part of the rebellion, and he sends him back to make sure that he's
Or you do with the plot of Harry Potter 3 and you have John Connor go back to save Kyle so that way his dad lives.
They did that in Salvation, though, kind of.
Oh, they did? Was Kyle
kind of? Yeah, it was younger Kyle, and he gets
with
saved by
Anton
his
Yelchin,
dad.
right? Yeah,
he gets saved by But no, script that idea. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to say this, man. That idea is almost as bad as Genesis, man. Like, seriously,
I just pulled it out of my ass, dude.
Well, the fact that like the machines are like, yeah, let's experiment with humans. And
it's just too convoluted. Too convoluted. At least with Salvation, they had the right idea of just go forward. Just fuck this shit in the past.
They need to give that entire franchise a 10-year break minimum, and then come back to the writers' room and say, nope, we're going to leave it alone, and then walk out for another 10 years.
Well, they need to get past the fact that, again, see here's part of the problem. Arnold Schwarzenegger kind of is the franchise, but yet they have proven with like that TV show and stuff like that, they can do it without him, and it can be good. So at that point, I think you're right, Valiant. They just kind of need to take a break and then just pick up like whether it's a future story or what have you, because Salvation was almost a decent film, right? Like it had the right idea. It just falls apart near the end. You're just kind of like, where's this going now? Like, because the whole idea, like what Anna just said, like the whole part in the beginning with John saving Kyle and all that kind of stuff, and him becoming part of the team and all that kind of stuff. That stuff's good. Getting to see that kind of, play out, and him, knowing that's his father, but he can't say anything, right? Like that's all kind of cool, and to see all that. But then when it goes off the rails with all that AI stuff with what's her face, Tim Burton's former lover.
Oh yeah.
Bonus harder.
Yeah. When she comes in and all that kind of stuff, it just goes weird. But yeah.
I don't know what it is with these people and always having those faces that float around. Like, it reminds me of the fuck is that? What am I thinking of?
Power Rangers.
I don't know. Fuck it. Doesn't
that
matter.
Wasn't random.
They always have.
Well, they
that.
have
Like,
what's
they
his
have
face,
it in
the floating
Matrix,
head guy.
The Matrix.
Oh, Bryan Cranston.
Well, in the movie
Power...
it was.
Yeah, in the movie.
In the original show, I can't remember who it was. But then
James Spalding in the original show.
Yeah, you're going all the way back
watch
to the original Wizard
show.
of Oz, though, is probably
just
the first
past
time
my
they did that. Like the original Wizard of Oz is the first time I can think of that.
Yeah, it's such a cliche, and it's like if you're an AI, why would you do that? As they stop at Hollywood, it's like when they always have to put LEDs on their guns and shit. Like, yeah, okay, so you want to be seen by your enemy to be easy targets. I think, what the fuck are you thinking, man? And the cliche of bad guys having glowing eyes, and like, just stop it.
I can tell you, very few of us gun people have the bright flashlights on our weapons. I'll just say that for that reason.
Like,
you mean you're not covered with reflective paint?
No, I'm
And
coming out
LED
in the
lights
dark in
and-
all black, and the last thing you see might be a red dot on your forehead before.
Yeah,
it's
because
over.
if you had a light
Yeah.
on you, all
Right,
they-
but
all
you,
your
you,
ads
you
would
gotta
say is,
you gotta
"Aim for
have
the
those
light."
you gotta have those LEDs on your gun so it looks high tech. It's got to be like little red things and blue things on your gun.
You have to have a
so it looks
numerical
like-
ammo counter on the side.
Yeah, no, none of that. Because in the real world, it's very difficult to conceal carry when you have all that extra bullshit strapped to your pistol. So you just have to be, I don't know, a practiced good shot. So
Well, I don't even want to get into the gun conversation, but that's where I don't get the whole thing like about the AR-15s and shit. It's like, do you really think that people give a shit if they really want to sneak a weapon in? They're not going to go for a bigger weapon like they're going to go for a
Nobody's
smaller one.
No.
Right.
Hey, I'm just saying, I went to
no.
San Diego Comic-Con and I would have had no problem smuggling in an AR-15 because they don't have
That's
any
just it.
security.
You're only as secure as whoever's around you, really, and that's like that whole thing at that mall. Like, I mean, I didn't want to get down this path. I'm sorry, but yeah, no, like, I know Valiant. I know you have feelings on this, but you got to run.
A heads up display.
Oh
on
yeah,
all
the guy
hands,
wearing a
but-
Sig Sauer hat might have feelings on the Second Amendment. So yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice.
No, but you're right. I mean,
I didn't
that's
think of
why
that too.
the whole mall thing. Yes, that was stopped by a responsibly armed citizen with I believe, a CHP, a concealed handgun permit, like I've had for 22 years at this point. That turned around and like, oh, there's somebody doing bad stuff over there. Boom, it's over, and probably saved dozens of people's lives, and that's how it's supposed to work. So
Right. Mic drop, I guess.
yeah, I guess that's it. So,
Well, that was the one. That's the 40-yard
That's my fault.
drop, so to speak, wasn't it?
I don't know if he was 40 yards away, but it was close.
Yeah, I don't know how far it was either. But I know we're a far cry from anything entertaining coming up anytime soon, though, taking us back to the conversation we were on before.
It's-
So,
Yeah.
it's a
I mean, I
drive.
guess we have Dune that's next year.
That's a
Yeah.
year away, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they
Yeah.
just started principal photography again, if I'm not mistaken, or they're.
I think it comes up here in about. They're going to be soon. They had to push it back a little bit.
Yeah, it's like it's about to start, or like in the next couple of months, they're about to start principal.
Yeah.
It's listed as filming on IMDb, but I have no idea how accurate
Who
that
wants to
is.
film in the desert in the summertime? I mean,
Oh god.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're waiting for a little when it gets a little cooler. I think that's part of the reason too.
Or they're
Might be,
filming
yeah.
online or on a set.
Yeah, that's true. Of course, nowadays that's the other thing, and that's another reason why I feel like another reason why some of these movies just don't feel like movies anymore is they use a lot of that volume stuff, like
Oh, yeah,
Thor:
the
Love and
stagecraft
Thunder
technology.
and Stagecraft. Yeah, because that whole thing was shot with a lot of that tech, and
Yeah.
that movie just fell.
ILM
off.
flew it in to Australia for that movie. They filmed Shang-Chi and Thor: Love and Thunder back to back to get the biggest bulk of the Australian film tax credits they could. And ILM brought in right in between, or right before they started shooting. I think it was right before they started shooting Obi-Wan and Mando season 2 or 3. They got the volume, they recreated, they brought a second set down to Australia to do Thor: Love and Thunder. So that's what you got in a lot of that film. And again, it takes away the practicality, and I think that's one of the reasons that movies like Top Gun Maverick have been so popular. It looks real. You're in it because there is no CGI, with the
Right.
exception of a few rare shots. But everything in there is real. It's practical in-camera effects. It's not, LED walls. It's not green screen. It's not
Animated
post-production.
explosions.
Yeah,
Was anyone else like bothered in that movie that they were trying to be so politically correct they wouldn't say what country the bad guy was?
I didn't mind that so much. I
Oh,
guess
I
it
was
was.
like, I'm like, Tom Cruise, you are Tom fucking Cruise. Grow your fucking testicles back and tell us who the fuck the bad guy is. If you can scream at someone for not wearing a COVID mask, just tell us who the bad guy is. All we know is that it's somebody that was going to violate a NATO treaty.
It was
So-
Russia.
It was
I
totally
mean, that's-
Russia.
Yeah, it was totally Russia.
I was going to say when
I
they
know,
shot
but they
that
could've just
though.
said it. Just say it. I mean, Tom Cruise in the 90s would have said it. Like, why is
Right.
everyone
Really say it in the
tiptoeing
80s,
around who the
too.
bad guy is? Because they don't want to offend some country on Twitter. Like, give me a break.
They
Yeah.
flew into
I thought that was a
Siberia. I mean, it was
pissy
very obvious. I mean, it was.
I know,
you
but
knew where they were going.
that's the thing. It was obvious, and I thought it was like it took me out of the movie because I'm just like, I don't know. I thought it was kind of pathetic that they didn't say it because they were scared of getting in trouble.
Sell it in Russia, and Russia could assume it's Canada. That's the bad guys.
There you go.
Well, I know when they shot it, things were still kind of whatever with China, but like, yeah, I kind of agree. Like, they could have went back and looped it in there, like, just made it Russia. They knew the movie wasn't coming out in Russia. Just say Russia. Who gives a shit? Right?
Yeah, now they don't give a shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you could have just had Tom come in and just record some ADR and just say, yeah, it's the Russians.
Right. Yeah, that would have. I mean, I haven't seen the movie, but I mean, that wouldn't.
I
have been a
understand the
problem now.
frustration, but to me, the rest of the movie was so good that was
it.
a minor forgivable issue for me.
Right.
But yeah,
it was easier.
I get what you're saying.
It was easier with '80s movies. Always the Russians.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a little too cheesy for me.
A little too cheesy, yeah.
Yeah. Like, it was very predictable. It was too cheesy. Like, everyone on Twitter was saying like how they were crying. And so I went and saw it in IMAX as soon as I could.
Mhm.
And I don't know, I'm a little bit biased when it comes to Tom Cruise movie because I think he is such a talented actor. And so when I just see him doing like action scenes and like very face value, I don't know, dialogue scenes, I'm like, dude, just face off with Jack Nicholson again, please, because that's fantastic. And I think he's kind of wasting his talent on stuff like this. But that's just my opinion.
No, but it is kind of true. I mean, I guess he's he's probably a little bit obsessed with his own age, and he doesn't want to.
Yeah, and he's trying to do it while he still can. But
yeah,
he's like
he was trying to make a crowd
old.
pleaser. That was his aim. He was trying to make a crowd pleaser for this. And I mean, he even recorded the precursor to the movie with, hey, look, we made this for the fans. We made this for you to see in theaters. And I get it. I mean, this was kind of a love letter to the fans of the original. There's something he wanted to do. I'm going to take that at face value for what it's worth. And it worked. Look, that's the bottom line. I mean, making a movie is still a money-making business, and they made some money with this. So, I mean, it worked from that perspective. I'm looking forward next year to Dead Reckoning Parts 1 and then Part 2 in 2024, because I do love the Mission Impossible stuff that he's done. I've really enjoyed those. And there have been some flat ones like the second one, but I'm looking forward to these last two entries into it, and I think this movie, financially speaking, did a great deal to pump the next summer. Ralph
McQuarrie helped write some of Top Gun Maverick as well, and he's the director of the Mission Impossible stuff.
Right.
So
Chris McQuarrie?
Chris McQuarrie. Sorry.
Okay,
yeah.
I was like, it's Ralph's brother.
He came back from the dead and started writing instead of.
Holy shit!
Yeah, no, Chris and Tom have been a good team for this, and I'm like, with the success that Top Gun Maverick has had this summer, I said this a few weeks ago. I said, the biggest movie next summer is not going to be Indiana Jones 5. It's probably going to be Dead Reckoning 1. Just watch.
Is Dead Reckoning the new Mission Impossible movie?
That's MI7, Anna.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Dead Reckoning 1 next summer, Dead Reckoning 2.
But I kind of understand where Anna's coming from
2024.
on Top Gun, because even though I haven't seen it yet myself personally.
Oh my God, did we just spoil the movie for you?
No. I actually, it's funny because I was just going to say, I actually predicted what the movie was going to be. I was giving somebody shit one night, and I just basically reiterated the first movie, but flip-flopped the Tom Cruise character with Tom Skerritt and what's his face, the kid. And
Jester and the kid, yeah.
Yeah, and I pretty much predicted the whole movie, and so like I'm kind of, I can see where you're coming from. Is like, because the first movie to me is barely a movie. It feels like a recruitment for the military and a music video more than a movie, but. Like, I'm sure I'm going to enjoy it just for what it is, but I can see where some people are going to be like, it's going to be one of those movies like with Jurassic World, where after a while, like, people look back and like, it's really just Jurassic Park all over again. So a lot of people are going to eventually go, it's just Top Gun all over again.
Well, there's a lot. I felt like there was a lot more story development.
There might be, but
there was an objective and a mission in Maverick that there wasn't in the first one. The first one was just with the flight school. This one is like, these are the
Excuse me,
graduates.
Quentin Tarantino did a perfect analysis of that movie. It is a gay love story between two men, which carries on into the second film.
I have the
We
clip.
watched that recently on Meat, I believe.
Yes, I have that clip. Yes.
Ice Mexican says for $10, holy hot damn, happy birthday, Undoomed. Haven't seen your stuff since the good old dear SJW days. Yeah, those were the days, man. Thank you very much for that. I'll have a beer on you. Thanks, man.
Well, folks, I've got to get running. I've got an early day tomorrow. I've got to get the kids off, but I had fun. Happy birthday, Undoomed! And
thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much for showing up.
Thank you for having me on. This was a blast. But thank you. And Script, good to see you as always. Tom, good to see you, buddy. And Anna, it's good to finally meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And y'all take care and have a great night, everybody.
Take care, man.
Take care.
All right. So where were we?
So Top Gun is really just a Star Wars movie.
There's that too. I've heard that too. Yeah.
But it's really well done. But I think there's only maybe one scene or Tom Cruise, no, maybe two, that Tom Cruise actually does try to do some acting in, because everything else he's done is very expositional, very command military stoic, not much character. And I think one of the scenes was with Connolly, and then the other one is like with the kid when they're trapped in Russia. And that's about it. Like, they're really short scenes. So yeah, I guess yeah, you make a pretty valid point there, Anna. It's like he's not giving the A game that he did in some of his earlier stuff, like Born on the 4th of July or A Few Good Men.
Right.
Yeah. But then again, like there hasn't been many. Like, he loves screenwriters. I know this.
What was the other one though? Like maybe 5 years ago, I really liked that one. What was it called? Like, they're making a sequel now called Die or Repeat something.
Edge of Tomorrow or something.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Oh, Edge of Tomorrow.
Well, that's because the anime is like good, and him and Emily Blunt worked really, really well together.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
But even in that one, he doesn't have, like, the dialogue just isn't there, except for the one scene when, like, she's like, we need to go, and he's like, no, every time we leave you die, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tom Cruise has been in a lot of science fiction, but none of them have really exploded as compared to Mission Impossible. Or
well, even if you look at like his performance in like Minority Report, I don't know. I miss younger Tom Cruise kind of giving it all he's got.
Yeah, I never liked Minority Report. I did, however, I'm like I'm the only guy on the planet that liked Oblivion.
Oh, Oblivion was all right.
You know what? I never watched it.
Oh, well, you should.
Okay.
Because, well, I mean, I'm in the minority.
How's his acting in it?
Sorry?
How's his acting in it?
I thought it was good.
I think it's, well, you know what? It's hard to say because his acting does actually improve after the mid-act turning point when the twist is revealed. Beforehand, it's just kind of normal Tom Cruise being.
Yeah, but then you get a little Vanilla Skies going after that point.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, so I think his acting was pretty good. It wasn't a big hit, but
was it Samuel Jackson in that movie?
No, it's the other guy. What's he called? Morgan Freeman.
Oh, Morgan Freeman. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give it a watch eventually.
Eventually.
I remember.
That'll never happen.
It will. When it's on, like, is it on Amazon Prime or like Netflix or something?
It's on VPN.
Oh, okay. But then I have to all right, I'll cruise over to the magical Bay of Pirates and find it.
I don't know which streaming service it's on.
I'll find it.
It's probably on Paramount Plus.
I was gonna say it's probably on one of them.
Yeah, it was a big release. It wasn't like a huge hit. So it was a big budget movie and all that, but don't know which company made it.
I will Google.
It was Paramount. Most of Tom's movies are through Paramount.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in tight with them. He's actually their only moneymaker right now. on the theatrical side of things. But
Right.
yeah, it's kind of fun. Like, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just speaking of Paramount. Do we know anything about the financial situation behind Star Trek nowadays?
Well, sounds like JJ is adamant about getting a Star Trek 4 off the ground, but Chris Pine is reminding them that he will not take one penny less than $13 million.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as we're hearing right now, the big roadblock is getting some kind of financing together to actually pay for this thing. But I have a feeling it'll never happen. I have a feeling they'll just ride out Kurtzman's contract on the Discovery or on the secret robot side of things with these shows they got going now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've heard better things about Strange New Worlds, and I did know going into that there might be some changes made that the fans would mostly be on board with, but you know,
I've seen Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, I guess some people are a little, don't hate that as much as the rest. I
don't hate that, like you said.
And then I'm hearing semi-good things about Picard season 3, but we'll see.
Yeah, that one I'm much more unsure of. But the thing that I like about Strange New Worlds is that it's episodic. It's like, okay, now you're going to have to challenge yourself to actually write a good episode. They've never had to do that before because it's all just one long story arc that meanders for fucking years, right? But now they're going to have to challenge themselves to come up with a story, write it down on like 50 pages, and then shoot it. I think that's... And it did mark considerable improvement, but I'm not saying it's great because of that, but it did certainly turn out a lot better than Picard or the other one. What was it called? Discovery.
Yeah. I mean, I really did not like what they did with the Gorn.
Oh God, what did they do to the Gorn?
They made them less intelligent and more animalistic.
So, right.
Yeah, they literally copied Aliens actually in one episode.
Yeah.
The entire plot.
Like I said, it's not great, but it's certainly better.
Yeah.
Anson Mount is really charming in it.
He is.
It seems like his talent is kind of being wasted on that show. And same with Rebecca Romaine. She's barely in it. And one of the more interesting characters they kill off. I mean, I see what they're trying to do, but it's really more like a person who's kind of seen Star Trek in the background of their home growing up, using that as their frame of reference and memory to try and recreate it for the modern age. Like it's still missing a lot of stuff.
Sure, but I mean, the one thing that it was missing was episodic storytelling.
Yeah, I mean, it actually has a nice little hybrid between serialized and episodic. Each episode is individually episodic, but there are parts to it that continue on to an
right. But that's kind of like DS9. DS9 was episodic, but it had a story arc. So, but this one has a lesser of a story arc than DS9 did.
It's far more beneath. It's like CD level on the plot scale of things of ABC.
Yeah. So I mean. And I like that because I haven't seen that in like 15 years or something. Like episodic stuff has been gone, and I'm like, I miss that stuff because it would force the writers to just distill their ideas, and it's like we talked about before with limitations creating creativity.
Episodic TV writing is essentially like writing a pilot for every episode of your show. You have to introduce the characters. You have to do it in a fun, interesting way. You have to convey who they are in a very limited amount of time, and then you have to get them into the story and play it out within the 4 to 5 act structure, depending on how you write it out. Right. And by the end of the episode, everything kind of has to reset a little bit so that the next time the audience comes in, whether it's their first show or they watch the previous one, they're not going to be lost or feel lost or uncomfortable. Right. That was the brilliance of episodic TV back in the day.
It seems like it's a lot harder to do that, and
not many writers know how to write pilots anymore. That's the shocking thing.
Yeah,
I was working most of this weekend in little like writer group seminars, and in a class that was like 60 kids, by kids they're like early 20s. None of them had written a pilot. They'd written feature films, they've written spec scripts like of other television shows and whatnots, but none of them have ever written a pilot. But that's kind of like the thing you got to do. You have to know how to write a pilot, how to introduce a character, introduce a concept, execute it, and just get it all out, and know the formula and the patterns and why the things work the way they do, because that's how you capture an audience. I mean,
right.
Everybody sees a show for the first time. It's like the pilot's usually the more popular one.
Right. I'm just gonna interject here. JC Cabarello says Oblivion is a great sci-fi movie, and happy birthday on Doom. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Go. And no, to Script's point, I mean, shit. The perfect example of what you guys are talking about is the original Star Trek, right? Every beginning of the episode, you get introduced to what the idea of the show is through the intro of the titles,
Right.
and then once you get into the show, any of those episodes could work as a pilot, basically.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it basically probably could be expanded into a movie, because every episode has like a thing, a concept, and here's the problem. And, it's like writing a little mini movie every time. And it takes a lot more out of the writers, I would assume.
And that's why shows like Criminal Minds and these other kind of like procedural shows usually are more popular still, is because you can just plop in and watch them any time. Right.
Oh, yeah.
They don't have so much of some of them do, don't get me wrong, but like at least like the Law and Order type shows and those where you just really, they don't have the major overarching stuff. It's a lot of just, this is what is happening at the end of the show. It pretty much is the same way it was at the beginning of the show for the main characters. It's the other stuff going on around them, right? Like that's kind of the way it works.
Right. And it's really great to have that, because inevitably in every TV series, you're going to miss a couple episodes, and then you're going to be unsure of where you were, and then you're going to be like, fuck it. And you just don't go back.
Which also plays into, I get what we were talking about like an hour and a half ago about the on-demand aspect of streaming. Because you can binge a show, some of the writers and even some of the production companies are like, well, they're going to want to watch from the beginning. So we might as well make sure that every single episode has a cohesive connection to the other one, so that they have to watch it, because we need those watch hours. Because streaming services calculate basically however many watch minutes equals how many the dollar value for it, and how they aggregate that. And it's a weird model that I don't think is going to last very long. But regardless of that part, it's all about just keeping the eyes on there to facilitate content, or just have a very longer, drawn out filler story to justify the watch time invested into the streaming service.
Right, but now they've stopped releasing everything at once, so now you're going to get lost.
Well, the thing is, it's still on demand, right? So even if you miss a week, you can go back and watch that episode.
Yeah, but if I missed 2 weeks, I'm not going to remember where the fuck I was. It's like, which episode was I on? Like, fuck this shit. Fuck that series. That's what happens to me all the time.
And you know what? That's more of the problem of the series than you, because that just shows that you're not invested enough. They failed to get your attention and get your investment enough to even, want to make time out of your day just to watch it. So that goes even more to the point where it's like, if they're not writing with the concept of like, we want you to watch this show as many times as possible till the next one airs. And then on top of that, when the next one airs, we want you to go back and watch this one again so you can watch this next one. That mentality is not in there. It's just like, just get it out to fit the time slot, get to the day, justify the hours. And because they're spreading it on a week-to-week basis, they're trying to basically confirm another month's subscription. That's why you have that 6-episode structure or the 8-episode structure, and not in the binge model of all the episodes in one day. It's like, oh, we can get 2 months worth of subscriptions with 8 episodes, as opposed to just dropping it all in one day and only getting 1 month of subscription. So that's why they're trying to expand it out. But because it's just not doing the job that it should.
Well, I mean, it was fine when they did that back, like 5 years ago or whatever it was, when every streaming service just dropped all their seasons all at once. Then it was fine. But like you say, they're not doing that anymore. They're all trying to chop it up one way or the other. I mean, Netflix chopped up Stranger Things, but most other streaming services are chopping it up per episode now. They're just spreading it out 1 week at a time. So it's back to TV.
Yeah, it's
And
back to TV, but at the end of that season run, it's like if you wanted to binge it, you can. But who's
sure,
really
but
going
but
to?
yeah, I mean, it's just if you're going to have a story arc like that, I want to watch it all at once. I'm not going to watch like once a week.
You
Fuck
don't want to
that.
have that anticipating feeling in your stomach, like when's the damn next episode?
Yeah, but yeah, it's just I'll forget half the story next week, and it's like whatever. I don't enjoy that. I want to watch it all at once, especially now that they can't make long seasons when everything is like 6 to 10 episodes max. Just want to watch it all at once. Valiant Renegade, thanks, man. He sent me thanks for having me on and a very happy birthday. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much for coming on. No, but I mean, it's it might just be a personal preference of mine that I just want to watch the full season at once.
See, that's cool because you still have that option. That's the best part. That's not taken away from you.
No, but I mean, it's not that it's taken away from me, but now I have to sort of try to stay out of spoilers for a fucking month. No, not even a month, like 3 months.
They say, yeah, like you're looking at minimum 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear that.
Minimum. It's not optimal. I really enjoyed when Netflix 5 years ago just started dropping entire seasons. That's really what got me into streaming. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it for the first little bit of Netflix, and then one of the things I kind of noticed, especially like in town, would be 3 weeks after the show dropped, no one would talk about it anymore. And then some of your friends who maybe be working on that show are like getting antsy because it's like, oh crap, it's are we going to get another season? Nobody's talking about this. They may have forgotten it already. Oh no.
But does it matter how many people talk about it? It's just about the viewing, right?
It's about the views and the shelf life, because one of the things that's kind of scary with the binge model is some of the productions feel like after they've dropped the season and it takes another year for the second season to follow, they're going to have people that lose interest or forget because the show hasn't been steadily discussed around, like, the water cooler or something for as long. Because back in the day, you have 26 episodes of whether it's a sitcom or an hour-long drama. That's 26 weeks of the year. You have about 10, 15 weeks in between seasons. So that's like 3 months or so. Your summer vacation, people are doing what they want, and then you come back in the fall. So you don't have that much of a gap between the end of the previous season to the start of the new one. Now that gap is essentially 12 months.
Right,
So,
but that also assumes the fact that they had episodic television back then.
yes, exactly. But with the binge model, when you have like the single story, it's dropped in one day, and they spend another year to make the second season, but there's nobody talking about that first season in the interim, really.
Right.
After the first couple of weeks, the conversation's done. So when they drop the second season, it's kind of like they're starting all over again. And the other part that's also terrible is they're not always writing the second season as if they're starting all over again. They're writing it with the dependency of that previous season. And unless, the customer is going to binge watch that season again before the dropping of the second one, they're probably not going to show much interest in it, or it's not going to gain a newer following. So that's why you end up having the ratings decline. And Netflix has been using the network model for tracking shows' success the same way. And the network model doesn't work on a binge model. It works on basically a week-to-week basis. So if you have, again, 26 episodes over 26 weeks, and it's still they're going to be like, oh, it's popular, so we're going to keep going. But with Netflix, it's like, okay, 12 episodes dropped one day. It's talked for 3 weeks. Might not be as popular as we think it is. We'll probably call it.
Yet another argument for episodic television.
Mm-hmm. Hey, is Lord of the Rings going to be dropped in like one day, or are they going to kind of release it the way they dropped The Boys?
I think Amazon's doing it a week to week.
I think it's week to week, yeah.
Probably, yeah. I have no idea, but I would assume. It seems like it's going out of fashion to do it.
And a big part of that is because they're going to be starting to integrate more commercial models.
Right.
And that's why this is going to change a little bit. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I know some people are instant like reaction is, oh, cringe commercials. But you know,
I mean, I assume they're going to have some sort of model where you could pay to get out of it, right?
Yes. But as Script will explain better than me, that it actually fosters better programming.
Yeah, that's for sure, because then you have to have eyeballs.
Oh yeah, like people like to watch great things, and if you advertise doing great things, it costs you a lot of money to do so, but it comes into a great return because maybe people will buy the thing that you're advertising. Right. So in order to make sure that the commercial time is worth it, you have to have a great show. So you can't really have some of the stuff that we've been getting over the last few years because it's clearly not going to generate the numbers that are needed to justify the existence of the show, which means that you have to bring your A game every time. You actually have to compete for that ad money.
Yeah.
And hopefully we as a customer will benefit from that because we'll actually be able to say, hey, we have like 7 or 8 great television shows on various streaming platforms that are really fun, great to talk about. You know, they're quality television. It's kind of like a renaissance in TV, and it's not preachy. It's not ideologically driven. It's just really good story, really great characters, great direction, great acting, and hopefully they're also paying their effects people and not overworking them. But we just want that's a sustainable type of model. Is okay, we cannot rely solely on a direct to market for your customers with regards to television. We need that extra influx of cash to take advantage of those eyeballs. And the advertising model was the best one. It's worked successfully since the dawn of television. It will be adopted on streaming eventually because streaming will need it in order to survive.
Yeah. As long as they have like a model where you could pay to get rid of it, I'm fine with it.
Oh, they will.
And like I said, and I think it will increase quality because, then they really need the eyeballs.
Exactly. When you take a look at like the ratings numbers from the 70s and 80s on hit television shows, they're like 4 or 5 times than what they are on hit television shows today.
Oh,
And
those guys were cheap. They were dirt cheap to make compared to what they're doing now, like spending fucking tens of millions of dollars per episode.
Exactly. And the ratings that are being touted as success today would be considered cancelable in the late 80s and early 90s.
Yeah.
So I mean that's got to change. They got to switch that over to the point where the average rating number should be, you know, your 10, 12, 11.
That's crazy because I mean the population has gone up and it should be more.
It should be more, absolutely.
A lot less.
But unfortunately, we've got a lot more to choose from, or fortunately, one way or the other, however you want to look at it.
Minimum of 500 television shows a year.
Exactly. Like not just that.
Yeah, sure.
Everything has gone up across the board compared to like 20 years ago, 10 years ago. I mean, it just keeps increasing. But especially with these streaming services now trying to compete with each other, I mean, a lot of stuff's going to get lost in the shuffle of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the days when there was only 3 networks. And I remember when Fox was then the 4th network that came into existence. It was crazy at that time. We're like, oh my God, we have a whole nother block of television to choose from.
Yeah, pretty much the last generation, I'm sure, unless you're somebody who's probably under the age of, I don't know, maybe 20 or 30 perhaps, that didn't actually grow up with cable in every home or a satellite and or internet. Like, I mean, there was a time where you didn't have much to choose from. I mean, our cable company consisted of 12 channels, and a lot of those were doubles of the network. So right there, 8 channels alone were just repeats of, they were just the network channels.
Or the time shifted channels from the affiliates and other.
Well, we didn't get those, luckily, unfortunately, but like if I was lucky enough to get those, that'd be cool. But like when I got satellite, I got those. That was cool. Because if like you missed something, then 3 hours later you could catch it again, right? Like.
Yeah, that's what I was
2
growing
hours,
up with.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. It's just kind of been a bad year of movies.
Yeah. A couple of good gems, but
a while, unfortunately.
Yeah. But
Nicholas Cage one was pretty good. I don't know if you saw that one yet.
The Pig?
No, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
Oh yeah, that was fun. That was actually
That was
fun.
a lot of fun.
I haven't seen that actually. I saw the pig or whatever. That was awesome.
Yeah, I think that was almost from 2 years ago now, ain't it?
No, Pig was last year.
Was it last year? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, I liked that one. It was kind of like reminded me a little bit of Mandy, but not as crazy or anything.
Is Mandy the science fiction one?
It's not
Where they're on
really
another
science.
planet, kind of.
No, I mean that's just the end frame.
Okay.
And I don't think that's real. That's like a hallucination. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I've never seen Mandy, but they do bring it up in that movie that I just mentioned, though. So
Yeah, there's that. Like, yeah, there's been some better movies that have come out a bit more recently. So you got The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. That was pretty good. Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe was pretty good.
The what?
Maverick was pretty good.
What was one before?
Oh, Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe.
Oh, okay.
Which is ironically the highest rated film by critics so far this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It was getting like last I looked, it was getting like a 98% on the Rotten Tomato scale. Yeah.
Wow.
That is amazing.
Which is amazing too, because they obliterate woke in that movie. It's so fucking hilarious.
I gotta see that then.
In just one scene. Don't even have to dwell on it through the whole movie. There's just one scene, all perfectly done, just boom, done and over with. And they move on.
Well, guys, I got to get going. I have to eat. But Undoomed, happy birthday. And thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you very much for showing up. I appreciate it very much.
No problem. I hope you guys all have a great rest of your night. Bye,
All
everyone.
right.
Thanks,
Thank
you.
you.
Too. Take care.
Bye.
And then there were three.
And then there were three.
I got to get something to eat pretty soon too. But yeah, no, like Beavis and Butthead was, I mean, I knew it was going to be good, but I didn't realize how I was holding out for hope, but it was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. That's for sure. And I can't wait for the series because that's coming up already in like 2 weeks here.
Oh, that's soon.
Yeah, it's like August 5th, I think it drops, or at least if they start. I don't know if they're going to do that one episode, every week, or if it's going to drop all at once. But yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
That's
the critics
pretty cool.
actually liked it. Nitrium, like wow, the critics actually liked it. Yeah, they liked the first movie too. That's the thing is, I think a lot of people don't stop to think about how clever the show really is.
Mm-hmm.
Like just get like the whole like idea of what the media pushed at first. And then when a lot of critics saw that first movie, they realized, oh, there's subtext to this. It's like Beavis and Butthead are really good at showing, holding up a mirror to not only ourselves, but the rest of the world and showing how stupid it really is through their own stupidity. Right.
Right.
And they carry that on in spades here in this new film. So, yeah, I mean, and Mike Judge hasn't missed a step in that respect.
That's awesome. I got to watch that. I haven't even heard anything about that movie.
Yeah, it kind of quietly came on to Paramount Plus last month.
Right. Completely under the radar for me.
Yeah. I can't believe how many people haven't seen it yet. But of course, not like Paramount Plus is the most popular of streaming services either. So
No. I mean, what do they have? Like, except for Star
outside
Trek.
of Star Trek, they've got
Yeah.
the Yellowstone thing now, I think, but other than that,
They had The Offer, which
The
I
Offer.
recommend as well.
yeah,
Now
that's a
you
great
brought that
show.
up.
Yeah.
The what?
The Offer. It's about the making of The Godfather.
Oh, like a documentary?
No, actually, it's a dramatization of it. So,
They made a drama out of a documentary?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's quite
it's
fun to watch.
really well
Okay.
done though. It's brilliant. Of course, it's exaggerated truths, but I mean, it's most of the stuff that's in there did actually technically happen though. So like, it may not have happened exactly the way they show it, but I mean, that's the beauty of it. And it it just gets into a whole like the mob ties and how the mob got involved and just the struggle that the studio was having at the time. Because I mean, really, that's kind of, it does a really good job of showing how the state of Hollywood in the early 70s, like people don't realize this, but we almost lost Hollywood at one point. Like there was this television had come in the 50s and 60s and really kind of pushed movies out of the popularity. And like you had all these companies buy up the studios, like Gulf and Western bought Paramount, Seagram's I think bought Universal if I remember right.
Some Canadian company bought Warner Brothers.
Yeah, it was a Kinney company then at that point, and that's when they changed it to that worm logo.
Yeah, Coca-Cola bought
Columbia actually.
Columbia,
then,
all right.
Yep,
okay.
Yep. And then so like that point, they were like they were thinking about just selling off the old movies to television and closing down the studios and selling off the property and the land because it was worth more at that point to do that because these movies weren't making any fucking money at all. And you had these guys, come in that were kind of like mavericks, we talk about them all the time still, like Scorsese and Spielberg and George Lucas and De Palma and all that kind of stuff. These kids were coming up, and Francis Ford Coppola, especially with The Godfather, right? Like practically saved Hollywood. Like there's basically like 3 movies that kind of saved Hollywood. And that was like The Exorcist, The Godfather, and Jaws.
Right.
Those 3 movies brought movies back to theaters. If it wasn't for those 3 movies, we'd have never got Star Wars, right? Those 3 movies all kind of lead up to that. And the Paramount was looking at just selling it all off, and they were going to shut down The Godfather. They tried stripping them of all the money because they didn't want to spend the money. They didn't want it to be a period piece. They didn't want all that. So all that stuff's in this not documentary, but docudrama. Right. And they do a really good job of showing how the state of the industry at the time, and just the struggle that they went through to make this movie, and how big it was. And I hope they kind of carry on this tradition. I hope they do like another season of this show, but it's not about The Godfather. It's like, about the making of Jaws or Apocalypse Now or Star Wars or some other movie that had a tumultuous behind the scenes, story.
Chinatown would be interesting.
Chinatown was a great one that we talked about too, because that would spin right off of this show actually, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, they almost have a script for making it for Star Wars. Just use Empire of the Sun or whatever, whatever that documentary.
There's Empire Dreams or whatever. Yeah,
Empire Dreams only scratches the surface, man. There's way more. Like there's stuff that I've known for years. Someone on YouTube put out a bunch of this stuff years ago, and then now they have the what is it called?
The True Story of Star Wars, the unauthorized. Or something like
it's unearthing Icons on Earth. That's it. It's the Icons on Earth miniseries on that they're doing. And that
one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's the one that's got Marshall Lucas actually doing.
That's on Vice or whatever, isn't it?
Yeah, doing a film.
I've seen that. Is there? I've seen 2 episodes. Is there more out there?
There's apparently a number of them, but yeah, they've only aired the first 2.
Oh, okay.
The next one is the third one's coming sometime later this week. But they're the first 2 episodes dwell primarily on first Star Wars, and I think the 3rd episode wraps up its reception publicly, and then it goes into
I mean it was really good, and I was like, what the fuck, did Vice make this? Because everything sucks from
the guys who actually are behind the toys that made us and the movies that made us are behind this show. Now I read a little bit about this.
It's just distributed by Vice.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Although the narrator is definitely, I think, a Vice employee, because the narrator sucks.
These guys actually do their research, which really kind of pisses me off to a point, because they dropped their Ghostbusters, the movie that made us, the same time we dropped our retrospective. And people were accusing us of ripping theirs off. It's like, you guys don't realize we actually dropped ours at the same damn time. We've been working on this fucking video for over a month.
Right.
Like, we had no time to watch their video and rip it off. No, they did great research, because they found a lot of the same stuff that we had found that wasn't really public knowledge. So and I've seen a couple of the other stuff they've done, and I love The Toys That Made Us. That's a great show. I mean, so same thing with the movies that made us. So I'm interested in checking this out, but I don't know how to watch it without subscribing to Vice or whatever. How do you do that? I don't know.
I can send you a link.
Okay, one of those kind of links, maybe.
Yeah.
I might be able to work with that.
you have those NordVPN commercials in your videos?
Yeah, I got to see if mine still works here. It should be. I haven't used it in a little bit. Because I have most of the streaming services. That's what kind of pisses me off when they do stuff like this. It's like, why? Because isn't Vice isn't that attached to HBO? Don't they already have a Vice show over there or something like that? Or is that
Vice is an HBO affiliate, if I'm not mistaken.
Then why don't they just put it on HBO Max?
I would not be surprised if it's on there somewhere buried.
I could check. You're right. I will check, actually. Yeah.
Well, let me know if you need the link.
Yeah, I'll ask. Yeah, if I need it. Thanks.
But it's actually, it's a pretty good stuff. I mean, the other part too is I love the fact that in the last 2 weeks, I've had friends who are die-hard Star Wars fans, not in the industry, just in general, who didn't believe some of the things I would tell them about Star Wars, being like, "Holy crap, you were right! How did you know this?" Like, well, one of my teachers worked with George Lucas for a number of years. He's heard the stories too. He told them to me. It's
funny we got to this subject because Script Doctor and I are known as like the George Lucas truthers here, and we get a lot of flack for that. But
okay, what does that mean?
We remind people that he's just a human being, and none of the
he's a
great human being, but he's had a lot of revisionist history when it comes to Star Wars.
yeah. I'd like to point out on that subject that I've met him, but go on.
No, that's basically it. Is that like people like to pretend, oh, he's this god who had it all planned like Tolkien did, and it's like hell, even Tolkien didn't technically have it all really planned out. It's like no, George didn't have this all planned out like you think he did, and a lot of it was more happy accidents than it was anything. In fact, the first movie was not even what he wanted to do. Like it was all, but most of the first movie, I'd say a good 80% of that movie is just because this is all I can do in accidents. And then re-edited by Marshall Lucas and
yeah. Who she's the one that I remember telling friends George was going to cut the Force out of the film, and Marshall Lucas saved it.
Oh yeah, she actually did.
Yeah. And he reshot most of
she
that
actually
movie.
Put it back when he took it out.
There's
he took
another
it out because of De Palma, and then the other part too. My favorite one is Luke Skywalker made 2 runs on the trench run, and Marcia's like, no, we got to make it 1.
She added the ticking time clock too, yeah.
The ticking time clock, and then she also was like, maybe we should kill Obi-Wan. Savage, dramatic, and
she really contributed to that.
Well, and it wasn't just her. He was surrounded by a lot of creative people then. He wasn't surrounded during the prequels, right?
I mean, Jesus Christ!
Even though
friends are like the best directors ever,
De Palma and Coppola and all those guys were hanging around, but they didn't really get it. The only guy who really got it was Spielberg.
Yeah,
right. And that's the thing is because I think he really kind of kept him going through a lot of that. I'm sure, and that's kind of the show that you could do, right? Is like that's the movie you could or show you could tell us about the making of that movie and just the stress that he was under and. It's funny because he lost his voice at one point and nobody even noticed.
He got here's the thing that the Vox thing does that I think is kind of a misnomer. He got sick and went to the hospital, but they try to dramatize it up that he's on life support with
he thought he had a heart attack. It was just an anxiety attack.
Yeah. It was an anxiety attack. But they have all the heart monitor sounds and all the blue light stuff in the background. And
that's one of those myths that's been built up over time. Yeah. I've heard the story even told that he literally had a heart attack. I'm like, no, they thought he was having a heart attack. It was just an anxiety attack. Yes.
And he was out within a day.
And that makes sense to me. I know directors who get those anxiety attacks and just goes to the toilet and pukes every fucking hour.
It was a nightmare to shoot. He had no money to shoot it. He had to basically shoot the movie twice because most people don't even know this. There's a whole nother version of that movie that I don't know if it still exists, but people have said they've seen it because a lot of it was shot with rear projection. So a lot of those scenes were reshot again and again because he didn't like how it looked. He went back and scrapped all of the special effects they were working on for a year.
Right.
He came back and goes, what the fuck is this? And he threw it all out and he started over again.
You can kind of see it in those speeder scenes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There you see oh my god,
there's some deleted scenes that
visual
still have
effects
some of the,
just have to go.
The rear there's a C-3PO and R2 scene where 3PO and they're just flying in front of a moving screen. He removed all of that shit. Thank you. The rear projection. He removed all that. He reshot all the stuff that was shot. They had the Vader Leia Tarkin scene that was shot in front of the rear projection with a different set, and he reshot all that stuff on the Death Star, and so he reshot a lot of stuff. And then when they were in Tunisia, it was a fucking nightmare because battling the weather and they destroyed their sets over and over again. They would flood those fucking houses.
Well, the pits would flood. The thing that actually ended up working for Star Wars is that some of the sets were destroyed, but when they repaired it, they looked older than they actually originally. So they this actually sells the life of the stuff. They also shot a ton of B-roll for the Cantina in LA. Or in Modesto, I think.
Oh yeah.
and because they just didn't have enough aliens.
No,
in
I
their
can't
wide
remember.
shot.
Did the Sandcrawler get stolen, or did it get blown away? No, I
One
can't
Death
remember.
Star, a Death Star model got stolen and then
That
got
I know,
found years later.
But I know there was something with one of the Sandcrawlers too that happened, but I can't remember now. They just had nothing but nightmares though working on that film, and it repeated itself when they did episode 1 in the same place. I know that destroyed all the pod racers. They had a windstorm come through.
Oh yeah.
And so it was a logistical nightmare to shoot there, I guess. So
But that set's still there in Tunisia.
yeah, people live there now. Like a bunch of homeless people have moved in. I guess they had to boot them out when they went to shoot one of the. I think they shot something for the Obi-Wan show there or something like that. Or people went there and they said there's a bunch of homeless people there living now.
My God, don't we have like deserts in California? Do that really have to go to?
Well, that's
Tunisia?
the thing is now
It was really cheap to shoot over there. At the time.
That's the other thing too. Yeah, plus the cruise.
The U.S. dollar went a lot further in the U.K. and in Tunisia than it did in the 70s than it does today.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
That's why they had a lot of those big studios over there. Yeah, back in the day.
I guess that makes sense because now it just feels like Jesus Christ, flying everything over there and
it's just
transporting all the fucking.
Like a few years
models.
ago, it was Australia, New Zealand, right? Like it's just it changes every few years. Wherever somebody will finally wants to boost their economy, and they'll give Hollywood some big tax credit. Georgia has been one of the more recent ones in years, up until more recent political bullshit, anyway.
Yeah, I mean the tax credits are still there, but yeah.
But that's what I'm saying is like every few years, a new one of these will pop up. Like I said, like 20 years ago, it seemed like everybody was going to Australia or New Zealand to shoot their movies.
Oh yeah, and I suspect in 2 years Florida is going to be the number one
possibly
in that.
Canada's like that for television.
Yeah,
Canada's so cheap to shoot television in Canada. We have so many locations that haven't been touched by time that you can do period pieces relatively easy in a lot of parts of Canada.
Yeah.
So that's always pretty valuable for television because there's a lot of period piece shows being pitched around or small town stuff, or if they want to make like Toronto is notorious for being redressed as New York City or Paris, France, like way too often.
Well, here's a question I've been having in my mind for a while now, and since I got two creatives here at my disposal, I'm going to ask it. Do you feel like the reason we've been getting a lot of these period pieces pushed more lately is it's just tougher to tell a movie anymore with modern stuff? Right? Like cell phones, like, there's that joke. You can just type in, what if had a cell phone, and a bunch of like joke parody videos will come up of what if this movie had a cell phone in it, and the movie be over in like 2 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, do you think that's kind of a modern thing? I'm getting, from you guys' perspective as creatives, I'd love to hear if you think that's part of the reason why it seems like we get a lot more period pieces than we ever used to get.
I mean,
outside of Westerns anyway.
I'm not a story guy. I'm just an editor. So I can't really.
Well, you're still a creative. I mean,
yeah, but
your opinion is valued in my.
I think that it's certainly more. Stories are certainly more interesting if you can't just pull up a cell phone and solve it.
Yes,
it's kind of like the bane of modern cop shows. It's just they're all just sitting at a computer.
We got facial recognition, satellite location, GPS tracking, like all that type of stuff.
Yeah, and DNA and blah, blah, blah. And they even got databases for whatever tree they pick up a little seed.
They know soil samples for every 10 feet of the planet.
Yeah.
No, this is something that I was bringing up back in 2007 because this was what I was noticing is like, okay, so you have computers and internet is kind of being the ultimate solution to circumvent drama. It's like there's no reason for a person actually... There's no reason for a person to actually memorize anything or learn anything anymore when they can just access it instantly through a computer network. And I remember I was pitching tons of television shows that were taking place in the 60s and 70s. And the reason I kept on getting asked, like, why are you setting them in this time? It's like, because it's a lot harder to solve the problems of the procedural in this time period than it is today. And they just looked at me blankly. It's like, yeah, but isn't it more fun to like use satellites and GPS? Like every show is doing that. Like every show is doing that. Wouldn't it be interesting to see, be like, oh crap, we can't find this guy. Well, what do? We have to actually like do a on the ground search, a bolo, a be on the lookout for, or an APB all points bulletin. Like it's important stuff. And I always would make fun of, like, I hated the procedurals where the cops are chasing the bad guy hops to a car and it drives off and the cops just stop. And they're like, oh, I guess he got away. It's like, no, get into a car, chase after him. Like,
Yeah.
don't cut a commercial break there. Like, have him get into a car and chase after him, then cut to commercial, then come back and be like, oh crap, they're like bumper to bumper with the bad guy. And now like the guy gets out of the car, like Lethal Weapon style, so I jump onto the other car to pull it over. Like, we don't get that type of storytelling in modern day stuff, because it's like, okay, they got away in a car. It's like, well, the car is connected to a GPS satellite. It's a smart car. It's digital. It's electric. It's hybrid. Whatever the hell crap it is, we can just track it with our phone. When it parks, we'll just surround them and then we apprehend them. It's like, well, you just completely took out all the fun.
You know what really pissed me off? It was CSI New York.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. CSI is where a lot of this shit started.
Well, CSI, the first one was all right, but
yeah,
CSI
but see,
New
they
York,
had a lot of the stuff in that show that pissed me off, was that they had all these fucking technologies that don't actually exist. Now the shows,
but you know, let me just get this out of the way. CSI New York had hologram screens. Like, what are you doing? This is not sci-fi. This isn't fucking Star Trek Discovery.
Is this where my tax dollars are going? Holographic screens for the CSI department?
I swear the original CSI had that shit too, because that's kind of when I checked out. Was like they like put this thing in the ground, and all of a sudden this 3D grid comes up, and I'm like, who the fuck has this technology? And then like recreates the crime scene. It's like, well, if this is the case, then why do we even have this show? They can just solve every crime this way.
Yeah.
Right. And this is the same thing that comes in a lot of these modern Marvel films and all these other films that we have nowadays, is especially Star Wars too. We've been got like Obi-Wan really bothered me with that. It had a lot of these, there's a tracker. It's like, is there, what the fuck? You know, and it's like, you know, you have all this constant things that pull me out of the story.
And shrink the universe of Star Wars.
Oh God, shrink Star Wars so badly. But away from Star Wars, but back to the original point though, is, and I feel that's the same thing too, is like, and it's another reason why I think I've shied away from horror movies a lot lately, right? Because outside of most, unless you're doing some kind of really like, I don't know, surreal like ghost story kind of thing, most horror movies, that's usually what you'll find in those jokes, is you know, like, what if they had a cell phone? Most horror movies would be over in 2 minutes if they had a fucking cell phone. That's the problem. So
I guess that's why they had to have a shield in that movie. What was it? What was that? It was.
Are you talking about like the dome?
It was like it was a dome. It was a movie by that guy from. Who did the Justice League? Joss Whedon, right?
Okay.
There we go. What was it called? Like Shed in the Woods or something?
Oh, Cabin
in the Woods.
Cabin in the Woods, right?
Yeah.
They had like a dome.
So Jesus.
Like, that's where like the society,
like a story device to make sure the cell phones didn't work.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the last projects I worked on with a writer, because I used to help do a little bit of script doctoring, like Script Doctor does from time to time for my writing friends, and he kept running into this issue with the cell phone thing, and he had this thing in there, and I had to look it up to make sure it was real. And I'm like, I guess that works, but can't you just have like a natural thing come across? Because because he had this whole subplot of these people that were going to destroy the cell phone tower out of protest, just so he could get the cell phones out of the story. I'm like, this here is like, it doesn't go along with the rest of the story. Like, you need to get rid of it. Can't you just have an offline somewhere, like they got struck by lightning and it blew up the fucking thing or something? Yeah, like, and so you're gonna be out of cell tower for the next day or so till they can fix it. You just have it come up on the radio, and that fixes that whole fucking problem right there. You know, like, and that's kind of, you know, in a horror movie you can kind of get away with some of that, because if you put them in the woods or someplace where they're not getting cell phone service, but you can only do that so many times in these movies.
That's not going to be a thing in 5 years, because Elon Musk's Starlink is going to cover the entire
there's that problem too. Exactly.
And there is a problem also where it feels like silly. Like, Jesus Christ, why doesn't the cell phone work? It's kind of like the car never starting. So it can become a cliche if you do it wrong.
Well, and it also felt like in like especially like the late 70s and 80s, when they knew that, and I think a lot of this had to do with the fact that they knew that they were going to sell these movies to television later down the road, and video was now becoming a thing. So people were going to be watching these later. They did a lot more into like, they didn't really say when the movie took place. Right. They would they never really even hinted. It was just some undescript time in the 70s or 80s. You know, so like no matter when you watched it, you had no idea when it was taking place. And for the most part, depending on the technology, maybe or the hair or some of the cars, you couldn't really kind of pinpoint exactly in like a 10-year period when that movie took place or was made. Like, and I feel like we've lost that capability, especially with the way modern cell phone technology moves so quickly, the way computer technology moves so quickly. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's as soon as someone picks up a cell phone, you know exactly
when it was
made.
exactly. Yeah, because if they got a flip phone or if they got a BlackBerry or if they,
well, you could probably even date an exact iPhone.
Unfortunately, my kid could. Yeah.
I mean, that's one. Like, I was playing around with the horror idea for a while, which is like, what if someone just hacked a whole bunch of kids' phones on like a campsite, so that even when they were trying to use it, wasn't going anywhere, but it all worked between the internal group themselves. And I'm like, oh, you could probably do something there where they think they're able to call the police, but they're not actually. They're actually calling the killer, who's just slowly picking them off one by one. It's a tricky thing to do because there's so much information with regards to technology available that in order to make it authentic, you have to be able to know more about that tech than than what the average audience person will see, and even the occasional expert, because the whole idea is like you have to convince them that this could be a thing. And it's a lot of work. It's as much work to learn that as it is to actually make a very good, entertaining story like you would have 20 years ago when you didn't have that obstacle. You just built another thing to think about on top of it. And it's really frustrating because the other part too, which is also terrible, is that it has this weird byproduct accidental message, which is that you as an audience member, when you're seeing these people doing these jobs, solving these crimes with the aids of computers, you realize you don't have to learn anything. It's all available to you on the machine. So anybody can do it. It's like, no, the cool part about those procedurals is that these are people that studied and worked hard and trained and got experience in order to be able to be the best that they could to solve these problems.
Yeah.
And now you've just basically made them as useless as a coffee mug because the computer's going to do it all for them.
Yeah, nobody wants to watch that.
No, exactly.
That's the problem. Like,
that's why I like watching old television shows like Columbo and Policewoman and $6 Million Man and Quincy and stuff, because it's like they have some machines to figure stuff out.
It's a little bit too old for me, but I like watching 80s stuff.
Yeah, but like they have technology to solve some problems, but they don't get the answers they want. They just get the technology gives them the clues, it doesn't give them the answers.
Right.
And that's one of the things that modern day procedurals don't have, is the technology gives them the answers, not the clues.
Right. In real life, this is a good thing. I mean, when's the last time you heard about a serial killer? They just can't get off the ground before we catch them. But in storytelling, it's bad.
Yeah. But I'd rather have the reduced amount of serial killers in the real world than
yeah. Of course, but you know what I mean.
Absolutely. Yeah.
In storytelling, it's really boring when it's just like, oh, that girl who does all the familial DNA. She's a real person. She's got this company that specializes in familial DNA. And she's got contracts with 23andMe and all that stuff. She catches serial killer for real. Awesome.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome.
But it's not good. It's not good for a story having someone sitting with a computer and loading in the DNA file and going, "Let's match this up."
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, basically it's like solve a crime in real time, and it's like 7 minutes later. The guy, go get him.
Shark Denture says, "Night Undoomed. Hope you had a good birthday, or happy birthday. Thank you, man. Appreciate it." Yeah, so it's really it's a conundrum that trying to make it a good story with today's technology when everything is just because technology is amazing now.
Yeah. The thing is that we're losing a bit of ourselves with the convenience of the accessibility. And I think we could have a lot more fun with it. I mean, especially if you're to go to a legitimate like crime scene investigation unit, see how limited the resources they have. You probably facilitate a really great drama from that show. You actually try to make it as accurate as possible with regards to the limitations, but still keep up the drama, the pace, the urgency. I think you can.
Do you think they have like? Do you know what the CSI effect is?
Oh, I got it on the tip of my tongue. I'm just trying to get it out there. It's like the assumption that it's easy, that it's just as it is on television as it is in real life, but it's not. Right?
No, the CSI effect is something that talk about in courts. It's that the jury would assumes that you have DNA evidence and all this CSI shit nowadays to convict. So that's sort of they've shifted that, and I don't think that's a bad thing, but that's an effect that's happened, right?
Where the jury pool assumes that there should be more accurate information or more convincing evidence available.
Right. In the old days, they could just convict with some hairs, like some witnesses and blah blah blah, right?
Right.
And then now a jury won't convict until they have DNA and fingerprints and cell phone towers and all that stuff.
Yeah, everything that they think is going to be like to remove as much doubt as possible. But unfortunately, in the real world, there's gaps in things because the criminal is very clever. They'll accommodate for those, and if the investigation team is not to their best, they'll miss them. And so, yeah, you have a lot more hurdles to work with in that regard.
Well, I mean, in reality, criminals are stupid, and cops
mostly, yes, absolutely.
Cops are like they have 50 people, so you can be smarter than one person, but you can't be smarter than 50.
Yeah, because the odds are one's going to catch what you're doing and then tell the others.
Yeah.
Yeah, like rarely are you going to be encountering many Ted Bundys who were, maniacal geniuses to a certain degree.
I'm sure those people exist, but they get caught immediately nowadays.
Oh yeah, well, definitely thwarted.
Because I mean, back then they didn't have anything. They could maybe get a print. It's like, what? Now they could just load up the DNA and go like, oh, well, this matches some guy up here in the family tree, and then let's go down again. And they could just, even if they don't have your DNA, they can still catch you.
Well, that's where I can see this whole CSI effect that you were just talking about is kind of counterproductive to things because, right, we're at a time now where I would say they're probably a hell of a lot more accurate in figuring out who did something with very little to go on comparatively to like back in the day with Jack the Ripper, right? Like we've had 2 or 3 people attack the Jack the Ripper case now, and there's been a few people have been pretty consistent on who they think the actual killer was, right? And I almost have to agree with them at this point because they make a pretty good argument, right? And that's kind of what you're saying is sometimes you didn't always have the most evidence, but you had enough witnesses and enough, reasonable doubt on the other end of things that to create, a motive and in a situation where the opportunity and, you can build enough of a case to where unless the person has some kind of alibi or evidence to support their being innocent, it's the burden of proof kind of thing. But still, I can see where a lot of people would just be like, no, without a hair or without a fingerprint, I just can't convict,
Right.
And we've seen some strange murder cases where you can't believe that the individual walks. And then there's other times where in the past where there was the opposite though, where I couldn't believe the individual got the
I mean,
they did, but
yeah. I mean, in reality, it's probably good. But it's bad for storytelling is what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
It's good to convict people with real physical evidence. There's no doubt about that. And it's good that it's so much easier to not kill, but get serial killers.
Right.
And that kind of stuff. No doubt about it. But it also diminishes storytelling in modern stories.
It definitely does have a ripple effect onto our fiction because, again, you write a good story and you're saying the criminal's doing all these things, and then maybe a cop or a district attorney's watching this like that's not how this happens. What the heck's going on there? that you're losing some customers on your show potentially. Yeah.
Well, and that's the problem with how technology moves is when you have the chance of a lot more people working in a technological background now. They know how a lot of this stuff works. You can't get away with the whole
the computers in the 80s.
Yeah,
Jesus
well,
Christ.
I mean, I loved watching things like Hackers when I worked at I worked for an ISP for a while, and you had these guys going, "That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You can't do that. That's fucking bullshit." Through the whole
rides
movie.
a skateboard next to a limo?
I'd like a computer that could do that. Like that. I hear that one a lot too.
Yeah, I mean but that's a super bad example or good
I know,
example.
but like now we've gotten to this point where CSI had the same problem though. Like I said, with that earlier bit, like it's like, and I have that same issue with like when I see these things where people just think like, and I run into this with my 4K for you talks too, where people don't understand how resolution works and zoom in and enhance. It's like it doesn't fucking work that way.
Yeah,
you can't create pixels that aren't there. In this case, whatever it is, whatever the original
resolution. You can, but they're not going to be 100% accurate.
Exactly, you can't, and that's what we learned in the more recent case of
in that one trial. Yes,
yeah, Rittenhouse. But no, like I mean, that's my point too. Is that like same thing with like we've gotten a little bit farther with audio on that side of things. Like we are catching up to like some of those things to where they can start now. They're figuring out how to isolate certain sounds and things of that sort. But again, I have it in the back of my mind and I'm still questioning myself is that really what we're hearing, or is that the computer just calculating what it is by deleting everything around it? Right. So you have the same issue with the video, but yeah, we are not anywhere near some of the shit they try to use in these shows and movies. And it's just, even me as somebody who's just a normie with this shit, it's like I laugh at some of this stuff sometimes, especially with the zoom and enhance is always my favorite. Because I know that's not how it fucking works.
That's in every cop show.
Yeah, I mean, what only actually kind of worked with film, like hardcore film, was like, can you just blow this up? And it's like, yeah, we'll have to.
That's the only way, and you can't do that unless you have an actual photo or a film reel.
Or the negative.
That's not how it works. Yeah, like you can't take a CCTV, zoom in, and expect to get a crystal clear picture of the killer.
You can't because it's recorded at that distance at that resolution.
No,
in CSI you can.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's the problem I had with the show. I'm like, this is bullshit. Oh.
Just zoom in and enhance. It's what is that, like the Blade Runner thing, right?
Yeah. Zoom in and enhance. Zoom in and enhance. Oh gosh. Well, at least there we can buy it because it's futuristic, right? But even then, it's still, you got to have enough resolution to work with. We're still at that point with video. Yeah. You can't fake it. You can do some up converts and things like that, but again, it's still an AI creating pixels that aren't actually there. Yeah.
Like you can record security camera on footage on film, but the resolution is only going to be as good as the lens that was used to record it. Like that's
not only that, they have limitations on. See, the problem with like that they ran into a lot of CCTV programs in the past, and why they didn't have a big jump in it until digital technology. It's just because it was so hard to run the cable. Because after so many feet, you not only then you lose picture quality. So
right, but they
were so not only do you have the first problem that Script just said, but a lot of those TVs ran off of like hundreds of feet of wire so that the picture on the other end was so compromised that you
right. But you also have the cable. You also have the problem with they're not going to put this stuff on beta cam. They're going to put it on a VHS.
Yeah,
right.
Nobody's going to fucking pay $50,000 for a security camera VCR.
No.
So they're going to get a VHS, and we all know how nice VHS is.
At least they have digital technology, so you're at the mercy and the whim of however good the camera is you're using, basically, and the capture method, basically. So that's about where we're at now. So that's a little different. We're getting caught up to where zooming and enhancing can work to a point, as long as you got like a 4K or an 8K system.
Which they don't. It's always like 720p or 1080p.
If you're lucky, even most of the time it's like 4080, because a lot of those systems were put in back in the early 2000s. So
if it's like an old one, yeah.
Oh yeah, like you think some of your high tier banks have state of the art CCTV stuff, no. Digital CC? No, they don't. They save their money.
No, but I'm thinking like when they get private security from a house or something, those guys probably just bought like a Logitech camera, and those guys are at 1080p.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is the beauty of it now is with home security systems and all that kind of stuff with digital, it's really freed up a lot of that stuff, right? So,
yeah.
You don't have to run wires
nothing.
through your whole fucking house and
yeah. I mean, I got those cameras. It's like they cost like what, $50, and they're like
you can get a nice set for like $200-300. Yeah, like for your entire.
No, they're not that expensive. They're like $50
a piece, or for the whole set.
No, a piece.
That's what I'm saying. Like for like $300, you could deck out your whole. Like you could have a pretty good security system. That's my point. Yeah. Compared to what you'd spend $3,000 or even more than that back in the day. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Couple cameras used to cost you that just for the closed circuit cameras. I mean, they were not even cheap, as shitty as they were.
Yeah, super shitty. Now everything like that has become, everything's so cheap now. That's great.
Well, and that's the beauty. If you think you have a good story to tell, I mean, and that's what we keep telling people. That's probably one of the biggest questions Script and I get asked the most is, what should I do? I want to do this. I want to just do it. I mean, you've got friends, you've got a phone, you've got a computer, you've got all kinds of things you can do now. You can tell any kind of story you want.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it. I mean, of course, the quality is going to vary. Of course, if you want to do something that's a little bit more elaborate, sure, you're going to have to throw some money at it. But you never know. You can sometimes, get investors. But here's my thing too: is I'll say avoid doing like the fan stuff. And I don't know if Script agrees with this or not, but I think we've had this conversation before. But I would say do your own original thing, because in that way you can harvest that, right? Because like it's already, there's like gatekeepers in Hollywood, and there's this big barricade of getting in. But if you have something original, they'll probably react to it quicker than if it's something that you're doing that like Star Wars or Star Trek, because then they see that as competition.
Isn't that like how Eli Roth got started?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
just make a short film. I mean, I know a lot of people want to play with IP. They don't really see it as competition. They just sort of scoff at it.
Well, that too.
They're
beneath them. But if it's better than what they do, then they're definitely not going to give you that much attention. Is my point too.
Yeah, but it's rare in the cases where it's better. I mean, I think the only person who made a Star Wars fan film that ended up getting hired for Star Wars, I think, was one of the guys behind Troops, which is the parody of Cops.
Yeah, and some of the technical people have, but that's it. Yeah,
no, special effects stuff is way easier to get hired for.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah,
you don't care about that. It's the directing, the storytelling stuff. That's
different. But
no,
if you
want to prove that you can tell a good story with original stuff than it is to also pull.
That's kind of the point, isn't it? Like if you want to prove that you're good at storytelling, don't steal someone else's story,
or don't play in someone else's sandbox. Essentially,
right.
Yeah, like because it goes back to what I was saying a few hours ago, how a whole group of writers, young and up and coming writers, don't know how to do a pilot. Like a short film is essentially a pilot. You have original characters, original setting, original story, or to a degree. I mean, everything kind of does overlap with one another in some regards. But if you can put that all together, convey it, and get people to talk about it, that is your key to sort of cross the Rubicon of fan to creative. And it's a very hard thing to do. Like it's a very, very hard thing to do. In most cases, the way that when I get people that ask me for advice, I'm like, listen, this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to be the writer. You're going to have to be the director. You're going to have to be the editor. Because if you want to hire any of those other people, they're going to let you down, because there's not enough money in a budget for independent side of things, unless you're really loaded, to get a commitment out of the people that will actually see it to the end. So you got to do all of that stuff. You can get your actors easy enough. Everybody will work for food. You can get someone to hold the camera and point it where you need it to, get someone to record audio. But once all that stuff is done, you have to take care of it and see it to the end, because no one else that you will bring in to help you will probably stay to help you to the end. So many people will leave or drop out because the excitement wears off really quickly while you're doing the editing process. Because editing, as you know, on Doomed, it can be pretty long, time consuming, and stressful. And that's where you get a lot of drop off. Especially on the independent side of things. I've seen a lot of great potential films just end up on the shelf because the main financer just doesn't have the money to hire an editor to do it. And the people that they did hire lost interest, decided to quit and do other jobs, or they got paid some significant money to work on something a bit more professional. And they never went to go back to that original thing. So yeah, you gotta be willing to make that commitment all the way to the end.
Right.
Well, and the beauty of it is that it's so much cheaper now than it was before when it was all on film. right? Like to be able to get noticed before you had to do it on film. Now, if you can do something that looks good, as long as it looks good, that's all that matters. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
digital has changed that.
There was that movie that came out that everyone was raving about that was shot on an iPhone.
Oh yeah, there's been a few now.
Remember that?
Well, there's even been like professional directors who have shot on iPhones. What's his face? Guy Ritchie is the one I'm thinking of.
I think
I have no idea.
I think that's what I'm thinking of.
Who?
Guy Ritchie, I think, did one,
Okay.
and there's a couple other ones too. Yeah, that. But no, it's going to become more common. I mean, that's the thing is, you get like your best iPhone right now probably has a better camera in it than a lot of cameras you could get your hands on back in the day.
Yeah.
As far as film wise, even.
Yeah.
So I mean, you have that at your disposal. You don't have to worry about getting a Steam Deck to edit on now. You can do it on your home computer. Hell, you can do it on a laptop.
Yeah.
Shit, you can do it on some phones even.
You can do it on a phone, yeah.
But I mean, if you want it to look good, you're going to want to spend the time, like Script said. And of course, even, and that's where I would say, if you're going to spend money on things, spend money on actors and spend money on like, props and sets and things like that, because the other stuff can come along later on. Like you can edit it yourself later on a machine. And if you want to get a professional editor, that's a little different, but like he's right. Like, cause you can't depend on your friends to stick around either. Right,
Yeah.
like nobody's going to do shit for free, right? Like that's the other problem
They'll
you're
do
going
it
to
for
have.
food to an extent.
They'll do it for food to an extent, but they're not going to stick around for very long. You want people who know this is a job. They are expected to show up and act professional. That is what's going to get your project done.
Yeah.
That's going to get it shot. It's not
Well,
going
at
to
least
get it done.
shot. Exactly. At least,
shot.
because otherwise you're going to get stuck in this position where you lose 12 actors and you don't know how to finish your fucking movie.
Yeah. That's true.
That I would say is the biggest hurdle of any independent production, other than just getting it out there. There's the second biggest hurdle is getting your eyeballs on it, because that's the one thing that the studios have that the independents don't have, and that's probably the one question I get too.
That's at the earliest. Yeah. That's your third hurdle. The second one is finishing the actual.
Well, yes, but I mean, yes, I'm not going in any order.
Is finishing it in post production, and then the third one is getting people to see it.
And my point wasn't skipping over that so much as we just discussed it, but
yeah, like that's just the most simplistic take on it, really, because there's all tons of
but my point then was going to get to, like, you just, unless you have the money to build a campaign behind it, that's where Script's right. Just do a short subject, because you can always expand that later on to a show or a movie.
Yeah.
That can always be done later.
It teaches you the fact that the trick to writing a great scene is treat every scene like it's a 3-act film. You have a beginning, middle, end, introduce the characters, introduce the conflict, the goals, and then not so much the resolution because you want to go to the next scene, but do something to further that story to the next step, so that when you get to a new scene, you can start the process again. It's not a reset, it's just a building up continuation. And that's you get a lot of great practice doing that in a short film, because if you only have 10 to 15 minutes to work with, you've got to tell the coolest parts of your story in a coherent manner, in that time frame. And the shorter the time frame you can get that across, the better you're going to be once you start expanding into larger, lengthier stories.
Right.
And the other side of that with the distribution aspect that I was talking about before is getting like attention on your project. If you're doing like a fan film, you pretty much can't promote it in any way. And as a professional critic, if somebody sends me a fan film of something, I'm probably not going to watch it.
No.
And it's just because I can't really do anything with it. Yeah, we can bring some attention to a fan film like that once in a while, but it doesn't really go much farther than that. I'd much more spend the time and energy on something that's an original idea, because then I'd rather get the attention for that person for that original idea, because then maybe, just maybe, somebody will see that and they're like, I want to expand on that original idea. And then that has more of a chance of getting some fruit bared out of it than just
it is kind of a dead end. Like, however good the fan film is, it's not going to lead to anything.
It's a money pit. I mean, it's a money pit in the sense that the product itself will not yield you any recoupment of your funds or your investment.
Mm-hmm.
It's really just a crapshoot whether or not you'll actually get anything out of it career-wise for something else. Because again, you're playing in someone else's sandbox, and if you're doing it with the chance to try and further a career in this industry, you're going to get a little bit of scoff from the studio heads. If you do something original with that intent, you're going to get their attention. And if you're just a fan who wants to do something passionate and you have no interest into the industry,
Right.
you just want to burn your money on that thing just to satisfy something that the IP holders will never make, then that's fine. Hollywood will just be like, okay, you did that, thank you.
Well, I'm not going to even name any names, but there's a friend that at least a couple of us on this panel may know that is actually working on a fan film, and I've been thinking about it for a while, of trying to see if this individual will be more interested in maybe just making it an original thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Because like Script just said, it's a money pit.
Yeah.
Unless you're just somebody who has a lot of money to throw around and you want to have this cool, neat thing to show your friends and maybe get viral on the internet. Because like outside of that, unless you're somebody who's working maybe on the special effects in it or something like that, Hollywood's not going to let you come knocking on their door.
No, I mean, the only purpose to do that is if you're the special effects guy.
That's what I mean. They'll take notice of certain things like that, but they're not. They don't want you as a director or writer. They don't think they're not going to name me one time where a fan film has gotten anybody a job on anything.
No, just special effects guys.
I mean, no, I'm talking about writing.
The one dude behind Troops. The one dude behind that Troops. That was like the late '90s.
Yeah, but that was a little. Even George was a little bit more different because he fostered that community. Right, that was a little little bit different situation. He even had like contests and stuff like that, and he would give out sound effects and music for people to use on their fan films. But that was a little bit different scenario. But even then, like he would still bring them in as technical wise because that's kind of what it was a recruiting tool for Lucasfilm for this and Industrial Lights and Magic, right?
Yep, for special effects.
Yeah.
No, I mean, even some of the Star Trek fan films that came out, I mean, the people that did move from that were the ones that worked on the special effects for it.
Yeah.
Actors didn't move on anywhere. Directors didn't move on anywhere. Even some of the writers who were like, some of them were fairly decent science fiction writers professionally, wrote for some of the fan films. And, I think one of them got a Hugo Award, and that was about it.
Well, then you have the opposite problem is some of these actors are getting blacklisted now for doing these fan films. If they're an actual actor from the original IP. Oh yeah, this has happened to a few Star Trek people in other places too. Like,
after the rules, the
rules.
The what?
Yeah, they made
when Axanar launched and started making money off of the Star Trek IP. CBS had to respond by basically doing a blanket rule system with regards to their IP for fan films, and one of them were stipulated that no actors from any of the Star Trek series could play those characters that they played in that series again.
Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense.
To a degree, yeah. I mean, but beforehand, like there was a couple of like George Takei did a couple of fan films.
Walter Koenig and a few others.
Walter Koenig, Denise Crosby. Even
those guys weren't coming back to Star Trek anytime soon.
No, even Alan Ruck came back as John Harriman from Generations. He came back for a Star Trek fan film.
But I mean, he wasn't going back to Star Trek, the real thing, anytime soon.
But you also, here's the thing, Star Trek has a tradition of reusing actors in other roles. So if you turn around and do that, then you risk not getting that opportunity too. So
yeah. I mean, it's mean, but
because you'd be surprised how easy it could be to get, some actual actors to show up in your movie or your short project or whatever it is you're working on.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a fan film, they're going to be more reluctant in a lot of ways, I'm sure.
I mean, I assume because every fucking ex-Star Trek actor shows up in those fan films.
They used to.
I assume that it's really easy to get them.
Well, not just them, but I mean just real actors in general, because not every actor is like unaccessible, right? And if you have a few $1,000s and you can get them to where you need them to be and put them up somewhere, they will show up and they'll work, right? It's work.
Yeah.
As long as you go through the proper channels and shit, it's not impossible to do.
Right.
But you mean, of course, you have to have a little bit of cabbage to work with. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be cheap, but I mean, you'd be surprised how many actors that will work with you on certain things, right? So, I mean, they're not that humble to where they're against doing these kind of projects. In fact, they relish getting to do some of these kind of projects sometimes, but
right.
You got to have something they also want to do. So, yeah,
we've seen that with all these films. in the last few years. So,
but no,
and-
it's not a day that goes by that I don't hear like somebody's getting, Tony Todd's going to be in their fan film or side project or whatever, So like, obviously it's not too hard to do this with some certain actors. So yeah,
it's just like, it's kind of sad that they don't do their own thing, because then it could really be a vessel for them to take off.
Well, and I think that's the next step. I mean, we're seeing a lot of it in the fellowship or the community, whatever you want to call it. You even got like the huge success that Ripa's had now, that kind of shows that we could be a force to be reckoned with if we put our minds to it and we have something that's of value.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying everything that everybody produces is going to be good, but I mean, I've seen some pretty good stuff come out of this movement or whatever you want to call it, and it'll be interesting to see. I'm sure there's a future in it. I'm curious to see where it goes. I know I'm playing.
The alternative always exists. The alternative always exists. It's just eventually the alternative becomes the mainstream, and you have to have those injections in cycles. And I would say that we're kind of overdue for that injection cycle. So that's kind of why we're seeing it now in a bit more of an ancillary.
Yeah, we've had this conversation too before. Yeah,
it's a bit more niche now, but just because it starts small doesn't mean it's not going to grow over time. So,
well, we have a few of them in this audience right now. Shanatsky, I see in the chat, and a few others. Yeah, they're working on their own things.
Yeah. I mean, you have to if you want to break out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only type of work I ever got from writing a spec with an existing IP was at Paramount months before the split, and that was just a Star Trek spec script that was part of the intern application process, which is like, hey, let's write a spec of any one of the properties that we have, and it's like, oh, okay, cool, we'll do that. And after I got that, and then the company split and we lost the internship, and then I was just kind of jumping on my own, I learned very quickly that you can write specs of other IPs, but you don't submit them to the companies that own those IPs. You submit them to the competition because they want to see that you can write their competition, think like their competition, then try to get ahead of the competition on their property. And that was the way it is, and it's a very useful thing because one, you learn behavior of things that you like and the formulas of the things that you like, and then on top of that you break it down or distill it even more so to its core, and then you realize, oh, it's a bit more universal than what I originally thought, and now I can apply that basic universal part onto this other show or this other property or my original property, and hopefully if I do it well, if I execute it well, it will gain an audience of its own, and I'll be able to do that more. I put out a tweet just the other day, just saying, like, guess the movie, and it's like a young boy goes on a journey to reconnect with a father he never knew, and I'm getting tons of awesome answers. I'm getting tons of awesome answers. They're all, and I think there's only one that's not correct, but like all the other ones are, all the other ones definitely fit into that part.
I was thinking Star Wars.
Star Wars is
I've seen that one a lot.
Yeah, Star Wars is a great one.
What was the one that doesn't fit? I'm curious.
Technically, Back to the Future.
Because
his journey is to get back home. He just happens to connect. It's not his goal to connect with his dad.
Right.
Yeah, that's a byproduct of it. It's a beautiful byproduct.
And it's actually kind of the opposite of the norm because, right, it's the son teaching the father how to be a man instead of the other way around too. That's kind of the
There's that as well.
Film.
Yeah. But I mean, I just put that out there, and I'm like, yep, the experiment works. A lot of people see different movies when they think about that, but all of those, except for that one.
No, the only logical answer is over the top script.
I don't even remember.
You're my son, I love you.
I remember it was a Sly movie, but I don't remember anything about it.
I'm gonna win this one for you, Davey. I don't know if that's his name or not.
Don't forget to turn your hat around.
Turn your hat around. That intimidates them. They know you mean business.
Fuck.
I want to hug you with my hand.
Oh, that sounds sexy.
Wait a minute.
Is that a hand job?
In the different movie, yes.
I think it's a hug job. They call it a hug job.
Yeah, I want to hug your hand with my hand, and we'll go over the top together.
And then we got cliffhanger.
Yeah. And he let go.
That was, I mean, you're a writer, script, obviously. So a lot of the times it seems to me that they thought of the name first and then wrote the script. What would you say about that?
I mean, it happens sometimes. I know more situations where they actually struggle with the title after the script is done. But I mean, sometimes you can kind of see that in some movie titles where you see a name like Crank. I think Crank was one where they thought of the name before the actual story. The Jason Statham thing.
A lot of Corman movies and horror movies and full moon
horror movies, especially,
stuff like that. Do that. They'll start with the title first and then they'll run backwards. But no, I'm with script most of the time. Like, because a lot of the earlier scripts I've read have completely different titles. Right. Like one of the few movies I can think of that probably stayed with the same title through the whole thing was like Back to the Future. Because one of the rarities, because like that was a title they had to kind of fight to keep too, because I don't know if you heard that story. The head of the studio wanted him to change the name. He's like, you should call it Space Boy from Mars to go along with that thing. And they're like, what the fuck do we do? And Steven Spielberg's like, I got this, don't worry. Great joke, Sid. We couldn't stop laughing. They never got another note.
Yeah, I've heard that story.
I don't know. I think it was Ned, not Sid. Ned Tannen, I think, was the one who did it. He was the head of Universal at the time.
Yeah. He was so embarrassed that they laughed at him. Said like he just never mentioned it again.
Yeah. Well, he didn't put any more notes at him because they said he had sent a lot of notes and some of them were pretty good. But so that was the one that they just couldn't get their head around. They're like, but Back to the Future is a great title, right? Like you can't find a better title than that to explain this film. What else are you going to call it? You know?
Like Forward to the Past.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but it's awesome, and it is kind of mysterious too.
It's inspired.
I remember the first time I heard the title before I'd seen the movie. I was, and obviously I was a kid, but
it's like a slogan. That's why it works.
I was like, how does that work? Back to the Future.
That's what I mean. It's almost like when you have a commercial like it's Pepsi, it's going to take you back to the future. That's exactly what it is. It's like a fucking slogan. It worked just perfect in that respect.
It was intriguing. It really made you want to see the movie because you'd be like, what? How does that work? How can you go?
I would have loved to have been in that preview crowd that had no idea what they were seeing. Did you ever hear that story? They thought they killed the dog.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Because all they knew is they were going to see this screening of a movie that had the guy from Taxi and the guy from Family Ties in it. That's it. That's all they knew. They didn't know it was a time travel movie. None of that shit.
Right.
All of a sudden, this car blows up, and the whole audience just went like, and they're like, "Whoa, whoa! Did they kill that dog? Is that dog dead? Where's the dog? Where's the dog?" And they're like, "Oh shit!" And like, don't worry about this, guys, because once they know what the movie's about, they'll know. But like at the time, they're like freaking out about the fucking dog.
Well, you also have the line from Michael J. Fox is like, "You just vaporized Einstein."
They may have added that later too. That didn't help either if it was in there still, one way or the other. But yeah. But we don't really have that anymore. Like we can't go into anything anymore without having any preconceived notions anymore. That's what's sad. I mean,
that is kind of sad.
Yeah.
Everything has been spoiled basically.
I mean, I remember seeing Ghostbusters for the first time as a kid, and it blew my fucking mind.
Mine too.
Blew my mind. I never seen anything like that before. And I mean, I had a concept of what the movie was going to be, but it wasn't. I mean, we were inundated with the song, but I don't remember the trailers as much at that time. To where when I finally saw the movie, I only had a vague, kind of conception of what it was supposed to be. That I don't know. I was taken on this journey with it. And a lot of movies, like Goonies was another one too. I remember as a kid that just, a lot of those movies, we don't get those kind of stories anymore. And those are, great stories. It's just sad.
I guess that's the problem with when they're doing movies today. They have to appeal to everyone.
Well, the broadest spectrum of the audience, yeah.
4 quadrants.
Yeah. Which is very funny because those movies we just mentioned, Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, those do appeal to everybody. Like, I don't know anyone who's seen the movies like I hate those. I'm like, really? I've not met anyone that has said that they hated that.
But they weren't made for that reason, though. The script, that's the difference, though.
Yeah, they're not.
And that's where my argument goes, and that's why I hate this whole idea of people going, "Well, I got to be able to see myself on the screen to feel represented." It's like, well, if that's the truth, then I shouldn't be able to relate to Rocky. I shouldn't be able to relate to Short Circuit, for fuck's sake. Like, none of that makes any goddamn sense.
Yeah.
Because as long as you tell me a fucking story about a good, I don't care who they are, where they're from, I can relate to them just because of the daily struggles that people have, or the idea that, like, Rocky, he's a 30-something, never was Italian boxer. I've never been a boxer or Italian. But I've had a dream, and he had a dream, so we can relate to that. He got a shot at his one fucking dream. Everybody has that. What if I got a shot, just one shot? Like, everybody can relate to that.
Yeah.
It's just, we don't have those kind of movies anymore, and I think that's why Top Gun resonated the way it did. Is even if it is a complete carbon copy of the original film, right?
Mm-hmm.
It still has something that we don't see in modern films today, and that is just that spark that inspired you. And that's why I love The Offer, that show we were talking about earlier with The Godfather, because you had a what's his face script. Jesus Christ, I just forgot his name.
The guy who played Rich Evans.
Yeah, Rich Evans, the actual Rich Evans, right? We don't have guys like that in Hollywood anymore. It feels like we don't have the guys that are willing to take a chance, that know that movies are a little bit more. Yeah, sure, they're about money. Sure, they it's about the pussy and the fame, but there's also that 2 hours that you're sitting in a dark theater where it doesn't matter, right? Like, that's what, there's still that piece of movies, and they had that. At least you don't have that anymore. These guys, it's the same thing we were talking about before, the McDonaldizations. How do we get so many butts in the seats the first weekend, and after that, who gives a fuck? Right? Can we sell some fucking toys? And I call it the Godzilla effect. This started really with Godzilla 98 or whatever, when they realized we got a fucking stinker on our hands, but we got to sell this many toys and we got to make this much at the box office. How do we do this? And ever since then, they figured out how to preload a movie. But now with the internet, they can't do that anymore. Right? We caught up with them.
What do they do with Godzilla? I don't know that story.
They didn't show us the character. They built it up like it was supposed to be the big summer movie. They made all their money that first weekend. It took a week or so for the bad word of mouth to get around, and then it fell off after that. Okay. Nowadays, you have a movie like Thor that should have opened up big, but word of mouth already started getting around by Friday because of the internet.
Right.
So we've reached a point now where we can
have 12 hours
combat that. We can combat the Godzilla effect, right? Like, there's a lot of movies that have made big bucks, and they've been shit fucking movies because they've been able to come up with a decent campaign like Godzilla that sells you a piece of shit fucking movie that gets your ass in the theater and gets you out in the first weekend. And that's all that fucking matters, as long as everybody sees it that first weekend and you have that must-see kind of thing. And that's what Marvel really pinged in on, right? They really knew that you have to see not only this movie, but the next one and the one from after that and after that and after that. So they had that going for them, and it would go up and up and up and up with the box office, because the beauty of it was just like a drug, right? Video would create new fans, so new people would come to the theater. That's why Endgame and Infinity War ended up being two of the biggest films of all time, because they had built up the momentum of 10 years to this thing. But then where do you go from there, right? Like, it starts to fall over on itself. You can't sustain it forever.
And now they're
Bond shows you that you kind of can, but you eventually have to
reset to a degree.
Yeah. The thing is, with Marvel, they have to always introduce new superheroes, and every time they introduce someone now, it's like, okay, so now it's going to be Mayonnaise Guy, and everyone furiously Googles like, Mayonnaise Guy. Okay, yeah, I've been a fan of Mayonnaise Guy since I was 12. Oh yeah, I know everything about him. Oh my God, he's the best. It's like, the fuck is this? I've never heard of these people, right?
No, they're just really quiet. Like, I've been a fan since because I didn't know about this character until the Justice League animated cartoon, which was Vixen, who is like this Zambesi supermodel who can channel in like superpowers of other animals. And I was like, oh wow, that's a really cool power. There's lots of potential to that. And I just started doing like casual research on it, and she's been through a number of different books and Justice League West and all this other stuff with Aquaman, but not a whole lot of stories are explored about her. And then all of a sudden she gets like a little bit of a live action debut on like one of the CW shows. And then they're trying to like tout another show for her, but there's just not a fan base there because their interpretation was garbage. But you can probably tell like in 5 or 6 years when Warner Brothers gets their act together, they're going to do like a Vixen thing. And you're going to have all these people come out of the world like, I was a huge fan. It's like, really, where were you when that terrible live action thing was? We weren't, I mean, you didn't even talk about how bad it was. You just didn't say anything.
Right.
And it's like, you know, yeah, you get that stuff with Mayonnaise Man or like Condiment King or, you know, or Captain Mustard. It's just,
Yeah, it seems like they're just digging up weird characters that, you know, that they just obviously
part of
they
it
own hundreds of characters.
Part of it is to push the message. The other part of it is they're losing the rights to some of these original characters and or have to share the rights with
the estates,
the creators' families. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's that part of it's a bit messy, but no, I agree with you 100% on doing like I look at this new phase of Marvel movies. I'm like, what is this? Right? Like there's nothing here. Nothing. I mean, I'm sure we're gonna get another Spider-Man movie in there, but is that all I've got to look forward to? Really? A talking tree and Spider-Man? Great.
What's going on?
I mean, admittedly, I wasn't like a huge collector or anything when I was a kid with Marvel comics or anything, but I knew who the main characters were, and you know, I bought like a magazine every now and then. Like I enjoyed the Hulk and all that, but some of the characters that come out now is like I've never even heard of this yet. What is going on?
Well, and that's a part of it is a lot of them are newer characters, right? They're characters that they have full control over, and they either don't have to cut a check or only cut a small check for. And
internet gas.
You're not wrong. Like that's the thing is that's where a lot of these characters are coming from. Well, yeah, that didn't fly for them, but I'm surprised they still didn't try. I mean,
I don't remember what these characters were called, but
DC is just a whole nother fucking animal, right? Like that. I talk about that almost daily now, but I mean that is just.
What were the names of the internet gas guy?
Oh, that was.
was that Screensaver or Screen Time? Or
that
something?
Was the new
Screen Time might have been it. Yeah.
What were they? The new
Warriors.
The new Warriors. That's it.
Internet gas.
It reminds me of a Spinal Tap joke.
See, yeah, because I would rather be like the new and improved. Because
the new Warriors, but then we found out there was another band called the New Warriors. So we were the new Warriors.
You sound like those guys in Galaxy Quest.
Like, yeah, in 70s, 80s, products would be like new and improved. It's like that's where you go with it. It's like it's the new and improved Warriors, and it's like it's very ironic because they all look.
Then we changed our name to the Warriors, so it just didn't matter. And then we called ourselves the Old Warriors. That's right. For a while we did, yes. No, like that's what it sounds like. The fucking Spinal Tap joke to me. It's like, what the fuck is this shit?
And it will never see the light of day.
It won't now. Yeah, Safe Space and Internet Gas and
Snack Pack
and
I don't know what the actual character's name was.
I can't remember them anymore either. To be honest,
but it probably was Safe Space.
No, Safe Space was one of them. Yes,
Safe Space was the sibling with Snowflake.
Yes, yeah, there was Snowflake. That was the other one. Thank you. Yeah, but I can't remember. Lunch Pack's real name. Fuck. This happens. This happened with Star Trek Discovery too. We just got to a point where we just gave them nicknames because we couldn't. They never said their real names.
They never introduced the other crew in the first season. They did not.
So we had to give them our own names.
Yeah,
that's true. That's very true.
You actually had a scene with Anson Mount's characters like, okay, around the world, who are you? And they're like, oh my god, we actually get to know who the helmsman is and who's the tactical officer.
Right.
We had
I haven't seen the
the
latest
guy
season
in the
of
fucking
that
wheelchair
shit.
was Timmy, and then you know, there was a one-eyed chick. We had her like left eye or lefty or whatever the hell her name was, and
one-eyed chick.
Lisa Left Eye, yeah, the one with the cyborg shit over one half of her face, the redhead.
Oh,
and then there was not.
Then there's the robot girl who they killed off.
Yeah, but we called her not. What's her face
was
from?
Oh, I thought that was who you meant.
Yeah, well, she played. No, it was a different one.
No, the actress that originally played the robot girl was allergic to the makeup, so they kept her on as a human, and then they got another actor in there, and then they killed her off.
But what's the name of the chick from Guardians of the Galaxy? That's what we used to call her all the time.
Gamora?
No, the other one, her sister.
Oh, Nebula.
Nebula. We called her not Nebula. And then there was not George Takei's character, and then not Sulu, yeah. And then there was not Mikey Spock, because she was the other black chick. And of course, we all knew like Culber's name because they screamed their name enough because fuck, you know, Jesus Christ.
Oh, the doctor, right?
Yeah, the doctor. And then you had
I don't know the doctor's name.
Well, they said his name quite often, so that's the one we know is Dr. Culber. But yeah,
Culber. Okay.
Because what's his face? The actor was always pining over losing him.
He's from Eight Is Enough, or
I don't remember. Seventh Heaven, one of those shows, for all I know.
I'm not. I could not tell you his name. That's amazing.
Well, I just remember because there was that character that got diddled by Kevin Spacey. What's his name? That blocked me on Twitter. One of the other ones.
I know his face, but
Stamets. Yeah. He was always screaming and hollering about Culber. So yeah.
Right.
And Stamets' name was said enough too that now that you said it, I remembered him. Yeah.
I guess I remembered that name when you say it, but I don't remember that doctor's name even when you said it.
But we missed him when he died, and he came back from the mushroom place.
No, we didn't miss him.
Yeah,
he was fine. He could
totally
stay there.
Totally missed him. You're racist if you didn't miss him.
No.
Basically, he ended up becoming a fun guy.
Not really. He came back as such a bitch.
He should have come back from the mushroom place being all, it's fine, dude. It's all right. I've seen the mushroom cloud.
Cool, man.
Dr. Cheech Marin.
Yeah, he should come back as Big Lebowski.
We're all part of the same system, man.
Yeah. That would have worked. Why else would you go into a mushroom system?
I have no idea.
Oh God.
That whole thing is ill-conceived from the start, right? Like just
it's so inconceivably ill-conceived that I could not believe it when I even saw the first episode or whatever. It's like, fuck off.
Well, you already have a means of traveling through space pretty quickly, right?
Yeah.
We've already established that you can even time travel technically in the Star Trek world.
Yeah.
And I mean, having some kind of quantum computer that could like blip you to one place or another, that is literally like a Deus Ex Machina kind of fucking thing. Like it really creates more problems than it helps.
Exactly. You know? It doesn't add any tension.
And then to go off on this idea of how the system actually works.
Yeah.
They feel like they're being all scientific-y, like Star Trek-y and stuff like that. And it's like, no, you're not. Because every Star Trek fan is pointing out to you how stupid this fucking is.
Yeah.
And not only that, you're at a point in Star Trek history where a lot of this shit shouldn't even be possible. Like,
yeah.
Like that's the other problem we have.
Yeah, exactly. I don't understand why they always have to go prequel. Just fucking go 100 years into the future. It's the same reason why they
raised or gender swap a character, because they're afraid you won't care if it's not something you can attach it to, right? They can't have that big reveal of Spock. They can't have that big Kirk moment. They can't have all this shit. They can't have that if it's a completely new original cast and new characters, right? Like you can't have that. Which is sucks because they don't understand that about Star Trek. Is this was part of the problem that a lot of fans got over with TNG, right? Yes, there was some resistance to TNG. There's a lot of revisionist history with TNG too, because I do remember when that show came out. I was alive and more aware of when it came out, right? And yes, there was some resistance to the idea of a new Star Trek without the original cast. People weren't used to that idea yet. It took a little time for people to warm up to this. But this whole idea that nobody liked the show and for the first few seasons and all this other bullshit is just that bullshit. It was actually one of the most popular shows in syndication until Baywatch came out.
Yep.
Right. And of course, they didn't have the best episodes in season 1. So
I'll argue that that's even kind of, I mean, yes, they're not the same caliber as some of the other stuff later down the road, but some of the series episodes that we cite the most are from those first 2 episodes or seasons. Sorry, not episodes. Those first 2 seasons.
The first
right?
2 seasons are more old school Star Trek, repurposed for the next generation. Season 3 and 4 is the next generation finding its footing into more character stuff.
The funny thing is that's when they pushed out Roddenberry, actually.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the first 2 seasons weren't great.
Well, you can blame that on Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I mean,
unfortunately, in this case, that's another like
it was scripts written in the 60s by guys
it's not just that.
Born in the
Gene
30s.
had this issue with he did not want the crew to have interpersonal conflicts.
Yeah.
And not only that, there was certain things in that respect and other things that he dictated that just kind of did not allow the show to blossom the way it could have.
Yeah.
Well, it was actually a bit more abstract than that because the writers would actually pitch these types of intercharacter conflicts, and Gene Roddenberry would say, "No, those aren't the type of conflicts that these characters would have in this time frame." And the writers took that as, "Oh, so they're perfect," and Gene would say, "No, they just don't. Those are just not the types of conflicts or issues in the future. Be more creative." And a lot of writers didn't like that, and it didn't even have a traditional writer's room for the first 2 seasons. It was trying to do what they were recreating in the 60s, which is just get various other writers and sci-fi guys to come in, and Gene and Dorothy Fontana and I think even maybe Rick Berman.
A little later, I think Berman came in.
Well, Berman was there from the beginning.
Was he? Okay.
Yes,
I didn't know that. I thought he came in later. Sorry.
No, he was there. And Gene actually stole him from his other job at Paramount to work on this show. But they would come up with story ideas and they'd be assigned to the writers, and the writers would do them, and then Gene would rewrite them and all this other stuff. And it was a rough for the first 2 seasons, although the first 2 seasons had more Star Trek-y plots. But then season 3, Gene Roddenberry is a little bit sick. He's kind of being reserved a little bit. Michael Piller comes in, forms a proper writer's room with Rick Berman supervising that. And then they just start focusing on, okay, we're going to do less exploring other planets and other cultures and more exploring the dynamics between characters. But they're exploring the dynamics, and they're able to walk the line of that conflict that Gene Roddenberry would knock down if it went too far. Because you still had character conflict, but the thing is, you noticed in comparison to the other hour-long dramas of that time, none of the issues that they have were petty or superficial.
Right.
And that was the point. It's like, that's when you realized, oh, that's what he was trying to get at. He's like, yeah, they can have conflict, just not the stupid stuff that humans of today have. It has to be a bit more like actual serious issues that are different, because when you look at that original series, the dynamic between Kirk, Bones, and Spock, Bones was a passionate man who had a certain moral certitude, certain certainty of moral ethics and whatnot, and he would come in conflict with Spock because Spock would look at everything else coldly. But you notice that none of those conflicts were driven by like petty or personal biases. It was all just point of view, and that's kind of like where the drama came from for them, because you have some great, like especially the one with the Defiant in the original series with Tholian Webb, and Kirk's blinking out into another universe, and now they have to look at Kirk's last orders. Then Spock and McCoy are having conflicts of what do they do? Do they stay to try and rescue the captain, or do they go back, to Starfleet or whatever? And it's not a petty conflict. It's actually a very serious one, and that is what is the base essence of what Star Trek should be. It's like the problems between the characters should be actual problems and not something that you would find on a daytime soap opera or a sitcom, or like, oh, this I need to change quarters because my bunkmate snores. But that's not a problem in Star Trek. Like that, don't write a show about that. Write a show about something serious. And they finally kind of figured that out, but then they kind of went into a direction that didn't help the franchise overall, even though I do really like some of the stories. is that they started to shrink the galaxy as the seasons progressed, as you got further into Deep Space Nine, as you got further into Voyager. It's like, okay, we now have the Alpha Quadrant, the Gamma Quadrant, the Delta Quadrant. Everything is getting a lot tinier and slow and smaller, and the factions that are in the superpowers in the galaxy are now starting to work together against one bigger superpower in the galaxy, to the point where you're like, well,
yeah, it's like story inflation.
You're diminishing the value of your antagonists because you're forcing them to be allied together against a larger group, and then when that larger group is defeated, you can't go back because you've already formed these bonds with these things. So it's like, oh, you want to tell a Star Trek story in the 25th century? Well, Romulans are kind of the allies now. Same with Klingons. Ferengi's all good. Cardassians have just had a revolution, so they're kind of on a good guy thing now. Who is there left to be an antagonist for or have a conflict with in the galaxy? It's like, you got to make up someone new, and then you get stuck with the part of, well, where have they been? Because through Deep Space Nine, we just explored all of the Alpha Quadrant and Gamma Quadrant, so we know everybody there. It wasn't, they jumped the gun so quickly in that period of time that when in the first season of Star Trek, we're like, we only explored only charted 6% of the galaxy, and that's all in the Alpha Beta Quadrant border. And now by the end of Voyager, it's like, oh crap, we've got most of Gamma Quadrant done, we've got most of Alpha Quadrant done. It's like, there's not many other species left.
but you have to admit that DS9 was pretty good.
Oh, absolutely, it's my favorite of the new generation.
Oh yeah, me too. And the other thing is, Voyager could have been good if it was more like Battlestar Galactica. You know what I mean?
If there was a bit more of a tug of war between the Maquis trying to
exactly.
Yeah.
There could have been conflict. There could have been constant, like you say, a tug of war, and they just fucking threw that out the window in the second episode or something. Like,
they threw it out the window at the end of the pilot.
Yeah, we're all Starfleet now. Bye. That could have been like endless conflicts, and it would have been perfect.
Voyager was pitched as an old school TOS style show, which is like, it's going to be episodic. They're exploring a new planet all alone, and the only sub goal is like they're just trying to get closer to home, but they're going to be exploring on the way, kind of in the TOS style. But they lost so much focus. They had no idea who Captain Catherine Janeway was. She was all over the place character wise.
Yeah.
Chakotay was like, what's the next stereotype of Native Americans are going to throw on this guy and in the week? Harry Kim was always the kid, given a little bit of Wesley Crusher syndrome to a degree.
Yeah.
Because the guy got crapped on a lot. Like, he's an ensign for 7 years aboard a starship, and Tom Paris gets promoted twice, and he's not even really a properly commissioned officer.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to shit on Kim. As a character, he had a raw deal.
No, he didn't get a raw deal. That's the thing. Like, I don't want to crap on him either. It's like, oh, here's this whiz kid science officer in operations who you're like, oh, okay, he's kind of cool. It's like every situation they kill him in one episode, then they send him to a clone ship of Voyager in another episode, then
it's the writer's fault.
His girlfriend gets killed, and then comes back a year later as a living corpse. You're giving him all these conflicts that you give to like O'Brien, because O'Brien went through hell on Deep Space Nine, but he always came up, he always persevered, and he was more rewarded from that effort than Kim was. Poor guy.
Yeah, I mean, his stories had the how should I put it? Like, he was allowed to have like a downer ending, you know?
Yeah.
Because whenever something bad happened to Harry Kim, it was like, oh my God, this is terrible. And then like, happy ending. But when it happened to O'Brien, because they put him through hell in DS9. That was their bitch boy in DS9, and that could end like in it was a really downer ending in most of those episodes.
But the other part too is like, over the journey, like O'Brien, just because he perseveres, he's like he had a huge fan base when DS9 was coming to a close. People just love him because like he went through so much, and he's still like had a smile on his face when he could, still had a friendship with Bashir. Bashir was a hard character for people to like for a while. And then and the fact that he had like the family and he was trying to keep a smile on his face, and you're like, yeah, this guy's badass. Like he is, and he's just a chief. He's a petty officer within Starfleet. He's not even like, full commission, and he's still kicking butt, and he's revered by his colleagues, and he ends up getting a happy ending, which he gets to go back home to Earth and be a teacher and still do what he does after rebuilding like Deep Space Nine like 2 or 3 times, essentially.
No, but I mean, but what I'm saying is, from you're a storyteller, or you're a writer, so you have
was reset a lot of the time. Yeah.
So you have to understand that they allowed him to have sad endings in a lot of episodes, and that added to his gravitas, right?
Oh yeah.
He was in one episode. He had to spend 20 years in jail, even though it was simulated in his brain. That actually took place.
Yeah,
right?
That was a great episode.
And there was another one where he was put in front of a tribunal by the Cardassians. Tribunal,
and they took out his without any anesthetic.
It was amazing. And there was another one where he's like, he was an undercover agent for the Orion Syndicate, blah, 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 whatever. And he had to betray all the friends he made. Mm-hmm. Really sad stuff. And they allowed that to be sad. In Voyager, everything's just happy ending.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's crazy. It's like, oh, they have limited resources and they're on a ship and they're traveling, 70,000 light years. Yet the ship looks pristine all the time. They still have time and energy for holodeck use. And
they're always like
where's
what
the
struggle? Fuck?
And then you get that episode with the Phoenix, right? The other spaceship. And they're like struggling, and it's like, why are they struggling and not Voyager? Why couldn't we see Voyager have their ship, kind of falling apart, and they're desperately looking for resources to re-energize replicators and stuff.
That was one of the good things that Braga tried to do, was he tried to make Year of Hell an entire season.
Yep.
But then again, I don't like entire season arcs, but then again, maybe you could have had episodes. Each episode could have been a thing.
I think his plan was to make, by the end of the season, you realized it was a Year of Hell. Like that was the story arc. Like that was the denouement part of that season. It's like, right. I get what's going on. That it's been their
as long as it's not just a long story arc that goes on like Discovery. As long as it's because I love DS9.
One plot over 10 episodes or 12 episodes, or
that
season
sucks.
Of Discovery has less episodes than the previous one, which is the only benefit of Discovery having more seasons.
Right, but I mean, DS9 had a story arc, but it also every episode was rewatchable as a separate episode.
Yeah. Well, that was the brilliance of it. They tried to make it as self-contained as possible and let the dynamic of what was going on in the state of the galaxy be just an underside through line.
Yeah.
And it's the first of its kind in that regard. Like, because there are other science fiction shows that happened decades before where it was like it's one story line.
Yeah.
They didn't go that far. Like Space 1999 was one storyline, which is like, okay, they're on the moon and it's being hurled away from Earth. They're just trying to survive now. And it's like, and maybe try to find a way to get back home to a degree. And that only made it like 2 seasons. Then there was the Star Lost, which Chris Gore mentioned on a Midnight's Edge in the Morning Show not too long ago. And that's like a singular story, which is like, take control of this generation ship so that we don't fly into a star. And that's the season long or the story long arc. Unfortunately, fortunately, because it was not a well executed show, that got canceled. But yeah, with Deep Space Nine, it was like, so this season is going to be about exploring the Gamma Quadrant. That's going to be the sub, the not so much the crush, but just like the thing in the background that we can always jump to if we want to, because it's like a Gunsmoke type of take on Star Trek. And then it's like, we learned a little bit more about the Gamma Quadrant. There's this Dominion that's pretty much owns the Gamma Quadrant, and oh crap, they're invading the Alpha Quadrant. So now the story is like, we got to defend our home. And we got to start making allies with people that otherwise don't want to ally with us. And it was, and then there's also like the religious aspect with the why am I the Bajorans? Holy crap! Can't believe I almost forgot that name. And they have the Bajorans, and then the religious purists of the Circle, and then you've got Kai Wynn, who, I mean, they got the actress who played Nurse Ratched, and I'm like, that's inspiring.
Right, that was
like,
awesome.
You're supposed to hate this person. Like she's the epitome of abuse of power.
Yeah. She's so great.
She is great, and
she's one of those people that you love to hate.
She knows how to do it well. I've never got a chance to actually like meet her in person and chat with her because she works a lot, so she's got to have a great personality if she's getting hired that often for a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. No,
between
I've
that
never,
time and then the early 2000s.
I'm not saying her as a person is
no, I know that. Yeah.
But yeah, she was great in there, and you love to hate that character.
Yeah, she's such a good actress. She knows when she gets those types of roles, she knows exactly what to do to get under people's skin, like, and under the audience's skin to really do. And I'm like, that's a good actor right there. Like, oh man,
that was a very good casting choice for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And then of course the guy who played Ducat, he was brilliant.
Oh yeah, Alimo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever his first name is, I can't remember.
He's been in tons of stuff too.
I can't remember anything. He's been, I mean, obviously he's an actor. He's probably been in tons of stuff, but I can't remember anything.
I know he was in a couple of Quantum Leap episodes as well.
Huh.
Just do that real quick. Mark Alimo, yeah.
Mark, right. Yeah, he was, I mean, obviously Ducat is an amazing bad guy. I just can't get over the fact that they named Ducat in DS9 and then Ducat in Babylon 5.
I think that's just a coincidence, yeah.
Well, there's a pretty fucking big
pretty big coincidence, yeah.
Pretty big coincidence. I mean, they came out very, I don't know if it's not the same year or anything, but pretty much.
What was it, 95?
Something like that.
I think Babylon 5 was 95. Deep Space Nine, I think, was 92, 93.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the same year, but it was very close.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they're both. It was just coincidence. They're both independent space station ideas. I mean, J. Michael Straczynski's Babylon 5 goes in a way different direction than Deep Space Nine. But
still pretty suspicious.
I don't think so. Razorfist has got a video somewhere on his channel kind of debunking that because some of the dates don't line up and with some of the stories about the similarities. And even some of the people that worked at Paramount at the time that would have eventually been involved with, I think, Babylon 5, the pitch wasn't even around their purview for them to have even known about, if I'm remembering correctly. But again, it's 2 a.m. where I am. So, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, it's weird. Like you had 2 space station things coming out almost the same time, and you named the guy Ducat. All right. Interesting.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that.
There has been so many rumors about there being cross-contamination there.
I did hear one story where the whole reason for the invention of the Minbari Earth fighter ship that they get was because Deep Space Nine did the Defiant. and they wanted to do their own ship.
Okay.
That's the one thing I remember hearing, but I try to stay out of that overlap stuff because it's like
I don't know.
Having been in the industry as long as I have, I do know how many people just come up with very similar ideas, and they're completely independent of each other. And I think that has more to do with the fact that when you're in a certain region and you're getting fed a lot of information at the same time, a lot of people just get in sync with each other, whether they know it or not. at different points of the city or town or state, and they just like, oh, I got this idea on this space station doing this thing, and it's an allegory to this type of these types of historical events and whatnot, and it gets pitched around, and then one guy's like, how did this guy from this part of town come up with this idea, and this other guy from this other part of town come up with this idea, and they have no connections. Like, none of the friends are the same. They don't work anywhere near each other. They've never, and it's like, it just happens. It's very weird. It is, but
I guess that's why there's always like 2 submarine movies and 2 asteroid hits the Earth movies.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the only one I know, and Tom can attest to this, that where you're having like kind of a multiverse crossover would be the Flash and Spider-Man No Way Home, where the Flash gets announced like, oh yeah, we're gonna have 2 Batman and all this stuff, and then Marvel's like, well, you know what, we gotta one up them on that. We gotta do it faster. So they got 3 Spider-Man and Spider-Man No Way Home, and it's a multiverse story. And just just beat them to the punch, even though the announcement came earlier from the
that might be kind of why some of these movies are suffering too, is because you had that competition earlier on with some of the, or at least especially once DC finally got a little bit up and running with Man of Steel and BBS, right?
Yeah,
like Civil War came out of that and stuff like that. Like the competition does breed better filmmaking, I would say. So unfortunately, right now,
absolutely,
Marvel doesn't have anything to compete with, right? Like,
it bred better competition on Marvel's end, just didn't on DC's. That's the problem.
Unfortunately, yeah. But now we're stuck at a point where Marvel doesn't have to compete with anything, so they don't really have to be good.
Yeah,
right. They can be.
They just have to put screen time on Disney Plus.
Well, it's all content now too. That's the other problem. Going back to what we were talking about hours ago, right? Like, the whole roller coaster ride movies and all that kind of business. Like, it's even Disney ruined their vault films by putting them all on Disney Plus, basically. Because once you put Bambi right next to The Little Mermaid 3, Bambi's worth no more than The Little Mermaid 3 now. Right? Like, they're in the same boat because they're right next to each other, and it doesn't make Bambi or Pinocchio any more exclusive than, iCarly.
But exclusive is a bad word.
It could be, but in this case, that was one thing that kept Disney prestigious for years, though, right? Was like, you had to get or go see this movie now, because your next chance of seeing it was not going to be for the better part of a decade, right? Like, that was part of their gimmick, and it worked for years and years and years and years, and now they've destroyed that, right? Like, nobody holds.
No, but seriously,
and that's why they keep remaking them now, because they have to find another way to cash in on these things.
They have to make a live version of the fucking thing. Like, Jesus Christ.
Because they can't just re-release the old one anymore like they used to, right? That's the problem.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, what is the point of seeing a live version of the Lion King? Like, shut the fuck up.
That we didn't even get that. We just got a computer animated.
The irony of
technically
that's what I mean. Film. That's the funny part about that one. But
I would like to see actual real lions do a Lion King. That'd be impressive.
Yeah, I'd love to see
that'd be some
I want to see the
serious
behind
training.
the scenes footage on that one where Jon Favreau's like, "Here, fucking act, lion. Here." He's got a steak in his hand. He's just like, "Act for me, come on,
come on."
Well, that used to be real filmmakers when they just get in there and just get the shit done. Right?
Oh, what is that movie where they almost get eaten?
Was it Roar,
and they did it for real?
I can't remember what it was called. But
Grizzly Man?
No. I know what he's talking about. Was it Born Free? I'm trying to think of the name of it.
I don't know.
It was in like the late 70s. I know what you're talking about, where they lived
70s and they lived with lions.
Yes. It was like, what the fuck?
It's and all the scenes where it's dangerous, they were scared to death because it really was dangerous.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
That was the one where the one guy was up in the tree or whatever, and the one had him pinned up there, some shit. I think if I remember right, and like that shit was like all like.
Yeah, the lions came in and tore the kitchen apart, and everyone hid in the closets and stuff, and hoped that they wouldn't tear the doors off.
What the hell was that called? Oh shit!
And that was for real. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they filmed it like a movie, and they kind of presented it like it was a movie, but it was like this shit just kind of happened, and they just kind of played along with it in the story because they had all this lion sanctuary, and they just it was crazy. I can't remember the name of it, but
Sure, there's many people on set with tranquilizer guns.
No.
That was the problem.
They lived with those lions, and they just sort of.
And that was the thing.
And they were stupid. And they just
well, it
filmed.
wasn't just them. Like I remember talking to Clint Howard. That was one thing he was talking about working on Gentle Ben, right? He's like, they would let me play with those animals all the fucking time. I had that fucking bear just dragging me across the set all the damn time. They didn't care. It was the only time they would give a shit is when they had the cats. Like, you're like, oh yeah. He's like, oh yeah. When they brought the cats out, they had the guys with the tranquilizer guns and shit there ready just in case. I mean, I'm like a fucking snack to them. We're gonna need another Clint.
Holy fuck.
Oh, he was a gas, man. Yeah, they used to do that shit with just zero regard. We don't have directors like that. A director couldn't get away with being, you know, a Friedkin now, or Kubrick, or one of these guys who actually demands you to like fucking just do the job, right? Like, I don't want to hear your sniveling. I don't want to hear your fucking whining.
No, there's got to be like fucking consultants taking care of everyone and blah blah blah. Like, oh my god, did the director call you an asshole?
Well, I love like, I mean, look, I'm not going to say that Shelley Long, right? Like she was on in Shining, right? Like I'm not going to say that they're not Shelley Long. What the hell's her name?
I know who you mean, but I don't.
I know I can't think of her name now. Shelley Duvall. Thank you.
Right.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying thank you to myself. My brain finally worked because I haven't eaten in like 13 hours. But like the thing with her is like, yeah, she went crazy later on, but I don't think that had much to do with Kubrick, right? Like they talk about how he was so abusive to her on the set. If you watch the making of it, like they had cameras rolling on that film a lot of the time, and there's a really great documentary that I think Kubrick's wife was behind making too, that like shows all the shit that happened. You can see the frustration that he was getting with her, right? It was more like him getting frustrated with her because she just wasn't listening. Right. And she was acting like this fucking diva on the set. And you could see it. And I'm like, where are people getting this shit that he treated her like shit? Like the best scene in the whole fucking thing is where she's sitting there and she's supposed to just open the fucking door, come out with a knife in her hand and walk to the right. And he's like, arguing with her in the doorway because she's like, should I do this? And da. She's like, but I can't hear when he says actually. He's like, we have 30 fucking crewmen out here freezing their fucking nuts off. All you gotta do is open this fucking door, walk from here to here, Shelley. That's all I need you to do. And she's like just arguing with him some more. And it's like, I can see where he fucking got to the point where he's just like, oh my fucking God, what the fuck with this chick? Like,
right.
Because there's like this other part where she's like literally she's like acting like it's the like craziest thing in the world. She's like laying on the ground and she's like, my hair's falling out, and then Kubrick's just standing there going like, time's a wasting, I gotta shoot this fucking scene, come on. Like what the fuck is this? Like so I can see where he was just like dealing with crazy on that set like the whole time, and it's just like, oh man, I felt sorry for him for a little bit on there. But no, we need directors like that who just could grab some of these like we wouldn't have like these like Cryborg actors, right? Like Ray Fisher. Can you imagine him trying to deal with William Friedkin or somebody like that who actually would just slap him and go, shut the fuck up and do the job or get the fuck out, right? Like I ain't got time for your shit today. You know, I got a million other things to fucking worry about, and your bullshit is not one of them.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the kind of directors we need sometimes, but of course they would be problematic now. Yeah.
No, yeah, exactly. It wouldn't work.
Well,
they would be canceled.
Publicly, they'd be problematic. Within the studio system, they'd be praised. Be like, you made your day.
Right? Well, that's the thing is, I don't want to stick up for Joss Whedon in that situation, but I can see where Joss Whedon just got fucking frustrated with Ray Fisher. Right? He's like, who the fuck does this punk ass kid think he is? Right? Like he's coming in here giving me fucking notes. Like, what the hell is this? Like, no, I give him notes. Like, that's how this works, right?
He's
like
my puppet.
Exactly. Like, you don't tell me, like, just go out there and say fucking booyah, kid. That's all you got to do. Oh, but it's racist. Who the fuck? Just fucking say the words. Just.
Oh.
You get paid. You're literally being paid like $40,000 just to say boo-yah. Like, do it. Come on.
Yeah, it's got to come in there with notes.
Oh shit! Like I can't imagine dealing with that. If I wouldn't have made it as a director.
I mean, yeah, being a director is probably like being a kind of a kindergarten teacher.
I could imagine. Yeah, wrangling cats is another thing I've heard referred to as, because it's. I don't know how directors do it nowadays without being able to.
Yeah, because now they can't lose
be a real
their
director,
shit.
right? Yeah. Well, it's not even so much being a piece of shit. It's just being able to take charge.
Not being a piece of shit, lose their shit.
Or like lose their shit even, yeah.
They can't get pissed off, because then someone will get scared.
Well, look at that movie that fell apart because Bill Murray told a fucking joke.
Yeah, I have no idea what he said.
Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
He probably just told one of his Bill Murray jokes that he's been known for throughout his life.
Yeah. Well, I can almost kind of guess what it was, because I'm trying to remember, because the chick's name was what the hell's her name?
I have no idea.
Trying to remember her name. But she had a funny last name, so he probably did some really fucked up joke, like a jerk off joke. Because I remember her name was something like that. Because if it was what if it would have been racist or something like that? That's what they would have ran with, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what it was. There was a complaint made. The studio shut the picture down. Now the movie's not happening.
Great job.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure a lot of them got paid already, but I mean, is that really what we're going to deal with now? See, that's the funny thing is 10 years ago, that chick would have got fired.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have missed one day of production, because there probably would have been somebody waiting in the wings. Because if she was that much of a problem, they already probably would have had a few people lined up to take her fucking place.
Yeah. But,
I'm trying to remember what her fucking
now we have Twitter.
I'm so fucking tired right now. I apologize. I got to eat something here and go soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to bed soon. Also.
I got a deadline to hit on this video, but yeah,
hanging out with you all and everybody in the chat. It's a good conversation.
Yeah, it's been way too long on Doomed. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
we up to
very good.
We're gonna have you on a morning show again soon.
Yep, that'd be awesome.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to run here soon too. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I guess it's getting to that time.
Did you have any more super chats, or did you get them all as I came?
Yeah, I've got them all.
Okay, just want to make sure. I didn't want to leave you high and dry if you got a few super chats or anything to do. But no, happy birthday, man. Not even gonna bother to ask how old you are. So
yeah, I'll take that to my grave.
Nah. No
all right.
We'll just say you're old enough to know better, but you're too young to care, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm old enough to buy booze.
That's all that matters. Like, really? I mean, even if you're not a drinker, if you want to get laid, generally got to get somebody drunk. So it's a joke. I'm not Cosby.
Oh my God, you're gonna get canceled now.
Oh fuck! Don't even go there. I've been canceled a few times now, so I don't need another one.
Yeah. Problem is, you can't get canceled, but actors can.
Yeah, I just won't go away. That's the difference.
Yeah.
That's
a good point. Oh, there's a super chat. Plastic African says, "Happy birthday! Great stream, guys.
Glad you had fun, man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's awesome that you enjoyed it. We certainly enjoyed it, I think, and great that you did."
Oh, I've been having a blast. It's been a while since I've had conversation with you like this, Undoomed, and with all the other guests so far. It's nice.
It's nice to just shoot shit and not necessarily have a expectation of what we're supposed to be talking about either, too. That's always fun.
Oh
yeah. The conversation can just go where it goes. That's always good. I have no idea how the listeners enjoy that, but for us who's doing it, it's always fun when you can just go off on a fancy. Awkward silence.
I was coughing. Yeah, no, you're 100%.
My dog knows when I say these kind of things, she knows it's close time to going out. So like she'll start butting up against my chair and shit. She's a 100-pound dog, so she's not like graceful in any way, shape, or form. So.
Well, that's good. I hate those small dogs. I'm
not a fan of big dogs now, but I don't like small dogs either. Like
I love big dogs.
Well, it's just too much to handle.
I love them when they're like 200 pounds.
Oh man, my house couldn't handle that. You could barely.
I want to be walking down the streets and see like those really scary gang members just go to the other side of the street, because I'm not dealing with that fucking dog.
Well, that's the beauty of my dog, is that I don't think anybody's going to make the mistake of breaking in my house, because if they do, she will not give them a nice night. She's a 100-pound German Shepherd Husky mix, so
yeah,
she's very territorial and very protective.
That's good.
And very codependent, for better or worse. So.
Well, I mean, I enjoy those big dogs because you have like a mutual assured destruction pact with them. Like, yeah, that dog could bite my throat out if I don't treat it right.
Yeah. She gets lots of toys.
Yeah.
Spoiled. Cat are very spoiled.
I love dogs.
Yeah, I miss having dogs around, but unfortunately, I found out when I moved away for school that I was allergic to dogs.
Damn.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, everything was always congested, and when I was living at home, and then when I moved away and didn't have a dog, I could actually breathe again. It's like, wait, I don't need an inhaler anymore? What the heck's going on here? And,
wow.
Yeah,
that's too bad.
The official test is like, yep, you're allergic to majority of breeds, mild allergies, but nothing fatal, but like it's discomforting. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Oh, that's sad.
It sucks because I really want a black lab.
Right. Yeah, I've had dogs throughout my life. I don't have one right now, but love dogs.
Speaking of, I got one that's scratching my legs, so I'm going to have to leave you gentlemen here and bid you adieu. But thank you for having me on Doomed. And
thank you very much for showing up.
I'm sure I'll see you again soon as well. But yeah, I'll definitely be in touch on Doomed. We'll have to have you back real soon here.
That'd be awesome. Thank you, man.
All right. Well, take care of yourselves, and thank you guys out in the chat for listening to us. And happy birthday.
Thank you. See you later.
Take care.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm going to have to call it in too because it's 2:15, and unfortunately I got to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
But which kind of sucks. I wish I could actually just hang out for the rest of the night. But
it is what it is.
Thanks so much for having me on your channel to celebrate your birthday on Doomed. It's always awesome hanging out with you and seeing where the conversations go. Never know where they're going to go, and it's always a blast.
It's been awesome, man.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very much for showing up and for all those amazing conversations we had throughout the night.
Yeah, whether they're streamed live or just shooting the breeze offline. Yeah. Oh boy. So yeah, have a great rest of your birthday. I think you got 45 minutes left where you are until the day changes.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna end this stream anyway, so I'm not gonna sit here and talk to myself. So
that's a good sign. Not talk to yourself.
Yeah. So we might as well just end it together.
Sure.
Here. So thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you for your generous donations and presents, I guess I should call them, because it's my birthday. Thank you very much for that. And I hope you enjoyed the show. And I will see you next time. Bye.